Hi, and welcome to the Ada K Show. I am Ada K. Brown, and am currently a criminal justice major, and I'm a deaf courtroom commentator. Grab a cup of Java, and let's dive in. Good morning, my friends. How are you doing? We are so glad to have you here. Oh, my hearing aid. There we go. We're so glad to have you here. Tried to recreate the look yesterday, but got a little bandana going. I hope this finds you well. We are watching the proverbial fan of the courtroom, who we named Ceiling Dion. And I know that she would get a kick out of that, so I don't mind saying it. I hope this finds everybody good this morning. I want to give a good welcome and a huge shout out to our first and three, of course, all of you. June, Gerald, hello, it's Bree to get extra additions. Jesse, one sunny day. And Aaron, thank you so much for joining me live first thing this morning. All my people on X, thank you for joining Facebook and Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Well, yesterday we had a very interesting day. Oh, there's a new bingo card. Is it in Discord? I'll pull it. Oh my gosh, y'all. Don't switch. Don't switch. I didn't ask you to switch. I want you over here, like always. All right, we have a new bingo card. By the way, we have, how long is this? Go ahead. I have to verify my account for X. That is not my email. I cannot open this, Ronnie. Let's see if it'll let me open. I can't open this in X. Sorry about it, girl. It's giving me warnings. Oh, well, I guess I can verify. I just tried. Verify, I'll get one more. Let's see if I get another verification code in Gmail. We will see. I wanted to watch this. I got something sent to me by Miss Ronnie. Let's see if it takes this. Come on. Phone ain't working. Okay, I delete you. All right, let's try this. Didn't receive and I'll send email. Let's see if it does it again. In the meantime, oh, there we go. There we go. We got the verification. I don't know where that came from. Verify, authenticate. Uh, what? I guess that's right. Um, anyway, we saw Miss Karen. Well, first of all, yesterday we finished with the Cellbrite data dude, and then we finished with all of the craziness about the phone. And then the Cellbrite dude, oh my gosh, he irritated everybody. He irritated everybody. For me, his scientific research, I'm trying to validate. Sorry, guys. I hate this. It's demanding a validation. And I'm like, this ain't working, dude. It's making me do this all over again. Why do I have to? This is stupid, y'all. I'm not gonna do this. Can't do it right now. Ronnie, I'm sorry. I wanted to play that thing you sent me, but the validation stuff is crazy. Thank you so much for the notes, June. Everybody, thank you so much for joining. Okay. So yesterday, let's just get to Jennifer McCabe. Let's get to Jen. Sweet little Jen. Sorry. I forgot to turn on my light. Sweet Miss Jen. Hit, 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 hit. What? Totally different person. News junkie. Wait, let me get. Oh, I want to read this. Heading towards the treadmill. Get on that treadmill, girl. Work out all your court frustrations from yesterday. It was okay. It was a year away. Yeah. You did hear her testimony last night. What did you think? Ronnie, at first everything was fine until she talked about now how Karen thought she'd left John at the waterfall and things got fuzzy. It was very confusing. Yes, it was very confusing. Gets confusing, especially when they start talking about the times. And then she goes, Ronnie, could be because they were all drunk. Yeah, that's a huge part of it. But when you're lying, it's harder to keep things straight. It's better to say, I can't remember the time because I'd been drinking. And when I drink, my time is bad. Okay, that's fine. We can do that. But making up crap doesn't work for you. So anyway, got rid of no, I thought I got rid of it. Is that the one? That? I got this gray hair. There. No. It's driving me crazy. We're hair pulling today. So anyway, Jennifer McCabe, we caught her in several. If you were to go back and compare to last year, we impeached her several times yesterday. She added some new testimony. And one thing that frustrates me about her adding that new testimony is that some of that new testimony is word for word matching with Carrie Roberts, and especially about the oh my gosh, what was it? I'm losing my mind. I haven't had coffee this morning. The tail light. It was broken and a piece was sticking out. And I was concerned that someone was going to get their jacket stuck on it. Okay, honey boo, that is just so not true. You didn't say that last year. You didn't even indicate that last year. I don't know what the heck y'all did, but I believe y'all got together and got to get your testimony together. I feeling she's been very coached. Her behavior and demeanor is totally different. Okay, we'll talk more about it, but right now, guess what we have? Guess what we have? What do we have? Auntie Bev is in the house. Jen said that the first thing Karen said on the phone was her tail light was broken. That's not what she said last year. Oh, the CPR. Oh my gosh. She just wants to be more likable. Oh, she can't be. Not for too long. But the other thing that got me was it was the CPR where she said that Carrie and her were trying to do CPR when last year she testified that Carrie told her to call 911 and told Karen Reed to start mouth to mouth, which makes sense because she's the girlfriend. A lot of people won't do mouth to mouth. What you looking for, boo? Oh, thank you so much, babe. He brought me my mug and hot water. He's so sweet. Very much so has been coached. And once again, on our Facebook page, we got to give a huge shout out and welcome to Mary. She's been watching with us. We appreciate you, Mary. We love you. Thank you so much. I'm giving you a bunch of likes. That's what I can do this morning until I get better. I got to get court rolling. Volume.
I'd asked to see you before the jury came over, Your Honor.
Hi. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
So what is it you wanted to see me about, Mr. Brennan? I was handed clips 12A and 16.
I think it's 12 and 12A that you should have.
Oh, okay.
You have 12 from yesterday. You have 12 from yesterday. 12A is in addition. This is regarding the evidentiary issue of Jen McCabe's phone call to John O'Keefe when she was giving directions and she identified the location by pointing out Bella's mom's house.
Okay.
I believe that those two clips will have statements of the defendant, which will establish the predicate for allowing in that statement by Ms. McCabe. And then I expect to play those clips after Ms. McCabe's testimony concludes.
Why are you just
What do
entering
you
this
say,
into
Mr.
evidence
Jackson?
now? Why are you entering it in now? What? You're trying to enter in something into evidence now? And you get pissed off when the defense does something like this? I really struggle with this dude. Really struggle with this dude.
That does not cure the hearsay aspect. I understand Mr. Brennan's argument about the relevance in his case.
Usually Court TV has closed captioning, but not this morning.
Her statements, that's obviously, this was a mission of the party opponent and statement. That does not do anything to cure the hearsay that was being asked.
Thank you.
All right. So we'll bring the jury eventually, but this is all you intend to get through Ms. McCabe now, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, because I don't think from what I heard, she knows of that relationship at that time.
Okay.
So I don't think I should ask that.
Okay.
Just that she was given.
Okay, we're going to go back here because they have captioning.
Her statements, that's obviously, this was a mission of the party opponent and
Well,
statement.
they can't caption him.
Do anything to cure
I have it
the
up
hearsay
here.
that was being asked or requested by this witness to address the statements that was sought yesterday. Hearsay, if you want to give clips in to do so, I would go the direction to that as long as they were in context, and if they pass the relevancy test, but it doesn't cure the hearsay issue.
So Ms. McCabe testified, my notes for whatever it's worth said at the end of the day, one of the things she testified to was the defendant on the morning when they were driving over to Fairview saying, could John be cheating on her? Could he be with Bella's mom?
Yes.
So that's in evidence. You want more than that? What do you expect the testimony to be?
I expect if allowed to testify,
She will, 'cause
McCabe
we've
would
coached her.
testify that she had a phone call with John O'Keefe before John O'Keefe and the defendant arrived at Fairview. And John O'Keefe and the defendant were lost. And in giving directions, she offered to John O'Keefe, which was heard by the defendant, the house is near Bella's mom's house. That is evidence of motive.
All right, just that she said, yeah, I'm going to allow that.
I don't have a problem with that. Yesterday,
What?
I'm just
That's not motive.
the nature of the relationship between Bella and John, which would be hearsay. I have no problem with this offer.
Yeah, it's a little bit different than yesterday.
Okay.
All right. And I understand the loop you'll make eventually, but
Right.
this is all you intend to get through Ms. McCabe now, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, because I don't think from what I heard, she knows of that relationship at that time.
Okay.
So I don't think I should ask that.
Okay.
Just that she was giving directions and. the
Yeah,
positives.
that's fine. That's fine. And then those clips can come in.
Great, fantastic, thank you.
All right. So we'll bring the jurors over.
Bring the jury.
Agreed.
Really?
All right. Let's bring the jurors over. Do you need me to take
Bring the
those?
jury.
Okay. Why not? Yes. Yes.
You are
This case, since we've been refrained from discussing this case with anyone since we left.
Everybody, welcome to day 2 of the Jennifer
Were you
McCabe.
also able to follow my instructions and refrain from doing any?
Welcome to day 7 of the Karen Reed, day 2 of Jennifer McCabe. Sit down, buckle up. It's going to be a ride, especially when we get to cross. It's going to be good.
Could we have Ms.
Get your
McCabe
coffee,
back,
get your
please?
eggs, get your breakfast, whatever, your breakfast taco, whatever, and get ready. Oh. Thank you for sharing, June. Oh, that's what I got to get up. Knew I was forgetting something.
Mr. McCabe, I'll remind you, you're still under oath. Thank you.
Good morning.
What is
Mr.
it with
McCabe.
this casual sporty dress? You're in court, woman. Dang, that's a big wedding ring.
Good morning.
good morning.
Before you take us back to Fairview Road, I want to ask you a couple of questions about John's house at Meadows. Are you familiar with his house?
Yes,
Have you seen the front of his house before?
yes, I have.
Are you familiar with his driveway?
Yes,
Are you familiar with whether there's any surveillance system at Mr. O'Keefe's house?
yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Wow. Yes. June, where did you
Ms. McCabe, I'm showing
What?
you what has been previously marked as Exhibit 6.
remember chat?
Recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
That's John O'Keefe's house.
Can we provide Exhibit 6 for the jury, please? On that screen.
June, where did you put the bingo card? I
Yes.
can't find it.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 8. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
And what is it?
that is the side of Mr. O'Keefe's house, the 2 garage doors.
Is there any indication of surveillance?
Is this a Ring camera right here? Looks,
Is that what John O'Keefe's side of his house looks like?
yes,
I want to show you Exhibit 10. You recognize what's in that photo?
yes.
What is it?
It is the driveway at John O'Keefe's.
See a car to the left?
Yes,
Do you know whose car that is?
yes, that's
Perfect.
Miss Reed's.
Is that where you left it the night before? Those early morning hours when you drove to Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Yes,
I want to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 11.
Thank you, hon.
Recognize what's in that photo.
yes, Miss Reed's vehicle.
Is that the vehicle that Ms. Reed showed you with the broken missing taillight that morning?
Yes, it is.
Bingo card is pinned in comments. Go get your bingo card, y'all.
You mentioned earlier in the night, you spoke to John O'Keefe when you called him or he called you about directions to Fairview Road.
Yes,
And you also shared that you had a phone conversation offering directions.
yes, I did.
Did you tell John that the house at Fairview was near Bella's mom's house?
Sustained is to form, Mr. Brennan.
Okay. What did you tell John as far as directions to Fairview? How did you mark it for him?
I told him to go by, past Bella's house, the Bella Street, and then to follow it down to the end.
That's not what she
Now I
said
want
last
you to
time.
Take us back where we were yesterday when we left off.
Sorry.
You had brought us to Fairview Road. You had found John.
Yes,
You shared with us that you were trying chest compressions. Before the chest compressions, did you make a phone call?
I called 911.
Okay. Oh. If I was Brennan, I would stop the presses. Do you know why? Do you know what they're doing? There we go. Do you know what they're doing? They're fixing her inconsistencies in her testimony right now. Right now, they're going back over her testimony where she got things wrong and were not consistent with last year. This is putting the gum on the hole and hoping it holds. This is not. Oh, if I was Jackson, I mean, Alessi, any of the attorneys for the Karen Reed side, I'd be throwing shade because what this whole morning thing about right now is correcting wrong testimony.
I'd like to move to introduce a copy of that 911 call.
I'm surprised you didn't have Jen on this one, but that's good.
Ms. McLaughlin does.
She did not do chest compressions
With the court's
on
permission, I'd like
John.
to play Exhibit 45.
Yes.
I don't believe it.
No, this is for Lockwood, emergency.
Yes, I need someone to come to Thornhill, Fairview Road, Mass, that they man passed out in the snow.
You can't, hold on, because you can't really go. You can't get to know, okay?
Yeah, no, I did that.
You have to tell us, let's get on.
I can keep going, like, even in that area in city, okay?
Let's get on, because it's,
Okay. I know. Where's the budget? I don't keep going to Paris.
911, what's your emergency?
I need someone to come immediately to 34 Fairview Road, Camden, Mass.
What's going on?
There's a guy unresponsive in the snow.
In the south, 34?
Yes, 34, the Alpha resident, yeah, I just pulled up behind him.
Okay, 34 Fairview?
34 Fairview, Camden, Mass, yes.
911, that's under order, where's your emergency? Hello?
Yes, I'm sorry, can you come to 34 Fairview Road in Camden?
34 Fairview?
Yes, there's a man unresponsive in the snow.
Okay, in the,
What else? He's gonna get here, okay?
okay, what's going on? Is he face down?
We just flipped him over.
Okay. And who's that in the background? Is that someone related?
That's his girlfriend's name is John McCabe.
Okay, how old is he?
John is 46 years old.
46, how long has he been outside?
I don't know. I don't know. He got out of the car and it could have been a couple of hours. Is he Terry? Is he? I don't. I don't know if he's breathing. There are two women trying to. It could be heat and they're hysterical.
Okay, can you just try asking? I know it's tough, but we have to get the fire department going. They just gotta know.
Okay. Is he breathing either? It doesn't seem to be breathing.
Okay, do they know how to do CPR? Do they want to attempt CPR?
Yes, he's got to be, yeah. No, I guess he's gone.
Okay, they don't feel comfortable doing so?
No, I think he's passed away.
Okay. All right.
Oh, she didn't do CPR.
If everyone's defining CPR, then I'll hang up with you, and if anything changes, you can give us a call back. Where are you guys upside?
I'm right up front. I know, Mom, I'm home with the Andrews. I know. So, Terry, you gotta get off of me. Terry, you gotta get off of him.
You know if there was any alcohol or drugs involved?
He been out,
They've been out drinking.
Yes, but I'm talking hours ago, so maybe, and I think he's, I don't know how long he's been in the snow.
Okay, is there any bleeding or anything? Maybe his head out?
Yes, possibly, I think he's bleeding in the face.
Okay, bleeding from the face, all right.
Yeah.
And how big's the pool of blood, if there is any?
Something's coming out the note, and one of the ones that is doing CPR.
Okay, one of them is doing CPR?
Yes, they're both working on him.
All right, if you want CPR, and just let me, just give us a call back, and he becomes responsive, right, but we're on the way.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. McCabe, describe your mental state when you were speaking to 911.
I guess the best way to describe it was I was in shock. My heart was racing. I was trying to be as helpful as I could and get the information to the most important information out as quick as I could to the 911 operators. But also the scene there with Karen and Kerry was a bit chaotic between the two of them. So I was just trying my best to be as calm as I could, to get help there as fast as I could, and to answer their questions the best that I could.
Before you told the 911 operator John O'Keefe's name and his age, you said there's a man in the snow. Do you know why you chose those words?
I think I just wanted to get out the most specific details. So a man in the snow versus,
Okay, people say real CPR, meaning, are you really going to do it? I don't know. I mean, what? Well, and I will say some people don't know how to properly do CPR. They don't know how far to do the chest compressions. They don't know how many times to, I mean, anything's better than nothing. But if you're doing it correctly, the sternum, if you're doing it right, the cartilage that connects the ribs to the sternum will crack. And you will hear that. You will feel it. It's, but you know you're doing it right. I'm just saying.
John O'Keefe and into a story. I think I just was
I know, right?
get the details to them as fast as possible, to get help there to him as fast as possible.
When you told the 911 operator that your friend John O'Keefe was the person lying in the snow, how did you know his age?
We used to joke because he was a couple months older than me. So I would, say, oh, well, you're older than me. It was a silly little thing between friends.
When you called the 911 operator, had Kerry and the defendant already been around or near John?
Yes.
Do you know if they had begun trying CPR before you called 911?
They're fixing her mistakes in her testimony.
I'm not sure if they had, because Karen had straddled him and was lifted her shirt, was warming him up. And then Kerry was yelling at her to get off. And I think when Kerry got the blankets and was trying to put him under John, I think as she started to move him and wipe him, blood started to come out. And then Karen was afraid that he was going to choke on his blood and wanted to move him on his side. But then Kerry was yelling at her, we can't move him. And this was kind of all going on while I was talking to 911.
You described what you saw, and you said at some point he was bleeding from the face area. Was that before or after he was moved?
After.
She went back. All right, guys, she went back and read her testimony last night, because I did. And I rewatched some of it.
Before he was moved, did you see any active bleeding?
No.
So here's a point I didn't make yesterday, and I'm going to make it today. At 24 degrees, now let's just use logic, okay? If you have a pig that is down, meaning near death, and it's laying in 24-degree weather, it got down to 24 degrees. It was between 26 and 24 degrees for almost 5 hours or more. That pig would have been stiff as a board. When blood gets cold, it no longer runs. Hypothermia. It doesn't run as if it does at 98 degrees. So, if John really was out there and in full hypothermia, he would have been. Google it. Google it. His blood would not be running freely when they moved him. That means he was out there far less time than they're claiming. I don't understand that one. if you look at hypothermia and what it does to the blood and your body, they said his fingers were getting stiff and it was hard to remove his clothing. The fingers are some of the thinnest parts of the body when it comes to bone and tissue, right? It's not as thick as the arm. So the fingers are the toes are the one of the first things that get frostbite, that starts stiffening, that are affected the fastest by the cold and the temperature, like the wind, the snow, and the temperature, i.e., hypothermia. So they said his hands were getting stiff. If he laid out there motionless in that cold for several hours or more, his whole body would have been stiff. That doesn't make sense to me, y'all. That's my humble opinion.
After you call 911, what do you do next?
I think I called my sister and
I
she
think-
didn't answer. And then I think I called her as I was walking over to John and she didn't answer. And then I immediately got down on the ground and Kerry Roberts asked me to take over.
How long did you try to?
That's not what you
help
said
John?
last testimony.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
How long were you and the defendant and Miss Roberts there before someone else arrived?
Police officer was the first to arrive. In the moments, it seemed like a long time, but I think it was fairly quick that they arrived.
Any point during the time when you tried to help Mr. O'Keefe and the first police officer arrived, at any point did you see any signs of life from Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
When the police officer first arrived, do you remember what happened?
Thank you,
next?
Jesse.
I remember
Nope.
it was very chaotic, but there was talk about a spotlight. And I remember, I think I got up and ran to kind of wave the, to get the police officer's attention so we could see where we were.
And then what happens?
The police officer, not sure specific. I do remember him asking about John. I think he said, is he a drug user? He was just asking some basic questions.
And what's the environment? What's going on around you?
Karen's just running around crazy, like just yelling, screaming, kind of like a ping pong.
What are you trying to do?
Yeah,
I was
he
just
was.
trying to talk to the officer. I guess I just went into this like type of mode of, all right, I have to just talk to him, get the information out, figure out like how we can best help John and like what happened to him and try to save him ultimately.
And what happens next?
More officers begin to come, fire and EMT. So the scene becomes active with a lot of different presence. John, I think they lift John onto a board at one point. The officers are asking us questions. Karen's kind of coming over, talking to the questions, and then kind of just running away. And then she just runs back over. She's doing a lot of screaming, a lot of repetitive, is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Kerry, I think, Kerry's off kind of making phone calls, I believe, to John's family.
Do you know what time the first responders lifted John from the ground and put him on that bed?
I don't know a time, but it was
Okay, that's the only question.
okay.
No. I don't want you going
You
on.
heard your 911 call. Do you know the time of that 911 call?
Not off the top of my head, no.
At some point, did you talk to a number of different people at the scene?
Yes.
And who were you talking to?
The first officer was Officer Saraf. I know I spoke with him. I spoke with an Officer Lank, an Officer Good, There were other officers. I don't remember their names. There were EMTs. I don't remember their names either.
You have lived in this area for a long time,
Yes.
active in the community.
Yes.
Did you know Sergeant Good from before that night?
I knew of him. I didn't know him personally.
Did you know Detective Lank?
Yes, I knew him.
How did you know him?
We were friendly.
Did children ever associate with each other?
Not until recently.
After you had a chance to speak to some of the officers, did you move around at all yourself?
Yes, I kind of, the officers would talk to us here and then a little bit over to the side. I tried to comfort Miss Reed.
Oh, bull crap.
At one point, Miss Reed was very upset. And one of the officers thought it would be best if maybe she went and just sat in one of the cruisers for a little bit, because she was just doing a
I
lot of
bet.
screaming and yelling. And I think they were just trying to, get, work on John and make the scene a little less chaotic. So I went into the back of the car with her, and Kerry Roberts came over. And then we all were just sat in the back of Karen and I kind of were scrunched and sitting in the back, and Kerry was at the door of the cruiser.
Why did you get in the car with the defendant?
She was crying. She asked me to get in.
Here's where she asked to find out how long. Here's where
prayed.
she asked. This is where Karen Reed supposedly asked Jen to Google how long to die in the cold.
She did have blood on her hands, and she said, could I have gotten my period? Who's going to take care of the kids? She just kind of was all over the place. And then at one point, we saw them moving John towards the ambulance. And at that point, Miss Reed started yelling to Miss Roberts, go check on him. Are they working on him? Is he dead? Is he dead? And at that point, myself and Miss Reed got out of the car, and she started yelling and pulling on me to Google hypothermia and Google how long it takes for somebody, to die in the cold.
When the defendant first asked you to Google an inquiry about hypothermia, were you still inside the police cruiser or were you outside?
Outside.
What was the weather? I know it's an obvious question, but how cold was it?
It was very cold, windy. The snow was blowing. As I stated, I have multiple sclerosis. So when I'm out in either extremely hot or cold temperatures, I lose the feeling and sensation in my fingers, which obviously made the Googling very hard for me to do because of my, motor skills.
You're throwing that
When
shade.
you were outside of the car with the defendant and she had asked you to do a search regarding hypothermia, did you try to do that?
Yes, I did.
Do you know the exact time from your memory? Not from reading or learning, but from your memory. Do you remember the exact time you did that?
No.
Was it after the police came that morning?
Yes.
Had you ever attempted to search about hypothermia any time before that moment, that morning?
No.
Or that day?
No.
That week?
No.
Was this the
Now
first
she
time?
starts looking at the jury. You notice when we feel she's being inconsistent, part of that behavior is when she's been caught in a fib. She's really, she'll go, she's like this. No. That's her
Morning after
MO.
The defendant asked you to search, that you searched that.
No, you
day.
don't have to be nice,
Yes, it
case
was.
one.
And did you complete your search and get a result?
So I don't know what came up, because I think as I entered it, I think I misspelled things. And so then I think I tried a second search. And again, I don't think I even paid attention to what came up, because we were already on to the next thing. Karen was already moving and screaming about, the next thing to Kerry. Are they working on him? Is he dead?
Did the defendant move somewhere from the point when she first asked you to try to Google about hypothermia to something else?
She was next to me, and then I think she took off. Like, she kept kind of running off.
And what did you do?
I believe as they were putting, I think I
Good
stood
morning,
there. I
Jesse.
believe as
Thank
they
you
were
for
putting
sharing.
John into the ambulance, I went back kind of where to the original spot where we had been talking to the police. And at that point, a new officer might have come because I remember talking to multiple officers there.
At some point, did you go back towards the area of Miss Roberts' car?
Yes, that's where I'm referring to. Sorry.
Mm.
At some point, were you with the defendant when she spoke to an officer and a first responder?
Yes.
Do you remember if the first responder was a man or a woman?
I remember there was a woman right next to us. Yes.
Do you remember if that was before or after the defendant asked you to search about hypothermia?
I'd be guessing if I then don't.
Don't guess.
Mhm.
When the defendant was speaking to the first responder, the woman, were you near?
Yes.
Did you hear or do you remember the defendant saying anything to the first responder?
Yes.
What did she say?
She told the first responder, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
When she told the first responder, I hit him, how did you react?
I was like startled, kind of like, what are you saying?
Okay, guys, if you listen to all the testimony from the first responders, police, this woman, nobody agrees as to when that was said. Not one in the first trial.
What are you talking about?
Did you say anything to the defendant?
I think after the second or third time she was saying it, I was like, Karen, like, what are you saying?
Why were you trying to interrupt her?
Because I thought she was just talking crazy. And I'm saying, why is she saying she hit him?
Were you trying to look out for her?
Yeah.
Sustain. I'll strike it. You can ask it differently.
What was your motivation for trying to interrupt the defendant making the statements to the first responder?
Karen was hysterical, irrational, kind of.
I'll move on.
Oh, okay, I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
Sidebar. Y'all. Okay, guys. If I'm on the jury and I didn't know better, this morning is about cleaning up her mess. Love the suit. That looks good. Color look. Oh, look at the FU look on that woman's face. She looks like she's from some foreign military with the buttons on her shoulder. Daddy's not there today. Okay, guys, your impression, including you. You disappeared. Oh, I guess she went and got on the treadmill. News junkie, including you. What's your impression thus far? So far, I have multiple X's. I have Karen out of control. Ask for a strike. Could I hit him? Carrie Roberts. Ambulance. Judge can only lean. Waterfall bar. Sorry.
Yeah. After you made the search at the defendant's request for
They're already
history regarding
fixing it.
hypothermia,
See, that's what gets me. And this is what happened last year. And this is something the defense argued about because she made a comment on the stand and then later they fixed it before she could be impeached. They just did it again.
did you have a chance to speak to the officers further?
Yes.
Did they ask you to do anything or go anywhere?
Yes. Officer Lank asked me to go into my sister's house and to wake them up.
And your sister's name again?
My sister, Nicole.
And that is the house you were in the night before?
Yes.
And after you spoke to the officer, they requested you go in to speak to your sister, did you?
Yes.
Was there any directive on what you should speak to your sister about?
No.
After the officers asked you to go into the house, did you?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember what door you went through?
Yes, I went through the front door.
Was the door locked?
Yes.
How did you get in?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said, was it unlocked?
No, I asked if it was locked.
Oh, sorry. It was unlocked.
As you're approaching the house, were there any lights on?
No.
Y'all, let's pay attention to the beautiful footage that should be shown because if I'm correct, he went into the side door, not the front.
Was it dark?
Yes.
Any sign of any movement inside the house before you went in?
No.
Take us through walking through the front door. What happens?
So I went in the front door. I opened the door. I walked up the stairs into their hallway, and then I think I knocked on their door.
Bedroom door?
Their bedroom door. And then I opened the door. I went in and I walked over to the bed and I was like, Brian, Nicole, because
Check last year's footage.
I was in a position where I felt like the world was going on around me. So much was happening, but I also was aware that I was just about to wake up two people that are sound asleep, and they're going to see me standing over their bed and be startled, wondering, what am I doing here?
So what happens?
So it took a minute or two, and then Brian woke up and he immediately was like startled and was like, Jennifer, what's going on? What are you doing? And then I believe I tried the best I could to say what was going on. I think I said, we found John.
You don't need to describe
Okay.
again, but I want to know their reaction and your interaction with your sister and Brian Albert.
They woke up startled and confused.
Did you have a conversation with them?
Yes.
How long was that conversation?
Brief. They got up, got dressed. I spoke to them.
And where did you go and where did they go?
Then all three of us went down the stairs.
The upstairs to the downstairs?
Upstairs to downstairs,
And
yes.
upstairs is the second level, is downstairs the first level?
Yes.
As you come down the stairs, can you see the front door?
Yes.
Is there anybody in the house at that point?
I saw Officer Lank.
In the house?
Yes.
Do you know if he had been invited in?
I have no idea.
When you came down the stairs and saw Officer Lank, where was your sister and Brian Albert?
They were walking with me down the stairs.
And did you see whether or not the officer spoke with your sister and your brother?
He did.
Brother-in-law? I'm sorry.
He did, yes.
Were you there during that conversation?
No,
How long was that conversation? Do you know?
not sure.
Where did you go when the officer was speaking to your sister and your brother-in-law inside their home?
I was standing at the front doorway, and then my husband, Matt, had just arrived.
What happened next?
I started talking to Matt, and almost immediately Officer Lang came, got Matt, and asked if he could talk to him outside.
At this point, I want to go back and show you some video. Have you seen video in this case before?
Yes.
I'd like to ask the court's permission to display Exhibit 4, and I would like to walk through some of the video.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you kindly put on Exhibit 4. I'd like to start at 6:09:57.
Now, it's been a year since I've seen the video, but I thought she did not go in the front door. I could be wrong. Let me get it up here. What the heck is this? This is the officer's video. Oh, I see. Guess I better get on the other side. Great picture, Mary.
Ms. Gilman, if you can take us to the arrival at Fairview.
What? What be going on? They need to get their windshield wipers fixed if they're going to be in that kind of weather. She did? Okay.
Could you stop there, please?
I can't remember, but I wanted to
Ms.
see. That
McCabe,
was
you
something
recognize
I was
this scene?
curious about. Thank you,
Yes.
Ronnie.
Is that morning?
Yes.
The car directly in front of this dash cam, do you know whose vehicle that is?
Kerry Roberts.
On the left, we see somebody with a blue parka or jacket. Do you know who that is?
No.
I believe that's me.
Can you continue to play, please?
There's the cop, but I can't see them. It's two. There's somewhere over here. Somewhere over here. You can't see anything. There she comes. That's her. Okay, I had to been in big in it. That's her. Somebody else. That's number 2.
Can you stop there, please? Does that fairly depict your first interaction with law enforcement?
Yes.
Do you see the flagpole in that video?
Yes.
My bad.
Is that
I
the
don't
area
remember
where
that.
you found John?
Yes.
I'd like to move forward in the video. If we can move forward to 6:14:45, please.
So they have John on the gurney.
Could you stop there? Can
This man right here is doing CPR compressions.
you identify people on that video from right to left, if you can?
I don't know the officer. That's myself. I believe behind me, that's Miss Reed.
And this is about, let me get the time correctly. 6:14:47. And do you know where John is at this point?
On the
Are
gurney,
they
getting his
lifting
chest
him
pushed.
to the left?
Could you continue, please, Ms. Gilman?
Sorry. So they're carrying John right there, trying to do chest compressions as they move him. That was Carrie.
Could you stop
This is
there?
Karen.
The person
and
all
there
the way to
is
the left near the
Jen.
flagpole. Do you know who that is?
I believe Kerry Roberts.
And is that the area where John was found?
Yes.
And that's at 6:15 a.m.? If you don't know, that's okay. Do you know what Ms. Roberts was doing at 6:15 a.m.?
My guess is
I
that
don't want you to guess. Just
oh,
if you
I
know.
don't know.
Okay. Now, you're over to the right. Is that you?
Yes.
Okay. Continue, please.
This is her.
Is that Carrie on the left?
Yes.
There's Carrie. There she is with the white trim on
the
her
right, do
coat.
you see yourself?
Yes.
And which person are you?
I'm the one next to the one with the fluorescent yellow.
Is your back to us?
Yes.
To the right in yellow. Do you know who that is?
I don't.
Continue, please.
Some people, I'm super calm under that kind of pressure, but I'm also a first responder. I'm used to it. Well, I can get excited, but yeah, need be, I can bark. Get them over here. But usually I'm pretty calm. Unless I need to be to get people to move.
Stop, please. Do you see the defendant move from the right to the left?
Yes.
Do you see the yellow jacket?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not that's the woman first responder?
I believe so. Yes.
Do you know why the officer moved the defendant over to from right to left?
I don't.
Okay, continue, please. Stop. At that part, is there a conversation between the defendant and the first responder?
Yes.
Are you listening?
Yes.
Continue. Stop. Do you see the officer that was with you in that group?
Yes,
Do you see him now turned away from the group speaking to somebody else?
I do.
Continue, please. Thank you. If you could move ahead to 619, please. Is that you, Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts?
Yes.
So now they're way over here. I wanted Brennan to say it. Is that when you heard Karen
Yes.
say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him?
Stop for a moment. Do you know at which point you went to the officer's car and sat in the back with Ms. Reed?
I believe it's right after this.
Can you continue, please?
Oh, I haven't even looked at my bingo card. Oh, good for you. I got a lot of 2 spaces too. Oh, I did say in my humble opinion. I guess we can check that off. Didn't she say, did I hit him? Could I hit him? I think she did. By the way, while we're waiting for this, let me read something. The blood actually does not coagulate when you get super cold, but what happens is you have a very reduced circulation. So your blood is not going to flow as quickly as it would if you were warm. And if he was out there for that long
Ms. Roberts?
and his heart was
Yes.
practically stopped, there would be no blood flow. Just saying.
Stop, please.
Just saying,
Was it before or after that moment?
in my humble opinion.
That you sat with the defendant and Ms. Roberts stood outside the car and you prayed?
I don't remember them talking about praying.
I'm not exactly sure from
Okay.
that video.
That's fine. If we could move forward to 623:40, please.
Ooh, and then y'all keep going for the bingos. I don't care how many bingos you get. Just say bingo.
At this time, are you still with the defendant?
Ah, cool.
behind this car in some spot?
Yes, I am.
Awesome. Bless her. When you are having to get chest compressions because you
During this
don't
time,
have a
623
heartbeat,
and 624,
blood ain't gonna be
you tried to
flowing.
Make those searches at the defendant's request.
Just saying.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you can move forward to 626:15.
You're having to do chest compressions. That blood ain't moving. How in the heck, when you roll him, is he going to bleed? I know I'm stuck on that. Now, all these lights going, and here is the bedroom. Let me get my arrow up. Here is the bedroom right there. And in the pictures I have of the house, which I do have pictures of the inside of the house, those are not blackout curtains on that window. With all of those lights, you're telling me somebody who is a cop, first
Pause, please.
responder, investigator
McCabe, did you
would
see
not have noticed.
Anybody returning to Ms. Roberts' car in that area?
Yes.
And who did you see?
I saw myself, and I'm standing outside of the car speaking to Officer Lang. I saw Kerry go up and near her car. I'm not sure if she went into it. And I saw someone walk Miss Reed into the car.
Is it around
We'll
this
do a
time
coverall
you had a conversation
at some
with Mr.
point.
Lang?
Yes.
And what
I
did
got
he tell
close
you again
yesterday.
around this time?
He's at this point, I think, asking me questions about what had happened. And then soon after, he asks me to go into my sister's house.
Ms. Gilman, if you can fast forward to 6:34:15, please.
Correct. Never left the house.
Stop, please. You described that the house had no lights on. Is that a fair depiction of
Yes.
the view?
Yes.
You don't have to
Do you
turn your
see
lights
a
on to be
figure
looking
walking up the
outside.
driveway?
You could be faking
Not
sleeping
on
too.
this pause clip, but I did see it. Yes.
Let's
I'm
play
such
it
a
and see if
devil's
you can
advocate today.
Identify.
Yes, I can see myself walking up.
Where are you now?
I'm walking up the path to go up to the stairs into the house.
And this is at the
Okay,
request of,
I thought she went
Officer
to
Lang?
the side
Yes.
over here. She did go up to the front.
and you described first you went
Hard
in
to see.
and woke up your sister and brother-in-law.
Yes.
Could we move forward to 6:39, please?
The porch light comes on. And the sirens are going off.
Stop.
I can feel
Do you
it.
see something happen with the house at that point?
Yes.
And what happens?
Light went on.
I'll note it 6:39:08.
Guys, number one, there is a siren going off. If I crank this louder, it will hurt your ears, but I can somewhat feel I feel that. I feel it constant. I feel that little vibration through my hearing aid. So they had sirens going off. They had lights going off. You can't freaking tell me my house is about the same distance to the street. It's not very far. There is no way that they did not get up and look out that window. I did say not true earlier. To look out that window right here and see that there's a crap show going on. What are you going to do? You're going to lay back down and pray like hell that they don't come get you. I did. That's right. June, this is not just court. If I say this things as well, is that acceptable or is it court only? Let me know. But I'm not believing it. Police and first responders. I'm going to do this real quick. Police and first responders. If you're out there, if you're a first responder, if you're a firefighter, if you're police, whatever, can you not tell me that you were not so tuned to that sound that if you're laying in bed and it's outside your home, would you not notice it? How in the hell can you not? Ask Elena, June, we need assistance if
After
I said
first
not true,
responders
does
took
that
John
count,
and you
or
had
is it
gone into your
only
sister's
court?
house, what did you do next?
Next, after Officer Lang spoke to my husband, Kerry Roberts, her and I had a conversation. She was going to go pick up John's parents in Braintree. At first, I had told her I would go with her. But then Officer Lang said that one of us had to stay at Fairview to speak to I believe it was the state troopers that would be coming.
Did you stay at Fairview?
I did, yes.
What was your mental state at that point?
Again, I was in shock. The best way I can describe it is the feeling of I'm present and everything's going on around me, and I'm just trying to process and make sense of everything.
Did you speak to your sister about what happened?
Yes,
Did you speak to your brother-in-law about what happened?
yes,
And were they giving you any comfort? or
There you
support?
go.
yes. They were being very comforting and supportive.
As you were waiting at Fairview, did anybody else come to the house?
Well, my husband, Matt, had arrived. A little while later, Julie Albert had arrived. She was dropping something off, and then Brian Sr. called her in.
Is Julie Albert the wife of Chris Albert?
Yes, she is.
And Brian Albert and Chris Albert are brothers.
Correct.
When she arrived, did you talk to her?
Yes.
Were you in a group? Were you?
She's
talking to
getting
people
back into
privately?
it.
No, we were all sitting around the
There she
kitchen
goes.
table.
And why were you talking to everybody?
We were trying to figure out what had happened. They were trying to be supportive, trying to help me.
What was your mood?
I was extremely concerned. I was calling Kerry, trying to get updates about John. I was worried about John, his family, about Kaylee.
At that point, did you know whether John was
Not
going to
about
live?
Karen Reed.
I had a very strong, I think deep down I knew that John was gone. But this, until you hear it, I think there was that little bit of hope maybe.
Did you speak to anybody but Kerry, who was not at the home that morning?
All right, sounds
I
great.
believe I
So
saw-
yes,
yeah,
if I
Miss
say it,
Reed.
mark it.
You had a conversation.
So far, I have said yes, I did say not true in my humble opinion. Okay. I will not target those, by the way, those if it just comes up in my conversation.
Yes, I spoke to her when she was in the ambulance.
Did you speak to her again later that day?
Bingo!
No, I think I texted her asking her for Kerry's number because I didn't have it.
Did you hear back?
No,
Did you ever speak to Miss Reed again?
no, I've never spoken to her again.
When you were trying to get information from Kerry and you were in Fairview, did anybody else other than the people you've described?
We have 5
arrive at
bingos
Fairview?
already.
Chris Albert, Brian Higgins showed up, and Chris Albert.
Did you know Brian Higgins?
I knew him as a friend of Brian's.
Did you see him at the waterfall that night before?
Yes, I did.
And after you arrived at Fairview that night, after leaving the waterfall, was Brian Higgins one of the people there?
Yes.
And did you talk about what had happened in front of Brian Higgins as well?
Yes.
Was there a group discussion?
I wouldn't say discussion. I would just say, like, for instance, someone would ask me a question because everybody this didn't make sense to anybody. No one knew what had happened.
Agreed. And so was there a lot of questions about what you saw and heard?
Yes.
You mentioned earlier that you felt like you were in a state of shock. Did you feel like you were still in that state, or were things changing mentally?
Little by little, as I sat there, I started things started coming back to me that had been said to me earlier.
Did something significant come back to you about what happened earlier or what you heard?
Yes.
And what is that?
When Miss Reed stated to myself and the female, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
And did anything else over the course of that morning come back to you about that moment?
Throughout when I was still at Fairview or throughout the day?
Still at Fairview.
I believe that was maybe the main thing. I can't be sure what time, what memories came back.
When you remembered the defendant's statements to the first responder, did you decide to do something with that information?
Yes, Officer Lang had said if I, remembered anything or needed anything before the state, the state police came to give him a call.
Did you?
I did, yes.
And you knew Officer Lang?
I did, yes.
Were you comfortable calling him?
Yes, I was.
Did you tell him the information that you had remembered?
I just asked him to come back to Fairview.
Did he?
He did, yes.
When he came back, did you speak to him?
Yes, I did.
Were you with the group or were you alone?
No, I was with the group.
And did you tell him what you had remembered?
I did, yes.
How
Yeah,
long did
kind
you
of.
stay at Fairview for?
I believe somewhere between 11:30. I'm being approximate with my times. Officer Proctor called me from the state police.
Do you know how he got your number?
No.
Did you have a discussion with him?
He said he would like to come by and question me. And I'm not sure if he said at your house or if I said I need to go home because I had 4 kids at home that was still sleeping. And, I knew that I had to go home to them and eventually break this, news to them and comfort them. And I knew that was going to be a whole nother situation to deal with.
Did you speak to him on the phone before you went home or after?
A quick phone call. I'll see you at my house.
At that point, did you share any information with him?
No, not on the phone.
Did you return home?
I did, yes.
Do you remember about what time that was?
I'm going to say 11:30 or after.
that a-
Approximate.
General?
General, yeah.
When you got back home, did you have a meeting or speak with Mr. Proctor?
I did, yes.
Was it a phone call or an in-person conversation?
He came into my house with Officer Buchanan.
Okay, him and Trooper Buchanan came in?
Yes.
Was there anybody else at your home?
My husband was home and my brother-in-law, Brian Albert, came over.
Did you speak to them?
Yes.
Did you tell them any additional information at that point?
The troopers or?
The troopers.
Yes. I know I had said what Karen had said to me, and then she had said, I hit him. Could I have hit him? I told them how she showed up at my house. I just basically gave them the events of that morning.
At that point, did you mention anything about the defendant's broken taillight?
At that conversation, no.
Did they leave?
They did leave, yes.
At some point, did they reach out to you again, or did you reach out to them?
At some point, I had another conversation with them a few hours later. I'm not sure if they called me or if I called them.
Do you know what generally the content of that conversation was?
Yes, I had remembered that Karen had told me about her taillight.
As you're processing that morning, are you trying to think and recreate the event, or are you trying to put it out of your mind?
I couldn't get it out of my mind.
While you were at home, did you receive any updates from anybody, Kerry Roberts or anybody, about John?
Yes, when I was still at the Alberts, Kerry had given me word that, John had passed. Then once I got home, I know different friends who were starting to hear.
Without content, were you receiving contacts, calls, text
Yes.
messages from other people?
Yes,
And were you reaching back out to other people?
some, yes.
At some point, did you go over to Meadows Road?
On Sunday, I did, yes.
Was Sunday the next day?
Yes, it was.
Why did you go over to Meadows?
Kerry and I went over with my daughter and her daughter to see the family and to offer support and
You said
our sympathy.
You said you and Kerry. How did you get there?
Kerry picked me up.
Prior to that evening, you and Kerry, you described, weren't friends or familiar.
Correct.
Were things changing?
Yes, rapidly.
When she picked you up, who else did she pick up with you?
My daughter, who is Kaylee's friend.
And was anybody else, or any of Miss Roberts' family in the car?
Yes, her daughter was in the car as well.
So it was you, Miss Roberts, and your 2 daughters?
Yes.
You said you went to Meadows.
Yes.
Why did you go there?
to offer our condolences, sympathies, support, to be with the family. I mean, I love them.
Yeah, that's
Were they
something.
staying at Meadows?
Okay, I got to say this. I do find it interesting that not one of the husbands was in the vehicle. There's no way, as much as independent as I am, well, maybe it'd be different with me because when I get called, if I'm toned out, I can't take a husband. But if I just go to a friend's in that kind of weather, I don't think Gerald would let me drive in that kind of snow, in that kind of high stress situation by myself. I would be shocked if I was married to Gerald and he would let me go. Now, if I get toned out for the fire department, he would have to let me go because he can't go with me. We can't have family on scene. So, but this, I'm shocked. That's what happened. Very shocked.
They were at Meadows, yes.
When you went there that next day, can you describe the traffic and the people that were there?
There was a house
God,
full
I didn't realize how
of
high my bun
family,
was.
friends, coworkers, loved ones. I mean, the car repairman, like anyone and everyone.
Did you ever see the defendant?
No.
While you're at the house, did you have a chance to speak to Miss O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
At some
Here we
point
go.
that day, did you leave the house?
Yes.
Who did you leave with?
Kerry and my daughter stayed to be with Kaylee, and we left with her daughter.
Where did you go?
We were heading home, but then we ended up dropping off her daughter at her friend's house.
Now, who's her daughter?
Ca-
Don't give me a name. Kerry's
yeah.
daughter?
Carrie's daughter, yes.
And was Kerry's daughter friends with any of the Lanks?
Yes, Carrie's daughter's good friends with Mike Lank's daughter.
When Miss Roberts drove over to Miss
I know, right?
Mrs. Lank's house, did you meet anybody?
Yes, her daughter, Carrie's daughter, went in the house, and Mrs. Lank came out. Her and Carrie are very good friends, so she came out to offer support and condolences.
Was it still cold outside?
Yes, it was freezing.
When she was offering her support, was she inside or outside of the car?
She jumped into the back seat.
During that time you spent with Officer Lank's wife, did you ever go into the house?
I have a faint memory. I think I went in and used the bathroom at one point.
When you were having the conversation with Mr. Lank's wife, were you talking about what had happened?
Yes.
The women, all right, the men may wear the pants in the family, but the women telling them which ones to wear.
Carrie was just explaining the morning, the phone calls, the scene, things like that.
Were you trying to get any type of inside information or push the investigation in any particular direction?
No, I didn't speak much. It was mostly Carrie and Trish was just being a supportive friend to Carrie.
At some point, did you get together with Miss Roberts and try to memorialize what you had saw or thought that morning?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Peg had asked Carrie to do a timeline. So Carrie came over and we were sitting down talking about it. And so my sister was there and she said that she would jot it down for us.
So when you got together, it was at the request of Mrs. O'Keefe?
Yes.
When she made that request, did you ask you to do that? Did you question why?
No, she wanted us to do it, so I did it.
Why?
She wanted us to remember and try to jot down everything we remembered so we wouldn't forget.
So I'm going to sustain discretion. There is disregard.
Did you speak to officers further in the future?
Yes.
Can you count how many times you
okay,
spoke with police and interviews you had?
There were a lot, or a good amount, I should say.
At some point,
Jeez.
did any of the police officers ask if they could take your phone and copy everything on it?
Yes.
Did you have any hesitation about that?
Objection.
Were you cooperative?
Yes.
Why?
I wanted to help in any way I could.
May I approach?
Oh, thank you. Do y'all like this view? Yes or no? Let me know.
Hand you a piece of paper.
I'm
You
not believing
recognize
any of that, and I'm going to call
Yes, I
BS.
do.
That's not true.
That's my signature.
You know what that document is?
Yes, it's the consent form that I signed from my phone.
I can introduce this as an exhibit.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, we can deal with it sidebar. I have no objection to the identification of it, moving in as exhibit. I do not object.
Okay, I'll see you tomorrow.
Oh, guys. Okay. Everyone thinks the high man on the totem pole is the place of honor, by the way. Just so you guys know. Just so you know. The low man on the totem pole is the low man on the totem pole is of the highest rank because they're closer to the ground, closer to Mother Earth. That's what they believe. The high man on the totem pole is the lowest man in rank. Just saying. So if you want to give him a compliment, say low man on totem pole. If you want to insult, say the highest on the totem pole. Just saying. I was going to do something. Now I can't remember. Ruh-roh, sidebar. Okay, we'll get back to it. Yes, that is a very big misconception. In the Native community, whether you're in Alaskan or if you're in the continental U.S., the lowest man on the totem pole is of the highest honor. That's where you want to be. Closer to the earth. Closer to your ancestor.
After that day when you met with Miss Roberts, and you try to memorialize your memory about what had happened, after that date, have you discussed what happened that morning with other people?
Yes.
And have you
Oh,
discussed
she told the truth?
with police over time?
Yes.
Did you just say that? Did you just say the truth? Did you just say, oh, I mean, look, bingo card.
I have no further questions at this time.
Cross. I'm not taking notes. I'll go back and take notes later. Y'all, get ready for this. Dun, 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 dun.
Good morning,
I
Ms. McCabe.
forgot I got
Good
to
morning.
do this.
When was the last time you spoke with Carrie Roberts before your testimony today?
She called me last night.
Ooh,
What did y'all discuss?
my testimony today.
She asked if my daughters were going to be staying home from school today because her daughter would possibly join them.
Did you discuss anything having to do with your testimony?
Not my testimony, no.
Did you discuss anything in that conversation with her prior testimony?
No.
Are you aware that she testified last week?
Yes.
Did you discuss anything after that, after she testified with her about her testimony?
No.
We know that through her testimony that you had a conversation with her the morning that she testified.
Yes.
Right? Did you discuss what you anticipated to be her testimony in that conversation before she testified?
No.
Have you and Ms. Roberts ever discussed anything about either one of your testimonies, either in the last proceeding or in anticipation of this proceeding?
No.
So for the entirety of the last year, even though you both went through a proceeding last year where you both testified under oath and it was highly, highly publicized, neither one of you, your good friend Carrie Roberts and you, have ever discussed either of your testimonies between that time and this time.
No, we've discussed the case and we've discussed what happened that moment, the moments of the morning, but we have not discussed testimony.
Okay, so let's break that down for a second. I'm talking about, because the timing matters. I'm just asking at this point, if you'll bear with me, just the year from last year at a different proceeding to this year. You have discussed
Liar,
this
liar,
case.
pants on
Yes, with Ms.
fire.
Roberts.
Many times, yes.
And you've discussed the specifics of her memory, which would be reflected in her testimony, correct?
We talked about what happened that morning.
So you were talking about what she remembers happening that morning, correct?
No, what happened that morning.
Okay, so not to put too fine a point on it, Ms. McCabe,
Mhm.
but if you ask me what I had for dinner last night, it's my memory of what I had for dinner last night. Would you agree with that?
Sustained.
Did you talk about her perception of what happened that morning during the last year?
We've talked about what has happened.
Yes.
Okay, so
If he's trying to impeach her, hell yes.
I'm trying to break it down between you and Ms. Roberts. You've discussed her perceptions and her memory of what happened, as well as, and separate and apart from, your memory and your perceptions, correct?
Correct.
So there have been circumstances in which you and Ms. Roberts have compared, by definition, what she remembers versus what you remember, correct?
I wouldn't say compare.
Now let's move to well, what would you say in terms of what you've discussed and why?
I would say that we've both talked about what we've discussed, but it wasn't like a comparison. We weren't comparing anything.
You've talked about
Oh,
what
crap.
you discussed. What does that mean? Talked about your testimony?
No, we've discussed what happened that moment.
Right.
And in those moments.
Oh, she's looking at the jury.
you
She's
know,
trying
when
to
I got a
convince
phone
him.
call. And that's my story. I got a
Story.
phone call in the morning, and then Carrie can say, yeah, I got a phone call as well.
As you said, that's your story, correct?
Not my story. It's
Those
the
were your
truth.
words.
It's the truth.
Okay. So for instance, when you got a phone call at 4:53 in the morning, Terry Roberts wasn't there, correct?
Correct.
But you've discussed that with her.
Correct.
And you've told her what your perception of that, your memory of that phone call was, even though she was not recipient to and did not witness that phone call, correct?
I've told her about the phone call. Correct.
As well as many other details that she was not privy to personally, correct?
Correct.
Conversations that you've had, for instance, conversations that you claim you've had with Miss Reed, correct?
Correct.
And you've told her what your perception is of those conversations, or your memory was or is of those conversations with Miss Reed, correct?
Damaging.
Which conversations with Miss
Any
Reed?
conversation, just anything that she wasn't privy to. You've discussed that with her.
Some things, yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
And conversely, Ms. McCabe, obviously, she's also discussed certain perceptions and memories that she has about this case, and the facts of this case, as she recalls them, that you were not necessarily privy to, correct?
Yes.
Things that may have taken place outside your presence, correct?
Correct.
And you've talked about things, I'm sorry, she's talked to you about things, now I'm getting myself confused. Y'all have talked about things that were outside of her perception and outside of your perception. And you've shared those with each other.
We've shared our experiences. We've become very close. We both lived through a traumatic experience.
How many times would you say you and Miss Roberts have discussed your individual perceptions of what you remember happening on the 28th or the 29th of January 2022? How many times?
It would be hard to put a number on that. We talk about, it's hard. We're bonded. We talk about the trauma that we relive every day. Karen called us for help and we both answered the phone.
And that bond.
Oh, so it's Karen's fault. Karen Reed's fault, y'all. Karen's
Is
fault.
this case, correct?
Yes.
So that probably, by definition, is the foundation of many, many, many of your conversations. Do you agree?
We've grown into friends where we talk about many other things
Sure.
besides the case.
Sure, the movie you saw last weekend and what the kids are doing next week.
Yes. And yes, absolutely. We
Okay,
talk
so-
many different things, just like girlfriends do.
I'm just concerned with and asking you about the subject matter of this case and the details and the facts of this case. You two have probably talked hundreds of times, that's fair to say, about your individual perceptions, your respective perceptions of this case, correct?
This happened 3 years ago and we've talked about it time and time again. This case has traumatized us. So
And
it's a huge
talking
part
about-
of our lives.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, it's fine. I believe it just, I meant, traumatized our lives.
Okay. It would be impossible for you two to have had so many conversations about your respective perceptions of the details of that day without that influencing the other person, correct? You've somehow been influenced by Miss Roberts's perceptions and her memories, correct?
I don't think I would say influenced.
Would you say that she's been influenced by your perceptions and your memories?
Objection.
Would you say that, Ms. McCabe?
No, I wouldn't.
Next question.
How many times have you met with anybody from the DA's office? And I'm just going to limit the time frame right now in anticipation of your appearance in this trial yesterday and today.
I'd say roughly 4 or 5.
Can you give me a time frame when those 4 or 5 meetings were?
I don't have dates. I do remember at one point I met with Mr. Brennan. He was new to the case. So I went in and he introduced himself.
How long ago was that? Weeks or months?
I can't give you a time frame. I'm sorry.
Do you think it was last summer?
No.
Do you think it was?
No, it was more recent.
Okay.
Yeah,
It
sorry.
wasn't in the fall of last year.
No,
It was in 2025 sometime.
I believe so. Yes.
You think it might have been February, January?
Again, I can't give you an exact. I'm sorry.
All right. I want to talk about the time frames of those conversations, then I'll ask you a little bit more about those conversations. So that was the first meeting that you had was with Mr. Brennan in anticipation of your testimony. What were the subsequent 4 meetings or so that you've had? With whom and approximately what time?
Okay, so another meeting with Mr. Brennan. Are you looking for who was
Sure.
there?
Who
All
else
right.
was there?
I mean, can I give you a general answer? I didn't write down like every meeting who was there,
Of
but
course.
generally, okay.
Was Mr. Lally there?
During 1 or 2 of the meetings, he was. Yes.
Was Ms. McLaughlin there?
Yes.
Was there anybody else from the DA's office there?
The officer or trooper Tully was there at one. Trooper Buchanan was there at one. The witness advocates were there. And again, give or take the particular meeting.
Those are 2 meetings that you've talked about with Mr. Brennan and others. What about the 3rd meeting?
No, I'm sorry. I was lumping a few of them together.
Sure,
I
understood.
apologize.
How many meetings would you have? Let's just start there. How many meetings have you had with Mr. Brennan and either staff or colleagues?
So after the first initial meeting, I
Right.
would say, again, I didn't write them down off the top of my head. I can think of 2 or 3 more after that.
Okay.
Excuse me, first initial one.
So that's either 4 or 5 meetings with Mr. Brennan and some combination of his colleagues, Mr. Lally, Ms. McLaughlin, perhaps, Mr. Nelson, perhaps, the other employee of the DA's office, and Troopers Buchanan and Trooper Tully.
Correct.
Were you asked questions about at any of these meetings? I'm just going to lump them all together. Any of
Okay.
these 5 meetings. By the way, when was most recent?
Last night, I had a Zoom call in regards, I think the court asked them to.
Yes, I'm going
Yeah,
to stop you right there.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to ask a different question, and if you don't
Okay.
mind, I'm just going to lead you through this question.
Okay.
You had a conversation last night. I'm not interested in that particular conversation. That
Okay.
was for a very specific purpose. I'm asking you about everything leading up to, but not including last night's conversation, okay?
Okay.
So let's just leave that one out. You've had, I think you mentioned either 4 or 5 other meetings with Mr. Brennan and some combination of his colleagues and or law enforcement.
Yeah, and I might have in the 5 included that one from last night.
Okay, fair enough. Were you asked questions in those, we're just going to call them 4 meetings. Were you asked questions during those 4 meetings about your testimony at the first proceeding last year?
I reviewed I did review some of my testimony, yes.
In what format?
I
Paper
watched.
transcript or do
No, we just watched a little bit of it.
you watch your direct examination?
A little bit, yes.
Did you watch your cross-examination?
A little, yes.
Who cross-examined you?
You did,
That was me.
yes.
And did you watch the redirect or any part of it?
No,
Did you watch any part of any subsequent version of recross or additional questions that you were asked?
I don't believe so, no.
Was there a specific area that Mr. Brennan asked you to look at and review in terms of your direct or your cross-examination?
No.
Did you watch the entirety of the direct examination and the entirety of the cross-examination?
I do not believe so, no.
Were you questioned by Mr. Brennan following your review of that direct and cross-examination?
No.
So he didn't ask you any questions about any of your answers?
I don't, he showed me a dash cam and would ask me to point out who's this, who's that, a waterfall video, is this you, is this somebody? Those were the type of questions that he asked me.
What about any discussion about your demeanor and how you performed in the last?
Hey, Addie. Welcome.
Objection.
Sustained.
I'll ask it a different way. What about your demeanor? I'm using probably a poor word, perform, how you came across, your demeanor in the last.
Yes, he's my boyfriend.
Did you discuss changing your demeanor in any way, shape, form, or fashion from the last trial the last proceeding to this trial, my mistake. From the last proceeding to this trial, was your demeanor ever discussed?
No, I was just told to slow down, answer the question, and, answer it to the best of my memory.
Was there any discussion about talking about your background, for instance,
the question is, is your memory better now than it was then?
your
I'm
family
waiting
and your
for it.
children and being a sports mom, as you talked about in your direct examination?
No, I believe I did that in the previous one as well.
Was there any discussion about crafting your testimony in any way to suggest a softer approach?
Thank you.
Was there any discussion
I'm trying.
about how to develop your testimony from beginning to end?
I object.
Sustained.
Did Mr. Brennan ask you about, or let me ask it a different way. Did Mr. Brennan take you through a series of questions, for instance, as almost a test run of questions that you might be asked either on direct examination or cross-examination?
No.
Did you practice your testimony with any member of the DA's office?
No.
Were there any sessions where you sat and was subjected to a cross-examination, like a fake cross-examination or a fake direct examination?
No, there
Anything
wasn't.
like that?
No.
What were the things that stand out in your mind? You said you had at least 4 meetings. How long was each meeting, by the way, ish?
The first meeting I think was fairly quick. It was just the introduction.
30 minutes, less than 30 minutes?
I don't want to give a time because I'm not sure,
Okay.
but it was fairly quick, yes.
Okay. What about the second meeting?
Again, I don't know specific meetings, but I can tell you that there was a longer one where I did watch some dash cam video, look at different pictures, things like that.
What kind of pictures did you look at other than the dash cam video?
The pictures of John's house.
Okay. The same photos that we saw today?
Yes.
How long in total would you say all of those meetings were? Just taking them all together.
I really can't give you I really can't give you an estimate.
Sorry. My ex-husband, I remember 3 times, and this has been 15 years. And we practiced testifying. One lawyer acted as the prosecution, one as the defense. And we went through that. They don't know the exact questions that are going to be asked, but they tried to rattle me. They prepped me. They told me what to do, what not to do. Don't sit there and glare at the jury. Don't keep looking at the jury. Look at the lawyer, answer the questions, ignore the jury. It's okay if you get a little emotional, but don't overact, don't underreact. So I am calling Bullshit.
estimate. I think the first one was fairly quick. The second one, one of them was a little bit longer, maybe a couple hours.
Okay. Then the third one, was that also a couple hours, or was that one fairly quick?
That was fairly quick, yes.
The couple of hours was the
So fair to
actual
say
getting you ready to
between
testify.
2, 3, 4 hours total meeting times.
Again, I'd have to probably go back and look at the date and the time. I really can't give you a specific amount of time. I apologize.
Did Trooper Tully or Trooper Buchanan ask you any questions during the course of any of these meetings?
Regarding the case, no, but we did briefly talk about how my kids were, how their kids were.
But they didn't ask you any questions about your testimony, about your case, about the case, about your memories, about specific facts?
I do not believe so, no.
During any of these meetings, was anybody taking notes? Ms. McLaughlin, Mr. Lally, Mr. Brennan, any of the
Oh,
troopers?
she's looking over there for, she's
I
like,
believe so.
So there was several hours worth of meetings with you, and nobody scribed any notes that you saw.
I don't believe that.
None that I saw, no.
And these meetings were not recorded?
I do not believe so, no.
Ms. McCabe, I'm going to ask you a series of questions about your family because I just want to make sure it's crystal clear.
Thank you, Mary Higgins. Yes.
You're married to Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes.
Your sister is Nicole Albert.
Yes.
Nicole is married to Brian Albert.
Yes.
It was Brian Albert's home that you were at 34 Fairview.
Brian and your sisters, not
arrived
just
at,
Brian.
where John's body was found, correct?
Yes.
Okay, men, don't do this. It was both of their homes, not the husband's.
The same home where that late night gathering was on January 28th, going into the morning of the 29th, correct?
Yes.
Would you consider yourself to be close with your sister Nicole and Brian?
Yes, very close.
Your families, it's not just you and Nicole, your whole families are close, correct?
Yes, we have a very close family.
How long have you known Brian Albert?
Since I was in kindergarten.
You consider him, even though he is not blood related to you, you consider him family?
Yes.
Yes.
In addition to Brian and
Guys,
Nicole Albert,
nuts.
you're also very close with Chris and Julie Albert, correct?
Yes.
Just to be clear, and I'm going to do this slowly,
Okay.
Brian Albert's younger brother is Chris Albert, correct?
Yes.
Chris Albert is married to Julie Albert.
Yes.
You consider Chris and Julie family, even though there may not be a blood relation as well, correct?
Yes.
Chris Albert is a Canton Select Board member, is that right?
Now he is, yes.
And the Canton, that's in Canton? I said Select Board member. Did I mention Canton Select Board member?
It is in Canton, yes.
All right. Obviously, it's in Canton.
I don't believe
The Canton
she's guilty
Police
at this
Department
point.
reports to the Select Board. Correct?
See, here's the thing. People forget 100% of this is on the prosecution. The prosecution has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. There is so much reasonable doubt. If I had a penny for as many reasonable doubts, I could at least buy me a filet mignon. I don't believe she's guilty at this point because they've not proven to me she's guilty. There is nothing that actually puts her and John O'Keefe in a fight outside the car, inside the car. There's nothing that shows that she actually hit him. There's no video camera. There's nothing. And I find it interesting that the homes across the street that had the video cameras outside, the Nest or the, what's the other one? Whatever the doorbell thing is. All of those little video cameras everybody has outside their homes, none of them were working that night. So for me, I don't have enough proof that she is. A lot of people are wanting the defense to disprove and to prove her innocence, but that's not the way this works. If I'm sitting in the jury, nothing has gotten me past reasonable doubt.
Correct?
Yet.
I'm not aware.
You're not aware of that echelon?
No.
Okay. You're aware that Brian Albert, your friend of I'm not going to say how many years, but since kindergarten,
Mhm.
is a, or was
40
a
years, 50
Boston
years.
police officer.
Yes.
He had been a lifetime law enforcement officer for some 30 years before he retired recently, correct?
Yes.
He's a trained first responder, obviously.
Yes.
Now look
Brian
at her
Albert and
Bahati
Chris
behavior
Albert
right
have
now.
another brother.
All of these questions, she's very forward looking at him. Oh, baby, thank you so much. Did you fix you some? All right. All of this, her face, when she's iffy, she looks at the jury. Go back and look.
Named Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes.
Kevin Albert is a detective with a police department, correct?
Yes, I believe that's his title.
Hmm.
I'm not
Which-
100%.
Which police department
Ezekiel
is Kevin
Brad.
Albert associated with?
Canton.
And you've grown up in Canton your whole life, you indicated.
Yes.
Your entire family has grown up in Canton, correct?
Yes.
And you,
Thank you, hello
Ms.
at Britt.
McCabe, have 3 sisters. Nicole, we've talked about. You
Yep.
also have a sister named Shelley, is that right?
Michelle, yes.
Michelle.
Mhm.
And Denise, who you mentioned in your direct examination.
Yes.
Nicole is also known by nickname, is that right?
Yes.
What is Nicole's nickname within the family?
Coco.
Does Shelley also have a nickname? Well, I guess Shelley is the
Yeah,
shortened
Shelley
name from
is.
Michelle, correct?
Yes.
What about Denise?
She's Dee Dee.
Dee Dee?
Yeah. Like Deedee.
Wow. That's where DEE.
Your father
instead
lives
of just
close by in a
DD.
neighboring town, correct?
Yes.
Don't tell me the town, but it's relatively close to Canton.
20 minutes. Yes.
Okay. His name is Tom Weeks.
Yes.
There are, I'm not going to go through all of them right now because the family tree is getting large, but there are children, cousins, second cousins, nephews, aunts, uncles. There's a combination of familial relations within that set of folks that I just talked about, Chris and Brian and Nicole and you and Matt and the folks that we've just talked about.
Yes.
That family, that large family celebrates holidays together, I'm guessing.
We don't typically, celebrate with Kevin and Chris, but my family does. Yes.
Along with Brian, Albert, and Nicole.
Yes, of course.
Birthdays are celebrated within that family.
Yes.
Go on vacations together, I'm guessing.
Yes.
Gatherings like the one on the 28th.
Yes.
Special events.
Yes.
Spend weekends together.
Yes.
You mentioned a lot of sporting events. There's a lot of sporting events that y'all go to together.
Yes.
So it is very, very easy to see that it's an extremely close-knit family.
Yes.
And naturally, you're very protective of your family, as anybody would be.
Yes, I love my family.
You also said that you knew, and your words, liked Karen Reed, my client, on the 28th of January 2022, correct?
Yes.
But she very much is not family, correct?
Correct.
She certainly was not as important to you as your...
Because Karen Reed called her when John did not come home. And she and Jennifer and Carrie drove to 34 Fairview and found John pretty much deceased in the snow.
Actual family, the Alberts, the McCabes, the folks associated with them. Is that right?
Yes.
On January 28th, 2022, members of the Albert family and the McCabe family all went to a bar together, had drinks together that night.
Yes, she could. Because Trooper Proctor could have got a hold of her and said, boo, and don't you dare.
Waterfall, we've heard a little bit about that, correct?
Correct.
Ultimately, you went back to your sister's house for the after party that we've heard so much about. That was at Brian Albert's house, is that right?
Yes.
Or they rather err on the
You've been
side of
interviewed, I
everybody
think
else and
you
not be
indicated
the oddball
multiple
out
times.
and
You
get
didn't
in
even give
trouble
a
with
number
the
of how many
police.
times you've been interviewed by police in this case, is that right?
Yes.
Your family is connected to people at Boston Police Department. We've just talked about that. Brian Albert, is that right?
Well, Brian was a Boston police officer.
Right. So when I say connected, there is some familial or family or friendly connection to that police agency, Boston Police Department. It'd be Brian
Yes.
Albert in this case, correct?
The objection sustained.
There's also a connection to the Massachusetts State Police through your family. Is that right?
Objection.
So define connection.
Julie and Chris Albert are very, very close to you. Correct.
I'm close with Julie and Chris, yes.
You're aware that Michael Proctor's sister, Courtney, is basically best friends with Julie.
No, I'm not aware of that. She's best friends with Julie's sister, Jillian.
Okay, so Courtney's best friends with Jillian, who's sisters to Julie,
Yes.
who's married to Chris, who's an Albert, who's the little brother of Brian Albert.
Yes.
Okay, and Canton Police Department. There's
We need a
some
bigger
connections
flow chart,
there
y'all.
as well, Kevin Albert being the most obvious of them.
Brandy!
Objection.
Reason why I'm yelling for Brandy, she's
There's a
amazing.
Connection with the Canton Police Department.
Not with the department, but with Kevin Albert.
Right, who's a member of the department.
Yes, but my relationship's with him.
Understood. You've indicated that you've been interviewed by law enforcement agents associated with Massachusetts State, with Canton Police Department. That'd be Officer Lank.
Yes.
Can I
and
stop
also
you for a
good.
second and see counsel at sidebar, please?
Sure.
Sidebar! Oh, she's not liking where this is going. She is not liking where this is going, and I don't see a problem in it. Oh, there's the stare from Paul O'Keefe. I want see the woman in the back with the 3 buttons. Who is she? Now they're saying hi to everybody. But she was sitting there. Y'all. So y'all like this view as well? I didn't realize how tall my bun was on my head. Yeah, Norfolk instead of Norfolk or Norfolk or Norfolk, it's Norfolk. That's how he says it, Norfolk. Norfolk County. That's the deputy. Bingo! Yay! You got a bingo. Oh, that was bad. They caught her itching her nose. And it's a big nose. The nose knows. You know, everybody gives the mom a hard time. You guys, being the mother or the spouse of somebody who's going through what she's going through is a living nightmare, and I can't judge. I've been there. I can't judge. My ex-mother-in-law was there. I did judge. Should I have judged? Sometimes, but not all the time. You all sort of messed up. It's near Boston, yeah. Sidebar. You know. Anyway. I never know whether to keep it on this or put it on that. I can always put up Animal Crossing. I like playing Animal Crossing. Carrie shouldn't have been included in the cover-up, but she became a part of it. Whether she wanted to be or not. And that's one thing I hate about cover-ups, because sometimes it involves people that should not be a part of it. We're going to take a short break. Get going. Now we're all caught up. I feel so bad for the mom. She had a parent worst nightmare happen. Yeah. Then once now she's get the camera in her face anytime there's a sidebar. Yeah, I got it. I don't disagree. But at the same time, it's just a matter of placement. It's not being picky. The camera faces that direction, period. I was following another feed, and unfortunately, I didn't like their captioning or the inability to caption. So that's why I'm using this feed but that feed has 2 angles set up. So far, I think Jennifer McCabe has done a much better job this time around than she did the last time around. She's not spewing venom like she was the last time. I mean, she was spewing venom. We understand that many of us have our own opinions, so I want to thank everyone for being respectful to each other. Thank all of you for being here with us. I agree 100%, and I was about ready to go there. Ronnie, you read my mind. Thank you so very much. Yes, I welcome everybody's opinion as long as you're respectful. We can agree to disagree, and I'm okay with that. No problem with that. And I understand people flip-flopping because especially if you've not followed it like some of us have. When I saw this the first time, I was like an alternate juror. That's what I was calling myself because I didn't know the other one existed. And I saw this case cold. I knew nothing about the case. The only thing I knew about the case is that Karen Reed was accused of backing up and hitting John while she was drunk and killed him. And I thought worst case, involuntary manslaughter, intoxication type thing. But when I came into this trial, like I said, I got my lip. The very first time, I knew nothing. And at the end of that trial, it was not guilty. Probably cell phone video and saw how horrible she was. Yeah. Yep. She did. 2:27 p.m. yesterday. I saw that. Well, News Junkie, if you feel this is a safe place, please encourage other people to come here. Now, if they start giving us hell and not being respectful, they will be booted. But if you know people, share it with them. Let them know this is a safe place. This channel is going to turn a year old in about a month. Well, officially a year old. It's already turned a year old from my first video. But when I declared it a business, basically, and I went and became monetized is when I'm declaring my 1-year anniversary. So we are trying to grow this channel, and we've kind of hit every time we grow, sometimes I'll do a live when we grow by 15, 20 subscriptions, and then YouTube takes a few. So on this case is very flippy floppy. LOL. I'm all over the place. I get that, Gabby. I liked. Thank you so much. Yes, please share. And I do like to give things away and try and make things fun. And thanks to Miss June. Let's have a look at that beautiful. Where is it? There we go. Bingo card. Let's do this and get it more there. All right. So let me get it where I can see it. So far, I have Karen out of control. That's not true. I said it. Carrie Roberts, she said it. Could I hit him? Did I hit him? Yep. She said it. Ask for the strike. They did. Ambulance was mentioned. Mute on or off. I guess that's within the court. If not, I have. Did I hit him? Did you say that? In my humble opinion, not true. Waterfall bar. It was mentioned. Jury's disregard was mentioned. Judge Canoni's lien was there. I said, was your member better now than, Jen, thank you, an ambulance. So if there's anything in here I have missed, let me know. I will gladly fix it for you. Gladly fix it for you. I will. I shall. I promise, honey. Thank you so much, Miss June, for the gifted memberships. All right. Iana, you received a membership. Haley Mouse, you received a membership. Sweet Magnolia, Golden Girl, Pinky, and Brain all received memberships. I don't remember Pinky and Brain. Remember Golden Girl. All of y'all received memberships. Oh, Sweet Magnolia, thank you for being here. I know, but they did mute a couple of times in the actual court. I was being facetious. Again, June, thank you so much. And guys, I didn't do it, but I said I was going to stop the super chats unless you were a member. I mean, stop posting comments unless you were a member of the channel. Because we do, for some reason, it would be wonderful if we got more super chats because that pays the internet bill, which is due today. Ooh, I got to remind my son. Okay, so I got to remind my son. Don't forget you have to pay the internet bill. I don't want to be cut off. LOL, I'm giving him hell. And also, Haley Mouse, just know if you lose feed, it wasn't because I cut it off. I was joking. They're not going to cut me off. But the big thing is that we are supposed to have internet outages in this area for servicing. So if all of a sudden you lose me, we'll get it back on. Thank you so much for the gifted memberships, y'all. That is amazing. Cowgirl, you're here. Woohoo! Oh my gosh, we have 19. Yeah, well, they started the trial, so that was mutt at the very beginning. They mudded now. All of you guys, thank you so much for joining us and watching. Please share it. And don't forget to love on us. Got to keep that internet bill going. Oh, it's like Magnolia liked. We got a bunch of likes. How many likes do we have? We have 11 likes. Well, 11 I liked in comments. We have 3 people who have shared and said, I shared. And then we also have bingos going on. So for those of you who don't know, at the top of the my YouTube chat, you can find the link to the bingo card. Here is the bingo card. If you click on the link, it'll give you a card. Go to help. Go here to receive a random new card. Click on that to get a different card. Sometimes a lot of us get the same one. So by doing that, it will give you a random card. It's the same content. It just moves it around a little bit. So we still have the proverbial fan. Make sure your gifted memberships are turned on so you have the chance to receive the gifted memberships. They are selected randomly. So your membership is gifted by somebody like Miss Wonderful June. Thank you so much for those gifted memberships. You are amazing. We are trying to June will be membership drive month. Because that's a month, I think at the end of June or early July, I have to double check is when we became monetized. So we will be doing a membership thing. Next month is a subscription. May is subscription month. I will be doing an extra giveaway for all those who've subscribed. So please share this channel. That way people can subscribe. All right, guys. Yay, June. Everybody. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So right now, the only thing I can see in her testimony that I'm on cross would be the conversations that she had with Carrie Roberts about the case, meaning they've been talking about the case and that taints their testimony. I feel it was very interesting how the prosecution came in today and corrected the testimony errors that Jennifer McCabe made yesterday. All the ones that we fussed about and we nailed to the wall that we said, impeachment was dealt with on her opening questioning by the prosecution. They will come back and continue to correct anything that they see on redirect. Sorry, guys. My legs are getting cold. They're further from the light. Upper body is warm, lower body cold. So with that, y'all need to put in bingo with that because I say it a lot. I apologize if it bothers anybody. So with that, I'm kidding. The thing that got me in today's testimony is I don't like it. If I was sitting as a juror, I would not like. You're talking about the month and not me and the membership. Yes, I was saying, hey, June is membership drive. But yes, they are friends, and that is normal to talk about. No way I wouldn't talk to my friend about it if it was me. I understand they had a joint shared experience, so I expect them to talk. What bothers me is, how do I put it? It was just the way she answered, I guess, is what bothered me. Not so much that they talked. One thing, so we're going to get to the lawyers and her talking. So, if I'm sitting in a jury, and by the way, I have gone and watched a lot of courts in our community and over the years, and I don't know anything about the trial. I just love to go watch. And I encourage y'all to do that. If there's something in your local community, you can go watch, unless it's a minor thing and they've closed the court. But when an attorney starts going over testimony from the day before and is trying to clarify the testimony like they did today, that gives me pause to question. Because last trial, Jen said something. I got to go back and find it. And during a break, the prosecution spoke to her, and they went and came back from the break. They fixed the error, and the defense jumped all over that because that's a huge no-no. And the fact that she said that they did not go over her testimony, y'all, every lawyer preps their witnesses. Maybe not the lawyer itself. Somebody on the lawyer team will prep a witness, tell them what to expect. They may not ask them the exact questions they're going to ask in trial, but every time I've testified, and I've testified in excess of 10 times, they've always said, okay, let's sit down. This is what it's like when prosecution. This is how the defense. They will sit there and ask questions. They will try and rile you. They're going to test your resolve. They're going to test how you answer. They're going to test a lot. So for them to say they never went over any of the testimony, to me, is a lie. And I don't appreciate it because they do. There it is. They do go over testimony. The other thing that brought up today that kind of got my attention. Oh, we were going to say about, it was that part, talking about testimony and lawyers. To me, I rather hear someone, didn't mean to do that. I rather hear someone say, yes, we went through what it's like to go through testifying. But specific questions they're asking now, no, we did not have. But did they tell me they're going to ask some basic questions about who I am, where I was born, or whatever? And then they're going to go through and, yes, you practice. Because the prosecution will do the same to the defense. Here's the key. If you heard him ask, did they take any notes? They can't. And that's where he's getting at. It's not so much that they prepped her per se, but it's more about, did they take any notes? He's trying to see, because some of the times they will. My attorney took notes. I was shocked about it now that I know that they're not supposed to. If they take notes, they have to hand the notes over to the prosecution. That's discovery. And I think that's what he was trying to get to. In all honesty, I think that it's not so much that she was talked to and they talked about her coming in and testifying. It's more about the fact that, did they take the notes? If they did they're going to go over to sidebar and they're going to say, where the hell are the notes? You took notes. You're supposed to give us discovery. Hi, Maddie. Addie, your comment on muted on the bingo card. Yeah. That's what I just said. So they're trying to get to the point to say, okay, so you had a 3-hour meeting. Yeah. And what did you talk about? Okay. There's some things you can't do. There's some things you can. But then they go, did they take notes? Yeah, they took, no, I have seen that before where they'll sit there and they're just talking about, oh, so what did you talk about? And yeah, so one lawyer did this in a court case here. They go, so where is Mr. Edwin's notes? What do you mean? He took notes, right? And they go, yeah, he took notes. Bam, nailed them because they didn't turn it over in discovery. So it's just their way to getting to the notes. They have to set it up. They just can't just hit them with it and say, so did your lawyer take notes in the meeting? Then there's going to be an objection. Do you know what I'm noticing is driving me crazy as I've lost weight? This is going whoop, whoop, and this one goes whoop, whoop. I'm like, can we just kind of balance this out a little bit? I'm getting that chin like that astronaut got. The note should be in evidence. So if they can get the person on the stand to confess that there were notes, then that's a big deal. Jen's testimony has been altered. If you look back at the original testimony, which I don't suggest you do until she's off the stand, especially if you did not listen to the first trial, her testimony is altered. Her behavior is highly altered. So that would also show that she was prepped. They practiced. They talked to her. It wasn't that she just went and watched the video and decided to change her behavior herself. Yep. They can ask Jen who took notes. Mr. What was his name? Lolly. So Mr. Lolly took notes, right? And she would have gone, yeah. Well, where are they? Did you take notes? Yeah. Where are they? See, her notes would be taken too. Sustained is blanket, meaning you can't answer that, can't ask that. I agree with the defense. Sustained means I agree with the defense. Sustained to form means I agree that you can ask where you're going in questioning, but the form of the question that you're asking, I agree with the defense. So basically, it's like the judge saying, ask it another way. Sustained to form means ask it a different way, because he can be asking the question in a very leading format. And they go, objection. And the judge is like, I agree with the objection, you're leading, but I'm objecting to the form of the question, not the question itself. No, right now, I think she's being very likable. I see some of her old traits kind of popping in a little bit. This time, she's being a lot more likable. Now, if you were to look at her old testimony, she won't likable because she's like, Jen! She's so, she was very venomous last time. This time, and once again, it's been another year. She's, I don't know if she's had therapy or what. Foundation, that's true. The foundation. Sometimes they have to lay a foundation and they haven't laid that foundation. There's many places that they can say sustained to form. I was just giving one example. But News Junkie is correct. She is correct. So, yep. Oh man. So I gotta check my Discord, make sure I don't have any new announcements, and I got new member chat. What is it? Oh, let me put this up and share this. This is why we are kind of on Jen because if you, I'm going to have to go to window there, share. That is why she is not making these faces that she made last time. She was very animated and very, very vicious, and she's not making those faces anymore. She's a lot calmer, a lot more presentable, and we can appreciate that. Yeah, she has very much changed in her tone. I said to my husband, either she was coached or she hired her own jury consultant to tell her what they will like. I agree 100%. I think she will start getting snippy during cross. She's really trying to stay calm. I've noticed this. You know what? There's a possibility, and I don't know this for sure, but it is not uncommon with the position she's in. She may have hired her own individual attorney. Just saying, y'all. She may have hired her own attorney. Ada lives. Okay, that's that. Okay. I had brought something up in, where is it? Was it? Oh yeah, I want to hear this. I want to read this about the body and hypothermia. The body doesn't have a specific blood thickening point in response to cold temperatures, but prolonged exposure can cause hypothermia. And this is something that people don't realize. Send a voicemail. Sorry, I don't know who you are, and I don't have my phone number link. The Bible study, honey. Oh. But what I did, come on, cooperate. There we go. So hypothermia, where the body core temperature drops significantly while the blood itself thickens in a way that directly affects the ability to clot. Cold weather can increase blood pressure, reduce the circulation, potentially impacting the cardiovascular health. Hypothermia is a prolonged exposure to the cold leading to hypothermia where the body core temperature drops below 95 degrees or 35 Celsius. It can cause confusion, slurred speech, and even loss of consciousness. Now, if he was out there when Karen Reed left, say if it's true that she hit him and he laid there from 12:45-ish, I'm going to ballpark it, till almost 6 o'clock in the morning, that man would have been a popsicle. Let's keep reading. Blood pressure. Cold temperatures can cause the blood vessels to narrow, increasing blood pressure. This can put an extra strain on the heart and the blood vessels, especially for individuals with pre-existing heart conditions he did not have, that we know of. Then, with the exposure to cold, the body stunts blood away from the extremities, hands and feet, and towards the core to conserve the heat. This can reduce circulation in the extremities and increase the risk of frostbite. Okay. The nose is also one of the number one places, and the ears to get frostbite. And they said when they rolled him over, he had blood come out. Well, that doesn't make sense because the blood by that time has pulled as much as possible to the core. And you remember one of the ambulance drivers said his hands in the old trial, sorry guys, spoiler, it was hard to get his clothes off because his hands were stiff. And he was covered in the snow. Now, understand, if he was there even an hour, he would have been covered. Because you see how much snow was falling? How did the rest of her testimony compare to the last time, guys? There's changes. So, with the exposed, reduced circulation, when exposed to cold, the body, I redid that. Blood clotting. While the cold itself doesn't directly thicken the blood, it can alter the way the blood clots. And in some cases, cold weather can make the blood more prone to clotting, potentially increase the risk of heart attack or stroke. With the cold temperatures, slowing the heart rate, the blood being pulled more to the core of the body, hence why the outer extremities, toes, fingers, nose, ears are the first to frostbite. With that, for the chances of them rolling him over and a bunch of blood coming out is most likely not going to happen. I'm not a doctor. I'm going by what I read and my experiences. I can say most likely, not to say it doesn't. However, if his face is covered in snow and there's any blood in here, that blood will, it's not going to just pour out as if his temperature was at 98 degrees and you hit him and it flows. Haley Mouse, one thing I caught off the bat was that she said when Karen called her, she told her her tail light was cracked. That was a big change. Last year, she said the tail light was cracked, was noticed at John's house. Exactly. That is where she said that she told that Karen, when they got out of the car, she took him to the back and look, when did this happen? And that's when Karen probably started trying to go, oh my gosh, was I drinking so much? Oh my gosh. Did I? Could I? Is it possible? I got to get my camera. It's low. Is it possible? I could see that happening. But on the phone, this time, she said it. And the other thing she said about the taillight, which really gets me conflicted, is the fact that this is the first time Jen has said, oh, well, when I noticed, when I looked at it, I noticed it had a broken piece sticking out, and I thought it was I was concerned about it snagging someone's coat or sweater. What? That's exactly what Carrie Roberts said, and that was never brought up in trial last time, as far as my memory goes. I looked in my notes. Nowhere did either one of them bring that up in trial. Just saying. Just saying. It was never, ever brought up in trial last time. And that comment, I would believe, if that actually was said, then I believe that comment, if that was actually said, that comment would have been brought up in last trial. So that's what I mean by the fact that there is, never heard that one before. Yeah, that's what I mean when I feel like there has been some changing of testimony. And the fact that the girls, Jen and Carrie Roberts, have continued to maintain a friendship and continue to discuss this case can hurt them in the eyes of the jury. Not that it's wrong that you do it, but here's the thing. After the trial, if I was Jennifer and I was asked that question, this would have been my answer. Up until the end of the first trial, we were instructed not to, so we didn't discuss it. After the trial was over and before this new trial was filed, we did. And then when we were instructed by the attorneys to not talk about it anymore or at all from that point forward, we ceased speaking of it. That to me would have been more of a logical, reasonable answer that I as a juror would accept. Tom, Betty, I don't remember that comment in her last trial either. And I was very specific about writing names down. So is Tom, let me see, is Tom on the witness list this time around? Oh, wait, I got it pulled up on the computer. I don't need to pull the books. Let me get the computer one up. Oh, no, that's not what I want. I want Excel. I'm going to drop that. Give me Excel. Jennifer McCabe is day 8, 9. I'm pulling it up. It's here. Yes, Thomas Betty is on the witness list. Oh, thank you. Yeah, thank you. So this year he is on the witness. Doesn't mean he'll be called. Right now, we are on witness number, not 8 and 9. We're on witness number 8. I got to grab that door real quick. Let me see. Oh, I forgot to turn on lights. I'll be right back. I got to turn all my lights on. I forgot. Y'all, take a quick restroom break. Everybody take a good stretch, and we'll return in a minute. Huh? Okay, baby. Come here. You got a phone call? Okay. Oh, you're hyperextended your knee. Hold on, guys. I am digging it. My hair is driving me. Oh, there we go. That feels better. I feel like I got a cat hair in my nose. Yes, that was something to, let's see. Yesterday, she also mentioned calling her sister. She did again today. But this morning, Brendan asked her about it, and Jen changed her answer and said that she called her sister the night of the event. Yep. Yes, Tom is on the witness list. He's a friend of John O'Keefe. Had to look him up. Thanks. I understand what it means to situation objection, but I wasn't sure if I got the bingo card or if that was specifically sustained and formed any objection. Or is it sustained is okay. I'm sorry. But do you know what? That was a good question because a lot of people don't know the difference. So let me look at my bingo card. Now I got to pull up my card. Did they bring up Canton Fire yet? I thought they did when they talked about moving, but I wasn't sure. When they were transporting, that was maybe EMS. Rumors are saying that the real reason she called Betty is because Colin had text his daughter that night looking for a ride after 12:10, alibi to Jennifer. Want to coerce Tom into changing his and his daughter's story. Ooh, that's an interesting point. So, the only things that I have left to open on my card are sustained to form. So sustained, yes, she said that. Hospital, I don't remember if she said hospital yet. Canton Fire Department, I don't remember if they said that yet. Don't know. That's just a rumor. I don't understand. I think she said, I don't understand. There was a question she didn't understand. The Jeep definitely haven't come. Nothing further. Yes, that came up when when prosecution rest. Are those your words? I don't think I've heard that. Are you changing your testimony? We will get to that. I haven't heard any of those, but I got 1 bingo, 2 bingo, 3 bingos. Almost 4, almost 5. I got 4 bingo, man, but I'm not going to list my bingos because the game's for you guys. I'm just playing along. Okay. Get back to the fan. What is happening in the courtroom? I got to get I have X up somewhere. Y'all, I have so many windows up, guys. I mean, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I got 15 windows open. But I'm going to open up another one. Let's go to X. No, you're fine, Gerald. Who do we want to go see? Oh, no. Give me a name to follow because I had to close everything out and I lost them all. Ned? No. Oh, yeah, Ronnie. Ronnie, who is the person who is other than Turtle Boy that's good to watch? Because I can't. There was somebody else. Ted, that's it. I like Ted. Ted, come on, Ted. There's a private meeting in the courtroom with the Judge Canoni, the prosecution, defense, and members of the O'Keefe and Reed families. I'm told everyone else was asked to leave from the courtroom. I'll let you know if we learn about it. Oh my gosh. Jackson asked Miss McCabe about her 4 to 5 meetings with the prosecution team prior to testifying. AJ, was there any discussions about crafting your testimony in any way to suggest a softer approach? Well, yes, there was. Yeah. That maybe should be on a bingo card. Hell yeah. McCabe says she didn't mention KR's taillight in her first meeting with Trooper Proctor and Butnick. Jim McCabe, I had another conversation with them a few hours later. I'm not sure if they called me or if I called them. So HB, you know what generally the content was. So we have something going on in the courtroom. Oh, was there any word why the judge was having a Zoom calls with a witness in between direct and cross? That seems suspicious. Wow. Well, do you know one thing it could be? It could be the negative body language that could be being exhibited by the family members. Because, they are directly across from the jury, especially the O'Keefe family. Especially. Olivia, what's Olivia's last name? Because there's about 30 Olivias in here. Ronnie, I'll keep them up on the background. But maybe that is why. Chingasos? Is that how you say that? I may be saying it. I'm probably butchering it. I'm probably butchering. I got flyaways everywhere. I washed my hair last night and I slept on it and it woke up and it was like, it was all over the place. My little computer cleaning thing. Uh-oh, they're coming back.
Sidebar, please.
Sidebar. They did another sidebar. Where's Aiden? He's not in there. He's not in the pool. Wait a minute. We have a total rearrangement of everybody. What? Where's the lady with the buttons? Oh, there she is. Boy, everybody's rearranged. Now they moved. Oh, this is interesting. Paul O'Keefe has never sat next to his mother, ever. He was in court yesterday. I just didn't see him. Now they put him over here. Why? Oh, yes, Mr. O'Keefe was in court yesterday. I was thinking Aiden Kearney, but he's not today. Grounds for what? Oh, I got it right. Well, living in San Antonio for so many years can help you. No. Maybe Jen and Karen got into the chingos. No. Chingazos. Chingazos? What is chingazos? What is that? I don't know Spanish. I can copy the accent a little bit, but I don't know it. There are 2 reasons for TB not to be in court. Oh, yes, Jim McCabe. That I knew. That's right. I forgot. Y'all, we got to keep up and find out what happened with TB. Ronnie, can you give me the Olivia's other name so I can pull her up?
Thank you for your patience. Sometimes there are matters that we need to address, and that's what happened here. So I appreciate your patience. Mr. Jackson, could we please have Ms. McCabe back in here?
Somebody ironed the curtains? Have they been ironed? I think they were ironed. Or the curtains were ironed. Somebody's watching all of us. I'm not kidding. I wonder who she has assigned to watch all of us. Well, they wouldn't watch me. I'm nowhere near it, but some of the bigger channels, because the curtains have been pressed to some point, because those wrinkles are too deep for them to not have come out on their own.
All right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Huh. All right, we're back.
When last we left off, we were talking a little bit about some of the familial connections that your family has with certain law enforcement agencies. We talked about Boston Police Department, obviously, Brian Albert. We talked a little bit about Massachusetts State Police and knowing friends of friends with regard to Chris and Julie, correct?
Oh, a fight. I'll have to learn
Knowing
that
friends of Chris and Julie.
Friends of friends of Chris and Julie.
Is that your relationship?
With who?
I'd asked you about. I'll ask you a different question.
Okay.
A little bit vague. Courtney Proctor is friends with Julie's sister,
Yes.
and obviously knows Courtney also knows Julie and Chris, correct?
Sustained.
And there's also a connection to Canton Police Department through Kevin Albert. Is that right?
Object.
Can you answer that? Is there a connection? Do you have a connection with the Canton Police Department through Kevin Albert?
Not with the police department, but Kevin Albert is Brian Albert's brother,
Right. And Kevin works for whom?
the Canton Police.
Thank you. So you've been interviewed many times by different law enforcement agencies, be they Massachusetts State Police, Canton Police, or otherwise, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Those interviews have not just been over the period of weeks, it's been over the period of weeks and months and even years since this occurred, correct?
Yes.
You were contacted by another law enforcement agency that was not Massachusetts State Police and not Canton Police Department at one point in April.
Come on, man. I grew up in San Antonio. I lived in the barrios for a little poquito time. Every night I went to sleep with yes, Tejano music screaming at the neighbor's
April
house.
of 2023. Do you remember that?
So cultural.
Yes.
I want to talk for a
Beautiful.
second about that series of interview or that interview. You were contacted at your residence by these members of this law enforcement agency, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, I know.
Later that same day, you did sit down with those same law enforcement officers for a formal interview.
On that,
On that same day that you were contacted by them, they also went into your home and actually interviewed you, correct?
yes, it was brief.
All right. Those law enforcement officers identified themselves as being associated with an agency that is not Massachusetts State Police. You understood that.
Yes.
And you understood that they were not involved with Canton Police Department either, correct? Completely separate
FBI.
agency, is that right?
Yes.
During the course of that interview, those officers informed you very specifically, Ms. McCabe, that it is a crime to lie to them, even during an interview, correct?
Yes.
Uh-oh. We're going
Those
somewhere.
law enforcement officers informed you that they were investigating certain circumstances attendant to John O'Keefe's death, correct?
They were very vague on what they were.
Understood.
I don't know what they were.
Wonder where this
investigating.
train
But you
is
did
going to
understand
land.
that it was having something to do with your involvement at 34 Fairview on January 28th, 29th, 2022,
Objection.
as a witness or otherwise.
Objection.
Sustained as to certain terminologies.
Sure. Let me see if I can rephrase that.
He's laying the
Mr.
path
McCabe. You
of
were
a
aware
setup.
of the subject matter
Impeachment coming.
of their interview, right? They weren't interviewing about a car you bought last year, correct?
Correct.
They were interviewing you about, basically, about what you're testifying to here, correct?
When I first spoke with them, the conversation was pretty vague.
But the subject matter, vague or specific, was about this subject matter.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. They first contacted you telephonically, called you on the phone. Is that right?
Telephonically? That wasn't on the bingo
Actually,
card.
They walked up to my car.
They walked up to your car.
Yes.
Okay, that was the very first introduction, correct?
Yes.
At that point,
That's
they had
normally the
not
way-
identified themselves.
Y'all, that's normally the way it's done. You don't know anything until they walk up and go, yeah. That was
They
a good
didn't
freeze.
know.
All right, and at that point, you told them that you were not Jennifer McCabe. They asked you who you were, and you said, I'm Nicole.
I thought they were like selling something. So I was like, oh, no, I'm not the homeowner.
Fair enough, fair enough. However, after they said,
Bull crap.
sorry, after you said, I'm not
You know,
Jennifer
by the way,
McCabe,
they're
you
dressed,
walked
they're
to the house.
feds.
They then called you on the phone.
Yes.
They were
Correct.
still sitting outside your house.
I don't know where.
I'm trying
They
to
were,
catch
but
her
they
in
did
a
call
really
me.
good
They
one.
were
That was a
close
good
by.
pause.
I'm not aware.
Well, the call came almost immediately after you walked back in the
That's
house,
okay.
correct?
I'm not sure how much time had passed.
Give me an idea. It wasn't an hour. It was
No, it was
5 or 10
soon
minutes.
after. I'm just not sure. I can't tell you where they were located. I'm sorry.
okay. They told you that they would, at that point, they identified themselves as being law enforcement agents, correct?
When they called me, yes.
And they told you at that time that they were not with Canton, you knew at least they were not with Canton Police Department. They were not troopers with Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Yes.
Who were they?
And they told you that they would like to have an interview with you. They'd like to have a sit down talk with you, correct?
Yes.
And who were
You
they?
told them that you would be willing to submit to an interview, but you needed about 10 minutes to get ready, correct?
Yes.
And who were they?
You ultimately
Get her to
did allow
say it.
them into your home, and you did sit down for a formal interview with them, correct?
Yes. Brief, but yes.
And it was during that
With the
formal
brief.
interview inside the home that it was explained to you that it would be a crime for you to lie to them on any material issue, correct?
Yes.
So what did you lie about? Come on, spit it out, Jackson.
During the course of your interview,
getting
your husband,
excited.
Matt
My
McCabe,
apologies.
came home. Is that right?
Yes.
As these law enforcement agents continue to question you,
I
law
know.
enforcement officers continue to question you
know.
at some point. You
I
inform
just want her to slip up. I just want her to accidentally get it out there just so we can go, yes, it's out there. But it ain't going to be.
them that you did not feel comfortable with any further
Yeah,
questioning.
get the
You
popcorn
suspended
now.
the interview, correct?
Yes.
Before leaving, however, those same law enforcement officers asked you if you had contacted anyone in those 10 minutes when you indicated, I need 10 minutes to get ready, between the time they called you and the time that they showed up and came inside your house.
Okay, real quick. The victim's family was laughing and extra expressive. So the judge most likely was reminding them to stop it.
Correct?
Yes.
You told them that you had contacted your husband, Matt McCabe,
Yes.
which is why he came home, right?
Yes.
And you told them that you had called Carrie Roberts before they interviewed you, correct? At that moment.
I'm not 100% sure, but if you have it,
Can we
it
run?
seems like something
Bingo,
I would do, but if you
Erin!
have
Yay.
it, could show me.
Absolutely.
Mhm.
I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
First, I'm going to ask you,
Mhm.
Ms. McCabe, if you recognize that as being a report of that interview, just generally. Yes or no?
It appears to be, yes.
May I approach the witness stand and stand by the witness stand for a couple of questions?
Yes.
I can have that.
Sure.
I want to direct your attention, if I may,
Okay, here it is.
for court and counsel, page 3 of 4, starting with the second to the last full paragraph, going into page 5, top full. I'm sorry, page 4, top full paragraph.
Okay.
You could review those two.
She should be
paragraphs,
getting
read
nervous
yourself
right about
to
now.
yourself, and then look up and let me know when you're finished.
Wonderful, Aaron. Put bingo in 2 more times in your comments, or if you already have, then don't add any more. Body language, yep. Tomorrow's card is going to be a bit harder. And who's testifying? Really? Recycle your card. Recycle your card. Yeah, we've had a Fortian slip with what? Gabby, thanks for that in Discord. Yes, we did have another Fortian slip where she said story instead of testimony. Trying to find this Olivia person, Lambo. Oh, okay. That's what I wanted to see.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
So what I want to know, I need to ask my mod something later. I'm
Yes.
going to do it. God, hopefully I can remember it.
Did reviewing those paragraphs refresh your recollection as to whether or not, as to what you told those agents initially? I'm sorry, what
Yeah.
you told those officers.
She's always
initially
tan
from that
because she's
law
outside
enforcement
soccer
agency, that
sports.
about who you contacted in that 10-minute interval?
Yes, I told them.
And
Who
you
I-
told them that you had contacted.
Defender of Faith,
your
thank
husband, Mike McCabe,
you.
Yes,
And Carrie Roberts.
correct.
I want to stick with that for just a quick second. One of the first calls you made after being contacted by these other law enforcement officers from a different agency, one of the first calls you made was to Carrie Roberts. Is that right?
She was the first one.
That's what I'm asking. One of the first 2 calls you made, your husband,
Right.
come home, there's law enforcement outside my door, I'm guessing is what you said, correct?
I don't remember my exact words now, but I did ask him to come home, correct?
And
Yes.
Carrie Roberts.
Okay, yes,
You wanted to let Miss Roberts know that you had been contacted by certain officers from a different agency, correct?
I was curious if they had already been to her.
That was
Because-
that was my next
Oh,
question.
yeah.
You also wanted to find out had these law enforcement officers from this different agency contacted her, correct?
Yes, because typically if
I
you
just
enter
asked
our
yes or no.
town, she's,
Ms. McCabe, yes or no?
oh, sorry, I was just trying to
That's okay.
explain. I'm sorry.
Is that why you contacted her, to find out if in fact they had contacted her before you? Yes or no?
Yes.
And you also wanted to find out what she told them, if she had been contacted by them, correct? That was your motive in calling her.
No.
So you just wanted to find out, had she been contacted? But if
Yes.
she had said yes, you weren't going to say, and what the hell did they say? What did they ask you?
Well, I can't say what I would have answered, what I would have asked her, but I know I was calling to see if they had been there. Yes,
That
is
was your
correct.
that was your intent.
I called to ask her if they had been there. Yes.
So that was your intent. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Your motive in calling Carrie Roberts at that moment before your interview was to ensure that your story would line up with her story, Ms. McCabe. Isn't that right?
No, that is not.
You wanted to find out if she had talked to these particular law enforcement officers and what she had told them, so that your story could somehow align, or it could inform how you responded to questions that they asked you. Isn't that true?
That's not true. We both know what happened. We don't have to have a story. There is no story. There's what happened, and that's it.
So if that's true, Ms. McCabe,
Mhm.
you have no reason to call Carrie and ask her if she had been contacted by these law enforcement agents, because it's
That's true.
the truth, correct?
We're going through this whole experience together. We call each other about everything.
There would
That's
be no
nothing
reason
more than that.
So
I'm
let her
sorry.
Let her finish her answer. Go ahead, Ms. McCabe, you can finish that.
There's nothing more than me calling and saying, hey, did they come to your house? That's what we did when the media showed up, when Miss Reed's private investigator showed up. We just give each other the heads up, hey, somebody's coming, because we're just like normal moms. We're not used to this.
And that's helpful.
Oh, but you're
in making
loving it.
sure that the stories she tells are consistent with the stories you tell.
So
Different law
are you changing your testimony now?
No.
Is that what you're
we're
asking?
not telling stories.
So let her finish. You said no what?
I said, no, we're not telling stories. We don't have to compare.
And if in fact what we were telling you is just the truth, there would be no reason for you to inquire.
Okay, we'll do it in break.
Contacted her when. There'd be no reason.
There's no inquiring. It's like when when the ice cream truck was at the street next door and I'm saying, did the ice cream truck come? It's really that simple.
So you asked a question,
That was on ice cream truck.
an argumentative question, and she responded in kind. Next question. Mr.
Thank you.
Jackson.
She did not respond in kind. Yeah, she did. She argued back.
You also testified in your direct examination, staying with Ms. Roberts for just a second, about a timeline that you and Ms. Roberts put together.
Ronnie, go
Correct?
to Discord, please.
That's another example of the two of you talking about your own perceptions and comparing and contrasting those perceptions and putting it down on paper, correct?
No,
Is that yes or no?
it's a no. Can I explain or no?
I'm sure Mr. Brennan will have follow-up questions. After you gave that answer
You
to
think?
law enforcement officers at that separate law enforcement agency, they asked you, was there anyone else that you contacted in that 10-minute period before we got a chance to talk to you? And your answer was no, correct?
Correct.
And that was a lie, correct?
It wasn't a lie. No.
Was it true?
I had,
Was it
No,
truth or lie?
because
it wasn't a lie.
Auntie Bev won't let them say FBI.
Okay, so it was the truth.
We'll taint
You
the
had
jury.
not spoken to any other person between the time they contacted you telephonically and you said, I need 10 minutes. And then they came in the door. During that arc of time, you didn't talk to anybody else or contact anybody else other than Matt McCabe, Carrie Roberts. Now you're testifying that was a true statement. Yes or no, ma'am?
I can't answer that yes or no.
It's pretty binary. Had you talked, well, let me ask you this. In point of fact, you did talk to other people. You contacted others in addition to Matt McCabe and Carrie Roberts, correct? Yes or no?
Yes, I did.
2 people in that 10
So if
minutes.
you said no to the answer. Did you contact anyone other than Matt and Carrie? That would be, by definition, Ms. McCabe, a
It's her
lie,
kingdom.
correct?
No.
It's not a lie? Is there some shade of lie that I'm not aware of?
It's the way you're asking the question. If I
Okay, let
could
me ask it a different
explain,
way.
if I could explain,
Let me ask it
it
a
will
different
make
way.
more sense to you.
No, no, Carrie. The FBI, the other legal agency, and I think the jury will figure this out, asked you, had you talked to anybody since we last talked 10 minutes ago? And you said, nope, didn't talk to anybody. But in fact, you've talked to at least 2 people. There is no, well, I didn't speak, but I signed in sign language. That's not speaking. That's signing. That you're playing on words, boo. It's not going to work.
The agents asked you, I'm going to go over this one more time, then I'm going to move on. The agents asked you, in fact, did you contact anyone between the time we called you and set up the interview and the 10 minutes before we walked in the door? They asked you that question, correct?
The objection
Yes.
is sustained. Watch the choice of language.
I'm sorry. I'm
Ooh,
I meant the law enforcement
Auntie Bev
agency.
is like, I'm watching you.
That law enforcement agency, the members of that law enforcement agency contacted you. Sorry, they asked you who you had contacted between the time they first telephoned you and walked in the door 10 minutes later, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Data point number 1. Data point number 2, you told them Matt and Carrie, correct?
Correct.
You had actually contacted, they then asked you, did you contact anyone else other than Matt and Carrie, correct?
Correct.
And you said no. Is that correct?
At that moment, I said no. Yes.
Correct. At that, or any moment.
No, at that moment,
That's a,
because they
you
just came
lie,
in my house.
Lucy.
Only one person can talk at a time.
You lie, Lucy.
The word no.
She
Correct.
was finishing her answer. Finishing her.
I had said no because I was in a situation where there are 2 officers from a different agent had come in, were asking me questions, or they had said, can I come in and ask you questions? At first, I thought they were selling something. Then they identified themselves. I just dropped my kids off at school. Going to be completely honest. I hadn't brushed my teeth. So I kind of made some phone
Objection, Your Honor.
calls.
This is
That's
non-responsive.
so. Next question. Mr.
Thank you.
Jackson.
Ms. McCabe,
Mhm.
after you said no,
You realized you were in deep doo-doo, so you got them
hadn't
out the
contacted
door.
anybody else.
Mhm.
All right,
Those
honey.
2 law enforcement officers from that separate agency who had told you it was a crime to lie to them, they left, correct?
Yes.
Subsequent to that, Mr.
Thank
McCabe,
you, Aaron.
Objection.
Sustained.
they left you their card so you could call them if need be, correct?
Yes, they did.
And you in fact did call them back, correct?
Yes, I did.
Without telling me the content of the conversation.
Okay, now she's getting back into her old attitude. Oh, there's another good phrase. I did that in case someone wanted to screenshot. She's getting back into her old form of testifying. She's getting back to that. Anytime she really wants to make sure that the jury believes her, she does that little side gig over to the jury. Just saying.
Conversation you had, did you have a conversation with Mr. McCabe?
Objection.
Sustained.
Whom did you have a
Hold it
conversation
back.
with?
And say, I'm calling you back because my husband told me
Objection.
that I lied to you and
There's
I
an
better
objection.
clear that lie up.
So sustained. Jurors, remember I told you before that only answers to questions are evidence? Be mindful of that.
May we
Oh,
Yes.
Auntie Bev! What the hell? No, no, no. She gets this. She got that. Auntie Bev. I'm sorry, guys. Sometimes I get a little excited. Yay, bingo! Y'all, if we were just joining us in YouTube, you don't know what's going on. If you look in the comments at the very top in the white, it's pinned. Click that link. You too can get a bingo card, and we're going to go over it real quick. We have sustained a form. I don't understand. Karen, out of control. That's not true. Carrie Roberts, could I have hit him? Ask for strike. Nothing further. Mute on or off. Didn't hit him. Did you say that? Are you changing your testimony? In my humble opinion, I am HO. I'm a hoe. Memory better now than then. Ambulance. Judge Canoni lean. Jurors disregard. Waterfall bar and not true. Now understand this is whether I say it or they say it in court. It goes, if it's said in my stream, me or court, then you can get a bingo. You can get a bingo. So, you lied to Ellie. That's right, they did. Paul was forced to sit by the wife and his mom. I know. I can get a little excited. I'm sorry, guys. You know, yesterday I got seriously excited. I was screaming, yay, bingo, Jesse. Congratulations, Jesse. You got a bingo. You got 2. Yay. Congratulations. At the end of trial, for all those who played bingo and get the drawing from today, will be entered into a gift at the end of trial. If I can let go of this, I may. I don't know, but this is a bejeweled solo cup. Thank you to one of my viewers. I got the earrings being made.
Thank you, Your Honor. You ultimately called these officers back.
I'll try. And then I'll zoom forward.
And say, I'm calling you back because my husband told me that I lied to you and I better clear that lie up.
So sustained. Jurors, remember I told you before that only answers to questions are evidence?
For years, may I?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. You ultimately called these officers back, correct?
Yes.
And you explained to them that you had been untruthful with them, correct?
I explained that I had forgotten to mention a couple of people that I had reached out to.
You had forgotten. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
You had forgotten. You remembered Matt and you remembered Carrie,
Mhm.
but you had forgotten the others that you had just contacted maybe 30 minutes before.
Yes.
There were 5 people that you contacted, weren't there?
I contacted Matt.
Let's go through them. I'm
Yeah.
just yes or no. You know the
I
number?
know 4 off the top of my head.
Okay, let's go through them.
Okay.
You contacted your husband, correct?
Yes.
You contacted Carrie Roberts, correct?
Yes.
You contacted Peggy O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
What?
Then, Ms. McCabe, you contacted the district attorney's office, correct?
My witness advocate.
The district attorney's office.
My witness advocate who works
Miss-
for the district attorney's
Thank you,
office.
Ms.
You're
McCabe.
splitting hairs, my dear.
You also left out that you contacted Brian Albert himself, correct?
Yes, my brother-in-law.
For some reason, your brother-in-law, who's the 30-year Boston police detective, correct?
Yes.
And on whose lawn John O'Keefe was found dead or dying.
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Correct?
Yes.
For some reason, you did not want these officers to know that you had communicated specifically with Brian Albert, the homeowner, just before you talked to them. Correct?
That's
No,
deceit.
incorrect.
There was some reason that was important enough for you to lie about that, even though you had been admonished that it's a crime to lie about that to those officers.
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
Incorrect. I didn't lie to them. I had forgotten who I had called.
And all of a sudden,
Yes,
you had an
that does.
epiphany
I've already
right
said
after
it.
they walked out
Does
the
that
door?
mean you're changing your testimony?
Yes.
Put it in.
Matt said, who have you spoken to?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it. It's out and not to go any further.
I do that every
McCabe,
time
I
there's
wanna
an
draw your
objection.
attention to January 28th. You had gone out drinking with your family at the Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
I went with my husband and met my sister. Yes.
And met your
Sorry about that,
met
guys.
the other family, correct? The other family members, meaning
My niece.
Matt McCabe, Nicole, Chris, Julie, Caitlin, correct?
Yes.
And I think you mentioned Tristan was there as well.
Yes.
You were later joined by Nick and Karina Kolakithis, is that right?
Yes.
Ultimately,
Oh, why,
Brian
you're
Higgins
welcome.
showed up
Yes.
and Brian Albert showed up.
Yes.
You previously indicated that Caitlin's boyfriend, Tristan, left early for whatever reason. He had errands to run or had to get to bed early for some reason. Is that right?
He left before us. Yes.
So he didn't stay through the shank of the evening.
Through the what?
The shank of the evening, through the course of the evening.
Oh, okay. Mhm.
I haven't heard that in ages. The
And
shank
ultimately,
of the
at
evening?
Waterfall, John O'Keefe and Miss Reed showed up as well.
Yes.
You didn't see
Hey,
any tension
Angela,
at
we
all
missed you.
between John O'Keefe and Karen that night, did you?
No, I didn't.
They appeared to be getting along,
Yes.
sort of a normal couple having a nice evening out together.
Yes.
Neither John nor Karen Reed appeared drunk or inebriated, out of sorts.
No, I wouldn't categorize them as drunk or inebriated.
And not
But again, I don't know what the definition of drunk is.
well, that's a fair statement. I'm
Yeah.
not asking for their BAC, but they didn't appear to be stumbling around, falling all over themselves and sloppy drunk, correct?
No.
Out of control, nothing like that.
No.
Okay. You did see Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at a high top table sort of together through the course of that evening, correct?
We were all kind of around like a long high top table.
And John O'Keefe.
Oh,
and
that
as
was
you
on
look
the
at
other
I'm gonna
bingo
use the
card, high
perspective
top.
of the video that we've seen, that camera angle that we've seen, John O'Keefe and Miss Reed were sort of further off in the corner, closer to the bar rather than to the tables, correct? Along with the Kolakithises and those, and you, as a matter of fact.
Yes. At different times, everyone was kind of moving around. I spent the majority of the time that Karen and John were there speaking with Karen.
And that was sort of over toward the bar.
We weren't in the bar. We were at the table. So it was one side of the table and the other. It wasn't
enough.
like far away.
Right.
Kind of, yeah.
I'm using the bar sort of as a landmark for not, I didn't mean you were sidled up to the bar, but just
Yeah.
sort of as a landmark. You were closer to the bar than, for instance, in the foreground, which would be the high top tables in the foreground, correct?
We were just on the other. I'm confused about this. We were just on the other side of the table.
Okay. You did see on the opposite side of that high top table, that's where Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were standing, talking and communicating with each other. Is that right?
I believe so. I was talking to Miss Reed. I wasn't really paying attention to them.
Did you ever see those two men get physical with one another that night?
I did not that night. I did not see that.
Have you ever seen a full review in all the hours that you've sort of prepped for your testimony? Have you been shown that waterfall video from the time you got there until the time you left?
Not the full video, but I have seen a good portion of it. Yes.
Okay. And you've certainly seen the portion where Brian Albert and Brian Higgins get up from the table and sort of get physical with one another, correct?
I would say more like play fighting, and Nick Kolakidis was a little bit like doing it with them as well.
Okay. So the physical part is, all I'm asking is, did they touch each other?
Yes.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, yeah, I guess. Yeah.
And you described it as play fighting, correct?
I don't, if we could watch the video, it might explain it better than I could.
We probably will.
Oh, okay.
But right now, I'm just asking about your memory. You remember them squaring off on one another, playing, but squaring off on one another,
I
correct?
don't remember them squaring off. Like I said, I just watched the video. I don't remember it from that night, and I didn't really pay attention. It looked like foolish, like guys. Just I don't even know how to describe it.
From your perspective, having watched the video,
Mhm.
it appeared that they squared off on each other and sort of took a fighting stance.
I didn't look at it that in depth, so I could not say that.
Did you see them walk up to each other and grapple with one another? Like they didn't notice punching each other.
Right.
I get that.
Mhm.
Were they grappling with one another, like faking punches to each other?
I don't know.
Almost like sparring a little bit.
I don't honestly know.
But you did see the
I
video.
saw them together. It's blurry, and they're kind of, I don't know really what they're doing.
Okay, but they weren't standing there holding hands.
Oh, God, no. No.
They weren't on their phones, right?
They were engaging with each other, playfully grabbing at each other. I don't really.
Playfully grabbing at each other, play fighting, correct? That's my point.
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Playfully grabbing at each other? Boo. You're trying to cover for people. We've seen the video. Y'all will see the video. There was no playfully grabbing at nothing.
The video to categorize it as play fighting.
You don't have that in your head?
I didn't know. It was a quick clip. I wasn't like focusing on Brian and Brian. I was just identifying that was myself in the video, and there was Miss Reed. And I believe Miss Reed actually did some play fighting to Matt.
There was, in fact, to Matt.
Yeah, I feel like she was about like this to Matt at one point. Yeah.
I don't
In the
remember
video.
seeing any
Let's
video
talk
with
about-
that. Do y'all?
Let's talk about Brian and Brian
Mhm.
Higgins and Brian Albert.
Mhm.
Those two men, very large in stature, correct?
They're big guys. Yeah.
Big boys.
Mhm.
A lot bigger than me, right?
Yeah.
They took a fighting stance with each other and started grappling, playing, coming toward each other as if they were engaging in a fake physical altercation, correct?
I did not see that. I'm sorry.
Okay.
You didn't even see it on the video.
I saw them on the video grabbing at each other. I didn't see stances but again, I didn't pay much attention to it.
And that's your best memory as you sit here today.
Yes.
Okay. Eventually, your husband, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Nicole, Caitlin, everybody went over to 34 Fairview at the end of the night,
Yes.
correct? The bar closed at, I'm guessing, midnight.
Okay.
Is that right?
I think we were wrapping up around then. I don't know what time it actually closes.
When you left Waterfall, the people that were still there included Matt, your husband, and John O'Keefe. Is that right?
Yes.
You walked out with Karina Kolakithis and Karen Reed.
Yes.
And you said to Miss Reed something along the lines of, "You're coming with me," correct?
I said, why don't you come with me?
Okay, fair enough. You were prompting her to join you for the ride over to 34 Fairview. Is that right?
Yes.
You even went outside and sort of waited in the cold. There's a video. Have you seen the video of you outside, the surveillance video of you outside in the cold?
Yes.
And you're sort of waiting there, moving from foot to foot like it's freezing out, which I'm sure it was, correct?
Yes.
In a big puffy coat of some kind, right?
So the question was, I moving foot to foot in a coat? Yes.
My question is more, did you see yourself waiting outside in the cold?
I saw myself convert. I believe I was in a conversation at that point when I was standing out there with John and Karen.
And that's when you were asking Karen to come with you.
No, I had asked Karen previously when we were at the door to come with me because I didn't know how long Matt and John were going to be in the bar because they
Right.
were in there still.
And that would have, by definition, brought Karen to 34 Fairview separate and apart from John O'Keefe if Karen had come with you.
Yes. Mhm.
Miss Reed ultimately declined your invitation and did go with John. Is that right?
John ended up coming to the door, so they just went together. Yes.
And finally, you walked away and went with your husband, Matt, over to 34 Fairview in your personal vehicle, correct?
Yes.
When you arrived at 34 Fairview, Were you the first among the group that we've just talked about to arrive, or had others arrived before you?
Others had arrived before me.
When you walked in to 34 Fairview, where was everybody generally located? Give me a layout of the interior of the home, how you walked in, and where everybody was located, the people that were there when you walked in from the waterfall.
So I walked in through the front door. I took a right into the kitchen. And then there were people sitting around the kitchen table, Brian Albert Jr., Julie Nagel, Sarah Levinson, Caitlin Albert. My sister was over more towards like the counters and the sink. And Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were, there's like a room right off of the kitchen, like a TV room. And they were in there just talking. I think Nicole had like put up some new pictures. So, or maybe the sun and the Marines, they might've been looking at a picture. Vaguely have a faint memory of that.
You indicated that you walked in the front door, correct?
Yes.
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
Yeah, this is your, I'll take care of the rest. Can you just take a look at that photograph for just a quick second?
Yes.
Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
What do you recognize that photograph as being?
It's my sister's house.
34 Fairview?
Yes. Sorry. 34 Fairview.
Brian Albert's house as well.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as marked for identification. There's a
Identification's fine.
thank you. If I may. What would be the next in order?
Exhibit F for identification.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was saying something that wasn't very nice, and sometimes I mute myself. But bingo, Aaron, yay! Everybody, June is the one that's creating these cards for us, and she will be getting a blessing from me. You're welcome, love. You're welcome.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'm going to show a different exhibit until the other issue can be resolved. With the court's permission, it's Commonwealth Exhibit 3. Permission to publish.
Yes.
Mr. Wall, could you highlight or enlarge the house as much as you can? Thank you. Ms. McCabe, do you recognize what's depicted in this photo? I know it's a little bit of an angle.
Yes.
What is that?
That is 34 Fairview.
Okay.
Wow, look at the snow buildup. Wow, look. Whoa, look at all that snow buildup. That's a lot of snow on that front of that house. I guess it's fallen off the roof, but dang.
I think this laser will work. May I approach?
Yes.
Use that laser and point to the front door that you entered when you walked in the house. Okay, that's directly in the middle of the just to the left of the flagpole for this purposes of this photograph, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is there another entry door on the house that you may not be able to see, but you know the general area?
Yes.
Where's that door?
So that would be, see where these two windows are?
Yes.
The door would be kind of behind that right there. So it's right to the left of those two windows.
And Ms. McCabe, just staying with doors for a second, is there another door associated with the garage?
Oh, actually, yeah, there is right there.
Right there next to that side door.
Yes.
One,
Okay, thank you.
2,
May I approach?
3. Which door did you go
You didn't go
into,
in the
my
side
dear?
door, you went in the front door that night.
Yes.
Oh, okay, Gabby.
You indicated that once inside the house, you were sort of in the kitchen area. Is that right?
I was in the kitchen, yes.
You weren't paying special attention to Brian Albert or Brian Higgins, what they were doing. As a matter of
No.
fact, I think they went into a different room. Is that right?
There's a room kind of the kitchen opens up into the TV room. So they were in there.
So the only two that you recognized at this point in the night, not being sort of with everybody else, were Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, separated out in the family room, or whatever that room's called, living room.
Yeah, if you like just right there, right where they are, just
Okay.
kind of right in the next room.
When you first pulled up, did you notice any vehicles in front of Brian Albert's house?
Yes, I did.
What vehicles did you notice? Vehicle or vehicles did you
Just
notice?
one.
What was that vehicle?
It was a Jeep.
Can you describe the Jeep for us, please?
I really can't. All I can say is that when I pulled down, the Jeep was on.
Go ahead and get the Jeep.
Parked on
Hit the
the street
Jeep.
in front of the mailbox.
I
and
almost have a
turned into
coverall.
the driveway.
Okay. Did the Jeep have any special features on it that you remember, that you can
No.
describe?
Not that I can recall.
Big giant snowplow on the front?
Again, it was dark. I didn't really pay much detail to it beyond I just asked whose Jeep is that.
And did you learn whose Jeep that was?
I did, yes.
Whose Jeep was it?
It was Brian Higgins' Jeep.
And you said that it was parked in front of the mailbox. Is that right?
Yes.
So as you're looking at the house, the mailbox would be
Y'all, looky.
the flagpole on the other side of the lawn.
Correct. So if the flagpole's here, there's the lawn, and then here's the drive. I mean, here's the mailbox, and then the driveway's over here.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does to me.
Okay.
Thank you for that. You've previously indicated that the back edge of that vehicle, Brian Higgins' Jeep, was at the side, basically, of the driveway, which is what you've just described. It would be blocking the mailbox, the rear end associated with the driveway entrance, correct?
Yes.
Have you
Y'all,
ever
lunch is-
discussed having seen
Just FYI, lunch is going to come real quick.
that Jeep in that spot with anybody else in this case?
Is that including previous testimony or?
It is. And at any time, before you testified at the previous hearing, had you discussed having seen that Jeep in that spot with anybody else? For instance, your husband? Was there any other car on that curb line, if you will, other than the Jeep when you pulled in?
Not that I remember.
And Brian Higgins, if it's his Jeep, he's in the house, that Jeep's not moving, correct? So it stayed where it was.
Yes.
At some point, did you observe Miss Reed's vehicle? Pull up
We
to
don't
the
get
drive?
snow
I'm
often.
sorry, pull up to the house.
I was told there was a vehicle outside, so I went and looked.
Where
Yes.
was that vehicle? When you looked that first time, where was Miss Reed's SUV?
When I went to the front door and looked out, it was straight ahead.
So that would be parallel, actually in line with the Jeep, correct?
Yes.
Directly in front of the Jeep.
I don't know the distance, but yes, you're correct. It was in front of the Jeep.
So if the Jeep was it's a full-size Jeep, correct?
I don't know what size it is.
Certainly the SUV is a full-size SUV.
Yes.
All right. So that would take up much of the room of the curb area in front of 34 Fairview, between the Jeep, assuming there's a snowplow,
Right.
and a full-size SUV, correct?
I'm not really sure of the whole area, but there was the Jeep and then there was the car. I just don't know the distance between them.
You gave a description of the vehicles that were out in front of 34 Fairview in your January.
We are in Texas, where I live, which is north of San Antonio, northwest, about an hour. We got that much snow and everything shut down. Back in 2020, we get more of a little snow, a lot of ice, a little snow, a lot of ice. Okay. We don't get that kind of snow. What you saw in that picture. We don't get that. Now, north near Amarillo in the Panhandle, they will. Where we are, when we get snow, it's that much. And then the temperatures warm up and then it freezes. It's just crap. The last time I remember when we got snow that was fluffy and big like that was in 2003 and back in the 80s, 97, and then in the 80s. We don't get that big fluffy piles of snow. I mean, everything we get is more ice than snow mixed. It sucks.
February 29, 2022.
Yeah,
interview
in the
with
Panhandle
Trooper
they do.
Proctor.
Not where I
Correct.
live.
He came to my house and asked me questions, correct?
I couldn't
When
go
you
lay
gave
in
that
it and make an
interview
angel
to
because
Trooper
it's half
Proctor,
ice.
You indicated to him that you first observed Miss Reed's vehicle parked on the street by the driveway, correct?
I never said by the driveway, no.
So if that's in a report, Trooper Proctor got that fact wrong, got that
Yes.
detail wrong.
Sustain.
If in fact,
Yeah.
well, let me ask it this way. What did you say to Trooper Proctor about where that vehicle was?
Miss Reed's vehicle?
Correct.
I told him it was straight out front the window. The straight out front of the front door. Sorry.
Trooper Proctor wrote a report about his interview with you, correct?
Correct?
You've seen that report in other hearings, is that right?
Yes.
Your interview with him was on January 29th. Do you remember the date? I'm sorry, I just said the date. Do you remember the time? My mistake.
I don't remember the exact time. I'm assuming afternoon, like after 12, or I'm not 100%. Sorry.
You had been contacted by Trooper Proctor while you were still at 34 Fairview, is that right?
Yes.
Ultimately, instead of coming from the Canton Police Department to 34 Fairview, you went home to your house.
I did.
To
Yes.
the Country Lane address.
Yes, I did.
And Trooper Proctor ended up meeting you there, correct?
Yes.
And in addition to you and Matt being there,
hmm
Brian Albert showed up, correct?
I asked him to come.
So you asked your brother-in-law to come to the interview that you were having with Trooper Proctor formally in furtherance of his investigation surrounding the circumstances of this case. Correct?
No.
But Brian Albert did show up at your house.
He did. I asked him to come. Yes.
And he was inside the house when Trooper Proctor ultimately interviewed you, correct?
He was in the house. Yes.
And you'd spoken to Brian Albert before Trooper Proctor had interviewed you formally, correct?
I believe so. Yes.
Matter of fact, several times you had to have spoken to him at 34 Fairview. You've already said that, right?
Oh, right. Yeah. We were all there in the kitchen.
And then obviously you spoke to him about the interview before Trooper Proctor got to your house to interview you on the 29th as well, correct?
We were just talking about what happened. It wasn't in specific.
By the way, we get an inch of snow. We lose power. We lose water. Oh, look at that one. I got another one. I got to screenshot this, y'all. Can I? There, let me screenshot this. Oh. No, we don't want F12. Screenshot. I got a good one. Okay.
Specifically
Jen.
about Trooper
Not sorry.
Proctor.
Right. Not about Trooper Proctor. You talked to Brian Albert about the circumstances of this case before you spoke with Trooper Proctor.
Yes, I had.
Do you remember exactly what you said to Trooper Proctor about the location of the SUV?
Y'all are so much fun.
I know what I said. Yes.
Okay, what exactly did you say?
I said the car was straight out front of the front door. When I was looking out the front door, it was straight ahead.
Isn't it true that what you actually said, Ms. McCabe, is that you first observed the vehicle parked on the street by the driveway facing in the direction toward Chapman?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you said?
Those are not my words. No.
Okay, next question.
You've already indicated that following the events of January 28th and 29th, you have spoken extensively with your family and your friends, members of your family and your friend group about what happened that night, correct?
Yes.
And that includes Brian and Nicole Albert, is that right?
Yes.
That includes Matt McCabe, your husband, correct?
Yes.
That includes Chris and Julie Albert.
Yes.
Includes other people that were there that night, including Brian Higgins.
I haven't spoken to Brian Higgins since, I believe, John O'Keefe's wake.
But you did speak to him that morning at 34 Fairview, is that correct?
Yeah. Oh, yes, he was there. Yes.
As a matter of fact, he's the one that told you to call Officer Lank back and have Officer Lank come back for the additional statement that you wanted to give Officer Lank. Is that right?
He may have suggested it. I'm not sure.
So in those discussions that you've had with all these folks, you've talked to the details about that night being at the bar, the house, who was where, all of those things, correct?
Yes.
You've talked about the timing of the night, who arrived, when people arrived at 34 Fairview, when people arrived at Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
No, those really aren't details we discuss. I mean, everybody kind of knows when they came and when they left. We talk more about, living with everything that we've gone through.
Well, what about on the morning of January 29th, when everybody was still in that sort of friends and family gathering inside 34 Fairview?
When I was there with my husband, my sister, and brother-in-law, and then Brian's friend and Julie Albert, I was trying to piece together what had happened. They were all being supportive. They had no idea what happened. We were just kind of sitting there in utter shock, waiting to hear from Kerry about John. It was nothing more than just us being together and trying to figure out what had happened. I had gotten a phone call from Karen to help her.
And during
here's
that
where I am.
conversation, or that series of conversations, you were sharing what your observations of that evening were, what your story was, how the evening started, how it ended for you, correct? Or the morning ended for you, correct?
No, I'm not correct.
During the time that you folks were inside the house discussing this, there was no law enforcement agent or officer inside that house, correct?
Correct.
So the entire family and the friend network that we're talking about, with whom you discussed all these events, everybody was entitled to and did coordinate their statements without any separation and without any law enforcement oversight, correct?
I was with my family, my sister, my brother-in-law. It wasn't really a big group of us. As I've mentioned, I had 5 or 6 people. I was in shock. I didn't know what had happened. They were just asking me what happened.
And
Questions like that. And I absolutely told them, but It was no story. There was no us being allowed to do it. That was my family. They were just there with me.
But nobody was separated by law enforcement, correct?
I don't believe there was a reason to separate us.
Nobody, well, notwithstanding what you think was the reason, you're not a professional investigator, correct?
I'm not, no.
You're not a trained investigator.
No.
You're certainly not a homicide detective, correct?
No.
None of you witnesses were ever separated, were you, that morning?
There was no reason to separate us.
I'm not asking you if there was a reason, okay? I'm asking you whether or not factually anybody was separated in that house. Or was everybody allowed to talk amongst themselves?
I was with my family. We didn't need to be allowed.
Okay. I'm trying this again. Was anybody in that house separated? Were the witnesses separated from each other? The family who are witnesses, were they separated from each other? By law enforcement.
At that point, I don't think anyone but myself and Matt were maybe even witnesses.
Okay. I'm not asking you what your determination of who the witnesses are.
Mhm.
I'm asking you whether the folks in that house were separated by law enforcement before you were able to have discussions about the events of January 28th and 29th. That's a yes or no question. Were you separated or not?
At one point, when Mike Lank was in the house, he had separated and talked to Nicole, then Brian, then Matt.
And then he promptly left and left everybody in the house together, correct?
He left us, yeah.
Right. Nobody was taken down to the station, is that right?
No.
As a matter of fact, Trooper Proctor didn't even come over to 34 Fairview, the scene of the incident, to interview you, correct?
I asked him to meet at my house because I had to go home to my children.
And he accommodated you, didn't he?
He did, yes.
And he accommodated the fact that Brian Albert escorted you to the house for your interview, correct?
Brian didn't escort me, no.
Well, he went to your house at the same time that Trooper Proctor was there to interview you, correct?
He came at some point, yes, by himself.
Before Trooper Proctor did the interview.
I'm not sure if he was there, if he got there before or when.
Well,
He arrived.
You've testified in the past that
Yes.
Brian Albert came to your house alone. I don't mean you came in the same car.
Yes.
They followed you over to your house before Trooper Proctor ever got there. And he was in the house while Trooper Proctor conducted his interview, correct?
Yes, Brian was
All
in
right.
the house for the interview.
Thank you. You've already indicated that you have been discussing this case with certain other witnesses, not for days or weeks or months, but literally for years, most specifically Carrie Roberts, correct?
The case in general, yes.
Just before Carrie Roberts testified at a grand jury proceeding in this case, you were with her, weren't you?
I don't recall what you're talking about.
Do you remember being at the grand jury?
Yes.
Do you remember testifying at the grand jury?
Yes, the one back in
April. I
April.
think,
Yes, yes,
2022?
yes.
That sounds
Yeah,
right.
it sounds about right. Yeah.
You remember being there in an ante room with some other folks?
What's an
An
anteroom?
ante room, a waiting room?
Oh, yeah.
Waiting for your testimony?
Yes,
You remember Carrie Roberts being with you in that exact same ante room?
yes.
Antibaba
And that was right
room.
before your testimony, correct?
I believe so. Yes. I'm.
So, in answer to my question,
Mhm.
you two were together literally just before she testified at the grand jury, which was the first formal under oath testimony that she ever gave. Is that right?
Yes.
When she testified at the grand jury, was that before or after you?
We did the timeline right after John had passed.
So she testified, the answer is she testified after the timeline was created, correct?
Yes.
Brian Albert and his family had a dog on January 29th, 2022, did they not?
Yes, they did.
What was that?
Got to the dog.
Chloe,
What kind of dog was Chloe?
German Shepherd.
Chloe.
Was it do you know if it was a purebred German Shepherd or a mix of Malinois and German Shepherd, or do you know?
I have no idea.
Big dog,
Yeah, good sized dog. Yeah.
70-pounder.
I don't know its weight.
Wasn't a little munchkin dog, though. It was a
No,
full-size German
It's a
Shepherd.
full size. Yeah.
On the morning that you described going into the house, January 29th, 6:40 a.m. or so,
Mhm.
you indicated that you burst into the bedroom to wake your sister and Brian Albert. Is that right?
Yes, I went into the bedroom.
No. Boo. You said you bursted into the bedroom. Two different meanings.
It's still dark out, correct?
Yes.
There had been relative chaos on the lawn for a number of minutes, from about 6:10 until at least 6:40. When you went in, there were still emergency vehicles with lights on and engines running. Chaos, relative chaos, bedlam, as somebody has said, on that front lawn, correct?
Was more on their side lawn and down the street, kind of like all the cruises. A lot of them were behind their lot.
Right in front of 34th Street, correct?
To the side, in the side yard of 34 Fairview. Yes.
And on the lawn of 34th Street,
Yes.
where first responders were responding, correct?
Yes.
And you said my client is screaming to the top of her lungs, is that right?
Yes, she was.
And Carrie Roberts was screaming back at her,
Yes.
shut up, or shut the fuck up, right?
Yes.
Then at 6:40 a.m., under the cover of darkness, you walked in the front door of the unlocked front door of Brian Albert's house, correct?
I went into my sister's house, correct?
It wasn't Brian Albert's house?
And Brian Albert. Yes, I'm
Right.
sorry.
You then climbed the stairs up toward the bedrooms, correct?
Yes.
You walked into the bedroom door where Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, according to you, were sleeping. Is that
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
So you would agree that you unexpectedly, in terms of their view, unexpectedly walked into their house basically in the middle of the night, middle of the morning.
Yes.
You indicated that when you went through their bedroom door, you sort of burst through, correct?
I opened the door. I don't know if I used the word burst.
You previously indicated that when you went through the door, it was chaotic because you were so amped up from the events. Is that right?
I don't know if I used those words.
Would you say that you were loud or quiet?
I think as I explained earlier, I was like where everything was going on around me, and I was kind of like in just a state of shock. And I remember thinking, I don't want to startle them, but I have to wake them up, because obviously when I wake them up, they're going to be panicked and think something terrible happened.
Well, why didn't you want to startle them? Something terrible had happened.
I didn't want to give them a heart attack when I woke them up.
But you didn't walk up and just nudge them and say, hey, Nicole, honey, can you wake up?
That is not what was described last trial. That's all I'll say.
You didn't do that.
No, I was like, Brian, Nicole, wake up, wake up.
Okay, exactly. But you weren't saying it in that voice either. You were saying, Brian, Nicole, get up.
I'm not sure if it was that loud, but I definitely was. You definitely like trying to wake them up. Yes.
What was the dog's reaction?
I don't recall seeing the dog.
So,
Bingo! Sorry,
according to you,
not that kind of bingo. My bad.
to the dog at least, we can get in the mind of a dog, a relative stranger walks in the front door, climbs a set of stairs, the house is completely dark, walks into a bedroom door and starts barking. The person starts barking, get up, wake up, Brian, Nicole. And you don't remember seeing or hearing a dog at all.
Objection.
Sustained.
As you indicated, it's not that the dog wasn't reactive, it's that you don't remember the dog even being there, correct?
I have no memory of the dog, no.
But you do know that that dog sleeps in Brian and Nicole's room, correct?
It may, I don't know for sure.
The reason you don't remember the dog being there is because the dog wasn't there, was it?
I don't remember the dog.
Right. So when you walked out of the room, when you walked in the house, didn't see the dog?
No,
When you walked up the stairs, no dog?
no,
Walked down the hallway, no dog?
no.
Walked into Brian and Nicole's bedroom door, no dog?
I don't remember seeing the dog.
I realize that.
Mhm.
Dog or no dog? No dog.
I don't remember seeing the dog. It doesn't mean it wasn't there or it was there. I just don't remember seeing it.
Well, no dog came up to you and barked at you, correct?
No.
You didn't see or hear a dog whining or howling, did you?
No,
You didn't hear or see a dog scratching?
By the way, the dog slept in the master bedroom. Well, sorry, my hearing aids in the master bedroom. So where's the dog? And that dog was aggressive. That dog barked at people when they came in the door. Her last trial. Let's see.
At the door?
no.
There's no sign of a dog at all in Brian and Nicole Albert's house at 6:41 a.m. when you walked into that house, correct? Or 6:40?
I don't remember seeing the dog.
And this was
No,
a
you
70-pound German Shepherd, correct?
I don't know the weight of the
Have you ever
dog.
heard a description given about that dog by Brian Albert? Anybody else? That dog was not good with strangers.
Yeah.
But she's not a stranger.
Did you know, as you said, you're very, very dear friends, and obviously dear friends with Brian Albert, relations with Nicole Albert, your sister. Are you aware that that dog was not good with strangers?
Object.
Do you know that?
I don't. It wasn't good with other dogs is what I knew, so I could never bring my dog over there. That's all I know about the dog.
Right. Had some aggression, correct? At least with other dogs.
Possibly.
possibly with other dogs.
Yeah.
That's our next question.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm surprised Auntie
If you
Bev
remind
didn't
the
say,
jury-
"Don't thank me."
In your memory, who was the last person to leave the house 34 Fairview on the morning of the early morning hours of January 29th?
I believe Caitlin left after
Yes,
us. my
Albert's
niece.
house
Thank you.
at 34 Fairview. They are protectors.
At some point, we've already talked a little bit about this. You said you looked out the front door glass. Was it a window or is the whole door glass?
The whole door was glass, I believe.
Is it like and pardon my ignorance, is there like a wooden door that is open and there's a storm door that's all glass that was closed? Is that what we're dealing with?
I believe so, yes. Yeah,
Okay.
that sounds about right. Mhm.
I'm getting tired of it. I believe, possibly. Give me a yes or no.
Can we take one more glance? I'm going to back up for a quick second.
Okay.
Can we take one more glance at that exhibit 3 with the court's permission?
Okay.
Please don't let there be a glass door on the front of that thing. I'm going to love it if there's no glass door.
And can you enhance that just a little bit, please? Thank you so much. May I approach?
Yes.
Forgot to ask you, and I apologize, Ms. McCabe.
Thank
One
you.
more point of reference.
There's a glass door.
Please show the jurors where Brian and Nicole Albert's bedroom window is in that photograph.
Sure, it's right there.
Upper left window, uppermost left window, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
These two.
May I approach?
Yes.
Go.
Let me get back on track. You indicated that you looked out that storm door and saw Miss Reed's vehicle, her SUV, directly in front of you, correct?
Yes.
That was the first time you noted or clocked that SUV being there?
First time. I'm
The
sorry.
first time you noted the SUV, in other words, that you visually saw it, it was directly in front of you. It was not back by the mailbox, correct?
Correct.
Did you still see the Jeep parked back by the mailbox?
I looked out the window. I saw the car. I really didn't pay attention to details of other cars. I just looked and saw her car.
When you first looked out that window and saw, or looked out the door
Mhm.
and saw the SUV, what time was that?
I don't remember off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
Does the time 2:23 a.m. sound familiar?
2:23?
I'm sorry, 12:23. My mistake.
I'm not sure.
When you looked out the door, did you see any other vehicles at that time, other than the Jeep, other than Miss Reed's SUV?
I believe I saw lights. Oh, sorry. Lights like over here somewhere. If the Jeep's there and the car, is there.
Okay, can you describe for the record what you did? The theirs don't come across on the record.
Oh,
so to
sorry.
your left
Yes.
is
Straight out would be Miss Reed's vehicle that I looked at.
okay.
What is she holding?
I kind of looked at
Paper
that.
clip?
I remember my peripheral vision seeing lights over there to the left. Sorry.
All right. So the way that you're describing this, and that's lights to a vehicle, correct?
Yes,
Matter of fact, you know what vehicle that is.
I do. Yes.
What vehicle is it? Describe it for the jurors, please.
It's Ryan Nagel's.
Ryan Nagel's what? Car, truck?
I believe he has a truck.
Okay. So what you're describing is you looked out
Mhm.
the window, you saw Miss Reed's SUV directly in front of you. Right behind that, in line, was Brian Higgins' Jeep, and behind that was Ryan Nagel's truck. Is that right?
I'm not sure where his truck lines up. I just remember seeing lights. I just quickly saw Miss Reed's car and went back into the room. I wasn't, I apologize, paying attention for like specific details about cars.
At some point, you did become interested in exactly what time Ryan Nagel's truck arrived.
Yes.
Correct? This is after the fact, well after the fact, months after the fact.
Yes, I did.
As a matter of fact, you took it upon yourself to ask Julie Nagel, Ryan's sister, to send you something, correct?
Yes, I did.
What did you ask her to send you?
I ran into the two of them.
I didn't ask you who you ran into, just what did you ask her to send you?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. A text message.
A screenshot of a text message.
Yes, a screenshot of a text message between Julie and Ryan Nagel.
You knew at the time that Miss Nagel, very obviously, was a percipient witness in this case, correct?
I believe so. It was very early on.
Bonnie, she was in the house. Ms.
Yes,
McCabe. She was in the house when Miss Reed's vehicle appeared, correct?
correct.
She was in the house when you were looking at the vehicle.
Correct.
She was in the house when everybody came home came to 34 Fairview from the Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
Correct.
She was interacting with those inside the house at the very time we're talking about, right?
Yes.
She went outside at some point to talk to her brother outside the house, right behind the SUV that you're describing as Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
Yes.
So you knew that she was, and you knew all this when you asked her for that screenshot.
I was trying to piece together.
You
the
knew all
time.
this when you asked for the screenshot. You
Yes.
knew what her
Yes or no?
position was in this case, correct?
She had no involvement. What happened
I
outside
didn't
is
ask you if she had
different.
involvement.
Objection.
Let her finish her answer.
Go ahead.
Ms. McCabe, finish that answer.
I didn't. What happened outside was separate from anything that happened inside.
I'm going to ask you again. You knew all of that information, that Julie Nagel was a percipient witness in this case, as was everyone else inside 34 Fairview, when you asked for that screenshot, correct?
Yes.
That is another example of you coordinating information with other witnesses in this case, correct?
No, that is not correct.
Were you ever advised by Michael Proctor not to coordinate information with other witnesses in the case? Did he ever say, don't do that?
I don't recall.
So you don't recall, or he didn't?
I don't recall if he did or not.
Okay. If he did tell you not to coordinate with other witnesses, this would be a breach of that agreement, wouldn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Indeed, once you got that screenshot, we'll talk about that in just a second. When you got the screenshot, did you ever share that with law enforcement?
I'm not sure if I did or not.
You never provided that to Michael Proctor or any other investigator, did you?
I'm not sure if I did or not.
As a matter of fact, Ms. McCabe, the only reason we know about that screenshot is because of the extraction on your phone. Isn't that right?
If that's how you know about it, I'm not sure.
You asked for that
What?
screenshot for your own personal use, for your own personal information, for your own personal coordination, correct, of what happened that night.
That's what are you asking? There's 3 questions there.
Did you ask for that screenshot
She's no dummy.
for your own personal use?
Yes.
And indeed, you do know what time it was that you looked out and saw Ryan Nagel's truck, because the screenshot told you that, correct?
The screenshot told me when Ryan Nagel pulled up. It didn't tell when I saw.
And what was the time when Ryan Nagel indicated that he pulled up?
I'd have to look at the screenshot.
2:23 a.m. 12:23 a.m. sound right?
If you have it and that's what it says, absolutely.
Y'all don't forget to use these little emojis I'm throwing up in the chat. The little hearts, smileys,
May I approach?
confetti, 100%. Throw up those in chat when you agree with people. It gets my algorithm back up.
May I? Take a look at that transcript, that call. You can read that to yourself, the highlighted portion to
I'd
yourself.
like to be heard.
All right, why don't you come to council?
Oh.
Council.
So they're going to want to do lunch. Sidebar. It is now going on 12 o'clock my time. It's 1 o'clock their time. I'm sure lunch is coming. Yeah, see, thank you. Who's throwing up all those hundreds? Who's throwing those up? Y'all throw up those hearts when you like something. If you agree with something, 100%. Smiley faces, whatever. On that little side thing that when you click on it, it has those 5 different. Throw them up throughout the live. It helps the algorithm. It shows engagement. I can't do it because it doesn't count me. Oh, Addie, we love our. Oh gosh, yes, We have our specials, and I love my moms. And we love our deaf people too. We love our coffee or moo cow. What the? I just threw up all of them just so y'all could see them. Why is it not letting me enter? Not letting me send. I can't do anything. It's not letting me. Erin, thank you so much, babe. Thank you so much, Erin, for the super sticker. Those are very much appreciated, and they help keep the internet and the light bill on. So thank you so much, everybody. Yeah, we're gonna. Mhm. I'm gonna keep the live going, but I'm gonna break away. What I'll do is keep a screen up and music, and I'll come back. I do need to get myself some food at some point. Let's see. Well, apparently Aiden Kearney is not in his court anymore. He started about 2 hours ago, um, typing, and interacting, but I do not know what the resolve of his case was. Redo lunch. Don't forget to have fun with the emojis. That's correct. We have special emojis. You'll be back later. Thank you, Gabby, so much for joining. Maybe what we should do is throw up another bingo card, maybe from yesterday. Mary, you're wonderful. Hopefully you'll stay. You are one of my most popular Facebook people. Thank you so much, Mary, for continuing to watch. I greatly appreciate it. Greatly appreciate it. You're simply the best.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
I guess we're not going to lunch.
Refresh your recollection about anything we've been discussing.
Is the page available
I'm sorry,
before
just
this?
just a yes or no, does that refresh your recollection about anything that we've been discussing?
It's just what we've discussed. It doesn't
Okay.
really refresh.
So it does not refresh her memory. Next question.
I don't think that's what she said.
That's what you?
Yes, that's what I said.
That was her.
Oh,
That does not refresh your recollection.
Objection. asked.
That was her answer. Next question, Mr. Jackson.
May I approach?
Yes.
he's going to refresh her memory. Again, thank you so much, Erin. Appreciate it. You have no idea.
Page and tell me if that refreshes your recollection about anything we were just discussing. May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, having seen these, does this refresh your recollection about what we were just discussing concerning that conversation?
Regarding me asking Julie Nagel for the time?
Correct.
Yes, it does.
Okay. And what time did that was attendant to a screenshot that you asked for, correct?
Yes.
And that time was what?
Objection.
Do you remember the time?
Can I look at the paper? I was reading everything. I didn't
So
look at the
the
exact
question is
time.
whether you remember the.
Oh, do I remember it? I don't remember the exact time, but I can read it off the paper. That's different than a
That-
memory.
That's different. Next question.
So this does not reflect your recollection as to the time that was reflected on that screenshot.
I can read the time, but
That's
in
not
my
question.
memory.
That's not my question. I have to do it this way, Mr.
Okay,
Case.
sorry.
Does it refresh your recollection as you sit here, having read this, as to the time that was reflected on that screenshot?
I don't, sitting here today, the only reason I know there's a time is because of what's on that paper.
But you did ask for a screenshot from Ms. Nagel, correct?
Yes, I
And that-
did.
And that screenshot said something to the effect of outside. Is that right?
Withdrawn.
Just that question. The screenshot said something about outside.
Is that right?
I believe it said here, yes.
Or maybe it's here.
Yeah, something
And
similar.
it was a screenshot from Ryan Nagel to Julie Nagel indicating that he had arrived.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. It was a screenshot of a text message from Ryan Nagel to Julie Nagel saying, I've arrived. In other
Yes.
words, I've arrived at 34 Fairview.
Yes, it was.
Because he was intending to give her a ride home, which she had asked for. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained.
You did see Julie Nagel go outside and approach the vehicle, correct?
I never saw her go near the vehicle. I saw her go outside.
Got it. Did she ultimately come back indoors?
Yes.
Did she come back in with anybody else?
No.
About what time would you estimate that to have been in the course of that evening?
When she came back inside,
When she walked out and then came back inside?
soon after she went out, she talked to her brother. She came back inside.
And about what time of day was that? If you
The-
know.
I mean, this was all happening while we were at my sister's house.
Right. Was it 12:15, 12:30, 12:45, 1 o'clock?
Well, according to that paper, it would have had to
That's
been.
not what I'm
Not
asking.
not according to.
Do you have an independent recollection of about, if not down to the minute, about what time that was?
I could say I'd have to be. I wasn't looking at my watch that night, so it's very.
You
hard for
can't
me to give
guess,
a time
Lucy.
Just off of my memory, I know what I've seen, but
Okay.
it's hard.
You did see both Ryan Nagel's truck and Miss Reed's SUV in front of the house at the same time, correct?
I saw his lights in my peripheral vision on the
Right.
left.
But the lights are attached to what?
The car, but it wasn't out front. Miss Reed's vehicle was out front.
Right. When I say in front of 34 Fairview, we're going
Mhm.
to talk about the spacing in just a second. I just meant out in front of the house.
Yes, over to the side, correct?
Okay.
Yeah.
And you're indicating that, and I want to be clear about this,
Mhm.
as you're looking out that storm door window,
hmm
going from right to left, it was Miss Reed's vehicle, correct?
Yes.
Then Higgins's Jeep. Is that right?
His Jeep was in front of the mailbox.
Then behind that, was there a space? And then Mr. Nagel's truck, or was the truck right behind the Jeep?
That's what I can't tell you. I just remember seeing lights. I didn't look over and pay much attention to it. I was just quickly looking at the Miss Reed's car,
Do
and
you
then I
remember-
went back and sat down.
Do you recall testifying at a prior hearing that it was, your perception was Miss Reed's car, her SUV, the Jeep,
Mhm.
a space, and then Mr. Nagel's truck from right to left?
I remember Mr. Nagel's truck over to the left in my peripheral vision. I can't give you an exact location.
But there's no question in your mind as you sit here that Brian Higgins's Jeep was between Brian Nagel's truck and Miss Reed's SUV. You remember that very clearly, correct?
I know that this Miss Reed's vehicle was here, and there were lights in my peripheral vision over here. I wasn't, I just was looking quickly.
So let me ask you the question again.
Okay.
Assuming that the lights are attached to something, Brian Nagel's truck, we've already established that.
Mhm.
What you're looking at, when you look out the storm door window, is Miss Reed's truck,
Mhm.
or SUV rather. So just behind that is to the left. As you're looking at it, Mr. Higgins' Jeep, correct? And behind that is Mr. Nagel's truck.
You remember the Jeep being between the truck and the SUV? right?
I remember looking out the window. It was dark. I remember seeing lights over to the left. That is what I remember.
Where was the Jeep as it relates to the lights?
I'm assuming the Jeep was still parked. at the
Objection,
mailbox.
asked and answered.
It's a 5,000 pound Jeep, right?
It was dark. I wasn't studying outside. It was a quick thing I did. I looked, I saw it, I went back to the table.
Okay, and I'm asking for what the saw it part was. Let's just slow down on the saw it part.
Okay.
You looked and you saw Brian Ingram's truck, then you saw Higgins' Jeep, then you saw Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
I saw Miss Reed's SUV parked straight out front, and in my peripheral vision, I saw lights that, yes, must have been attached to a truck, but I didn't study the lineup of cars. I'm sorry.
All right, so
Can I have one more question?
one more question.
Where was the Jeep? Was it in front of the SUV, behind Mr. Nagel's truck, or was it between the two of them? It's a simple question.
You're asking what I saw when I looked outside. I didn't.
Yeah, I am.
And I'm telling you exactly what I saw. It was dark. It was Karen's car there. And in my peripheral vision, I saw lights. And then I went back to the table.
Okay, that's the last question. We're going to break for lunch.
Very well.
All right, jurors, we'll take our lunch and recess. And Ms. McCabe, you can follow up right behind the jurors and we'll stay up here 45 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Jurors, right this way.
Thank you.
That was Jen. Thank you. That's what she just did. I heard it in my hearing aid. Thank you. Laughing hyena. So we're probably going to have a 45-minute break. All right. The proverbial fam. Here's the bingo cards. We have hospital and Canton Fire Department. I don't remember if either one of those were said. I know EMS was said, but not fire department. Addie. Well, the thing is that she is awfully, no, what I didn't think it had. She is awfully tan, but don't forget, she has children. They're outside in the sun all the time for sports. So that's a typical soccer mom tan. So there you go. Some people have more yellow in their skin and look more orange. Some don't. I saw the eye roll. Yep. So we are 2 away. If we get a card that does a coverall, everybody gets an extra entry. Miss June, you did a good card. You really did. We may get to that, so I'm going to leave it. We're not going to erase it. So what we're going to do is I'm going to take about a 15, 20-minute break. Let me get that little banner up that says court is in recess for lunch. I'm going to take a break. I've got to start getting up and walking around. I can't sit all day. I'm going to take my comfort break. I'm going to get me some food and I'll return. Everybody else, we will see y'all in a minute, in a few minutes. Get some country because we in Texas, y'all. I'm going to take myself off. You guys, everybody step away. Come back, though. Come back. Come back. Don't leave us for good. And y'all can chat. That's okay. I may hop in and chat, but I'm just double checking everything. I've got to do some stuff in the background here, and we will be back in a minute. Hello, hello. I'm back. Thank you so much for going to lunch. I changed tops. I'm going to leave straight from here and go somewhere. So I thought, well, this is a perfect time. But my camera I don't know why or how this camera keeps fudging around. But at my top. Oh. So, changed my earrings. These are Navajo earrings representing the teepee. Gosh, I've been thinking about this trial, and then it dawned on me at 2:00 their time, 1:00 our time, they are going to try and remove or revoke bond on Aiden Kearney. Now, he said it was foolish for him to stand in the window and do that stupid joking thing, but he said he didn't know that there was a video camera recording him or he wouldn't have done it. Just saying. Harry Pickles, the new Wonder Mod. What? That was a type of Harry Pickles, the new Wonder Mode. Sorry. Mod. I have no idea what y'all are talking about. Don't have a clue. No clue. Still bueno. No clue. I don't know. What a rare mood I'm in. Why, it's almost like being in love. There's a smile on my face for the whole human race. Not really. Not really. We have a missing child. Nope, not going to do that. I'm clearing up all the Discord stuff. Sorry, I told you I'd had stuff to do. What did y'all have for lunch? What was your lunch? My lunch was Ezekiel bread. Peanut butter. I've lost another 2 pounds this week. I'm a happy girl now. That makes me happy. Y'all, it is so hard losing weight. It was easy gaining it. It's hard losing it. Oh, Elena, yay! Congratulations. Thank you for being a 1-month member. We love and appreciate you so very much. And thank you for supporting this channel and by being a member. That's another way you can support the channel, is becoming a member. That is very, 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 very helpful. Uh-oh, I heard some sound. Maybe someone. Okay, here's the card for today. Today's card. These are the last two. Now, I can say it or they can say it. But we are almost at a coverall. Those two. So, Ronnie, if you're playing today's card, girl, you should have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 bingos. 10 if you're doing all 4 corners. 11 if you're doing the full coverage. You know what I mean. 4 postage. The postage. Oh, someone wanted me to explain bingo. Postage is when I'm going to uncover them. Those 4 corners are covered only. So you can't do anything in here and no ends. Only 4 corners. A kite is when it's got the 4 corners and a tail in any direction. Then you have the inner square. You have the outer square. And I've even seen them do the one diagonal and everything within that diagonal, either this way. They do all kind of crazy stuff. I used to play bingo a lot in Vegas because I don't like to sit at the big tables and blow that kind of money. So I'll pay $25 and get 5 cards and sit and play bingo in Vegas in an air conditioned room with them coming around, bringing me all the drinks and Dr. Peppers I wanted back then. I was only 100 pounds, really 98, 99, but I won a bingo today. Yes, you did, Mija. So anyway, and I hated the nickel slots. I hated all those slots. I like the quiet of the bingo until you go, oh, I got a bingo, bingo. And it's like bingo, 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 bingo. And I'm like, damn. Especially on the $5,000 and $10,000 pots, and then you got to split it 12 ways. Although that said, I have won as much as $26,000 in a bingo game in Vegas. I was the only one who hit bingo. And the funny thing is, they throw up the next number, and you hear these. There was multiple people who would have won it. They were slamming their fist. Sorry, fire radio. Disregard. Thank you. Oh, Elena, lippy time. I should get some more. Yes, I have a lot of lippy. One side looks darker than the other. Thank you for the lippy money. Keeping me in lippy. You know, it's weird. We all have our little quirks. Some people don't like their hands dry. Some people, my sister was hands and lips, but some people, you know, we all have our little quirks. Mine is my lips. I can't stand dry lips. It drives me crazy. Can't do it. Also, we were talking about hair not being shiny. I don't know what to do. My hair is dry. I've tried conditioning mask and it gets oily. I've tried doing everything that I know to get a little shine to it, but not oily, and it's not working. You know what, Haley Mouse? I don't care if you're doing injection. I don't care if you're doing diet. I don't care if you're doing both. However you do it safely and healthily is what is important. So don't minimalize the fact that you're doing injections. I'm not above them. I'm going to get that off. I don't like it. I am not above injections. I know that, but I'm saying my hair is never shiny. It's always been very dull, and I hate that. I love shiny, healthy looking hair. Mine feels dry no matter what I do. I need to figure out. I'll go and get my hair cut, and these little things sticking up here driving me crazy too. I could go get a haircut and do all that. I'm more likely to get lippy than wear it. Good one. Now, I do use this for frizz. It helps. It's more for protection of heat and humidity. And I didn't mean to get that much. Well, there goes that. It can bring a little shine, but what it does is, I mean, I can put it on like right now to help with some of the flyaways, but it just really, really, my hair's just always dry. It's ever since chemo. Before 3 rounds of chemo and 12 years of injectable chemo once a week at home, my hair just always looks dry and brittle. It is not. It is crispy. And it's especially this part. If you think this is shiny, that's oily. not oily. It looks oily because I have this, but it doesn't actually repair the hair. It doesn't fix it. Why does this keep doing this? Can't do that. My teacher's going to get tired of me. I know you're not Dr. Wu. I know that. But every time I type, this professor's getting really mad at me. I'll send it to him. I am not Dr. Wu. I know Dr. Wan. But for some reason, when I put Dr. Wu, it puts you. Oh, I'm so fed up with this. Why is it doing this? I hate it when I try. I've got so many. I got to confess. I have in my Department of Criminal Justice, 90% of my teachers have Wu, Wan, Y, WOWU, I'm like, what the heck? That's not the email address I put in there. This is so frustrating. I'll have to figure out later. I know. Don't get mad at me. I'm going to have somebody figure this out because every time I think it's a glitch on their side. They got too many people with the similar names. And then there's two of them, Dr. WU, Dr. WE. It's like, can't keep it straight. Well, I only highlight my hair once a year, maybe twice. So it's not that. My hairdresser says your hair is healthy. It's fine. I'm like, no, it's not. And she goes, it is. You just got stuff going on with the chemo. I'm like, ugh. You're making banana bread? Ooh, now that sounds delightful. And my hearing aid batteries are dying. And I don't know where I used the last of the things. Got to hunt for a hearing aid battery. See if I have any in here. Nope. It is a forever life of a deaf person is always hunting for hearing aid batteries. I'll be back because otherwise I'm out of commission.
Court is in session. Please be seated.
Can we have Ms. McCabe back, please?
I did buy a ton of batteries, and unfortunately, most of them are dead. All right. Hi, Tracy. Thank you, babe. We appreciate you popping in. We really, really do. Thank you so much. Make sure you hit the like button. Now I can't hear anything in court. That's dead. All of them are dead. I don't know why. I got a bad batch of batteries and it's driving me crazy. I may have to go in the other room. Yay! Bingo! Got a winner! Winner chicken dinner. That's a bad one. I keep them in this jar. And this was my daughter's pacifier holder. And it fits perfectly in her pacifier holder. It insulates them, keeps them getting too hot, too cold. Oh God, now it's dying. Never mind. I was wrong. All right, Ronnie. Oh, day 8. Yay, we got day 8 in. Woohoo! I got another one that worked. Let's see how long before it goes dead. All is well. Paul is now sitting in the back. Yep. So Paul, something was going on with Paul that did not bode well for the court. Oh, are they talking right now? Oh, okay. Good. Let me do my thing so I can set this for the timestamp. I have to go back and do my timestamps. I want to do, hello, thank you for joining us. Who sent me that? I can't remember. It was awesome. Oh, y'all, do you know in Discord, we have a recipe section in Discord? I would love for you to throw your recipes. Yep, it's down. Okay.
Sorry about the delay, Jers. We were told that we blew a fuse and that's why we couldn't get started on time. So
I can't
these old
hear anything. I
courthouses,
can't do
so-
anything. I
All
will
right,
be
we
back. I
appreciate
gotta
your
get a
patience.
battery
Go
that
ahead,
works.
Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, when you first saw Ms. Reed's SUV pull up, very shortly thereafter, you sent a text to John O'Keefe, correct?
I walked to the door, saw the car, and that's when I sent him a text. Yes.
Right. So you walked up to the door, saw the SUV outside, and then texted him something at that, basically while you're standing at the door.
I believe so. Yes.
What did you text him?
Here?
Okay. That was, do you remember the time?
I don't know.
Would it refresh your recollection if you were to look at a series of text messages contained in a Celebrite report? I think you've seen this before.
Sure.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. May I ask one foundational question before
Okay.
I give this to the witness? Ms. McCabe, I'm going to ask you about a series of text messages. It's not a memory contest in terms of the timing. I'm going to ask you about probably 5 or so. All of those purport to be contained in here. Do you remember the times of those 5 texts?
I don't off the top of my head.
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to look at all those in one felled swoop as you look at this document? So I don't
Sure.
have to go back and forth?
Are these in evidence?
This is not in evidence to my knowledge. Not yet.
Would it help you to remember?
Yeah.
Okay, why don't you bring it to Ms. McCabe?
Thank you.
Thank you. This is just my sake. This one is. Yeah, I think that I just think it's all. Sure. I might in terms of that. Ms. McCabe, if you wouldn't mind, take a look at the tabs, not that whole document, two days. Take a look at the tabs and go in reverse chronological order and see if that refreshes your record.
Hold on.
Time and content of text messages that you sent to Mr. O'Keefe those early morning, that early morning of January 29th.
Okay. Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm not going to have to remember the exact times of all 5, am I?
I'll help.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. McCabe, did you see a text on here that was consistent with your memory that you texted here?
Yes.
And was that at 12:14, I'm sorry, at 12:27 a.m.?
I don't know if exactly. I'm assuming if it's on that paper.
If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm having to use my temporary professional ears. I'm sorry about that. I know it's running. I had to run and try and get batteries.
Sidebar for just a minute.
Sidebar. Sorry, guys. I had to go get batteries and I'm out of batteries that are good. Bingo. Hello. That's what I hate about this. I spent $80 and none of these are working, y'all. None of them. I bought a whole case of these. What? Hold on, Gerald. Hold on. Going to run and get batteries for me. It's so frustrating, y'all. And you can sit there and say, these don't work, y'all. They bad. And they will not exchange them. But as I was saying, y'all go to just our
Ms. McCabe, we're
Discord.
going to make it a
If y'all
little
can throw
easier
that
for
up,
you,
and
okay?
there is a section that says recipes, please put them in there. I'd love to try your recipes. I really do. Thoroughly love trying your recipes.
May I?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would offer the following stipulation at 12:14:27 on January 29th, 2022. Text message from Jen McCabe to, I'm sorry, text message from John O'Keefe's phone to Jen McCabe's phone. Where to?
I know. Hearing aid batteries.
At 12:20
That's what you need.
all
Hearing
these
aid
are
batteries.
on January 29th, 2022 at 12:27:33 from Jennifer McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Here, exclamation point, question mark. Same date, 12:31 and 47 seconds from Jen McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Pull behind
Hello, News
me.
Junkie. Welcome back.
Same date, 12:40 and 31 seconds from Jen McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Hello.
Yes, Tracy.
12:42 and 9 seconds. Text message from Jennifer McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Where are the letter U?
Okay, thank you.
Finally, 12:45 and 53 seconds from Jen McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Hello. I would offer the stipulation that those are correct times and dates and content of the text messages between John O'Keefe's phone and Jen McCabe's phone on January 29, 2022.
All right, and that's what you're agreeing to, Mr. Brennan?
Yes, Your Honor, is contained in the Cellbrite report.
Okay. All right, folks, so I told you yesterday about a stipulation when I talked about something in the front line. This is similar. So what you just heard, both lawyers agree that that's information contained in a Cellbrite report.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I continue?
Yes.
At some point, you indicated that, and by the way, Ms. McCabe, at 12:27, it's now been stipulated to, you texted a single word,
June, you can put what?
exclamation point, question mark, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You indicate that you saw the SUV move up after it was in front of the 34 Fairview residence. It moved up some number of feet, correct?
The next time I looked, it was at a different location.
Right. Now, you did not see the white Jeep move from the place that you originally saw it in front of the mailbox, correct?
I never looked out at the white Jeep.
But you never saw that move ever.
No.
As a matter of fact, Mr. Higgins, that Jeep was in the same spot while Mr. Higgins was inside the residence until he left, correct?
That's what I would assume, yes.
Okay. And you never saw him go out and move his car and come back in or anything like that?
I never did, no.
After you, it's fair to say that once you noted that the SUV, Miss Reed's SUV, was in front of the location, you started paying some attention to it.
I went to the door a few times to look out, yes.
As a matter of fact, in the course of about 19 minutes, you went to the door no fewer than 5 times, correct?
I'm not sure if it was 5.
You've indicated previously that for every time you went to the door and saw the SUV, you texted something, which are the texts contained in the document that was just stipulated to. Is that right?
I did text 5 times, you are correct.
Okay. So it's fair to say if you texted
What?
5 times,
What?
and you went to the door 5 times, if those were associated with one another. You walk up, look at the door, see the SUV, and text something. Here, pull behind me, where are you? Those texts, correct?
I remember going to the front door, seeing the car, and texting here. When I went to the door the second time, the car had moved up towards the flagpole, and I texted, pull behind me, because I thought, did they not know where to park? Did they think they were at the wrong house?
So my question is this. Every time you went to the door, you texted something.
I'm not sure that I did, yes.
Do you remember
I'm not sure that I did,
Do
sorry.
you remember a year ago testifying that every single time you texted, you indicated that you looked out at the SUV and saw something that prompted you to text something?
Am I aware that I said that?
Correct, that you
Could you-
testified to that.
Could you show that to me, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
She's getting smart, y'all. I'm testing batteries. Hoping I have one.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Take a look at the highlighted
Sure.
portion.
By the way, that is my business email. You can email me there.
Finished.
Ain't that the truth?
May I?
Yes.
I'm sure they did.
Ms. McCabe, does that refresh your recollection about the issue we were just talking about?
I see what's written down, yes.
Okay. Did you testify in answer to the following question? And as a matter of fact, you looked every single time that you texted, you indicated that you looked out at the SUV and saw something that prompted you to text something, correct? Answer, correct.
I answered correct to that,
Okay.
yes.
So if you looked out, I'm sorry, if you texted 5 times, that's all I'm getting to, you went to the door about 5 times.
I'm not sure. I remember definitely going twice. And again, if I misstated or I said I went 5 times, 4 times, I apologize.
Well, do you think this testimony is in error?
No, I don't. I'm thinking with my memory, it was 3 years ago, and I'm thinking that maybe I wasn't clear on that detail of how many times that I went to the door.
And
What I
certainly,
can tell you I'm clear on is that I did go twice, and I saw it. I saw it straight ahead. I saw it at the flagpole, and a third time further up. I cannot say
Okay.
with certainty with my memory today that I was up at that door every single time. I'm sorry.
and then, and by the way, when you testified, as you just saw,
Mhm.
that was a year ago, correct?
Yes.
A year earlier and a year closer to the event, correct?
Yes, it
So
was.
your memory would have been a little bit fresher then than it is now, a year later.
I don't think I can compare my memory then to now.
You can't compare your memory. Do you think your memory gets better with time or fades a
Sometimes,
little with time?
well, some things, unfortunately, I think about every single day with this case, the trauma of
Sure.
it and what I experienced and went through. And there are some things that I am certain I will never forget. And I know for sure where the car was, and I know for sure I sent those 2 texts, but I apologize if I misstated. I went out more than I did. I'm just trying to give you what I remember. today.
Let's talk about
This here, this in my hand is $60 worth of batteries that are freaking dead. All from the same batch. All of those. As if it's not expensive enough as it is being a deaf person. Just saying. Disgusting.
those texts and
Mm-hmm.
and you looking out the door. You did approach the door and you saw that the vehicle was there the initial time, correct? That's one.
When I texted here, yes,
And you texted here, exclamation point, question mark. Is that right?
correct.
And you indicated that when you first saw the vehicle, it was straight out ahead of you in front of the front door, and it was stationary. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Then you said you went back to the door and you saw that it had moved up, quote, a little bit. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Toward the flagpole. Is that right?
Was that the flagpole? Yes.
And when you saw that it had moved up toward the flagpole, then you texted again at 12:40, which has been stipulated to hello. Is that right?
When I saw it move up to the flagpole, I believe I texted pull behind me.
When
she knows she's caught and can't get away from it.
When you went the second time,
Sound got better.
and by the way, it's my mistake. I got I jumped over one. It was 12:31:47, which we stipulated to pull behind me. That's when the SUV was up closer to the flagpole, correct?
I believe so. Yes.
Then you went yet again at 12:40 and saw the SUV yet again and texted hello. It was the second hello.
I'm not sure if that was when I texted hello.
But you did see that the SUV had moved again.
Yes.
Now, where was it?
At first, it was straight ahead. Then it was at the flagpole, and then it was further out.
Then at 12:42, 2 minutes later, you texted, "Where are you?" Correct?
Yes.
Okay. At that point, it was still up by the flagpole.
No, I'm not saying that it was still outside.
Where was it?
I'm not sure where the vehicle was.
At 12:45, you texted yet again, "Hello." Is that right?
Yes, I did.
You indicated that was you texted hello the last time you saw the vehicle. Is that right?
I'm not saying that today, no.
Well, did you say it previously?
In my testimony, did I say that the last time I texted? Do you have that written that I could see?
You just read it.
Well, that was your question that you had read to me. I never came out and said that.
Ms. McCabe, I asked you if you testified to that a year ago. That's my question. Did you testify to that a year ago, that when you went, every single time you went to the door, you texted something because seeing the vehicle prompted you to text something to John?
That's a summary of maybe the,
Did you testify to that a year ago?
to what? That when I went,
She is not
to the
wanting to
door.
answer that question.
yeah, different times when I went to the door, I did text, yes.
And then you testified as well that you went to the door a final time and saw that the SUV was gone. It had left, correct?
Yes, at one point I did.
And that was just a couple of minutes after your last text at 12:45. Is that right?
I'm not sure of the time.
Matter of fact, you've testified previously that it was around 12:50 that you last went to the door and noted that the car was completely gone. Is that right?
I'm not sure of that.
You're not sure of that?
No, if you could show me, I'd appreciate it.
At some point, did you note that the vehicle was gone? Let's get to that.
Yes,
Around what time was that?
I do not know.
12:45, a little before, a little after?
I'm not sure. I can't give a time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at how you testified to that particular time last year?
Sure.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. The highlighted portion.
Thank you.
Ms. McCabe?
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, does that refresh your recollection as to what time last year you indicated that you went to the door and saw that the SUV was gone?
It says on the paper that I was asked if after 12:45 it was gone, and I answered correct.
Okay,
I never gave it time.
all right. And that coincides with the last hello that you texted to John's phone, correct?
Again, I don't have that paper in front of me. Is that the
Well, that's
time?
the stipulation. That's what you don't need to worry about
Okay.
that. That's been stipulated to. Your last hello text was at 12:45.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
So that coincides, that testimony from last year coincides with your last text message saying hello. You noted that the SUV at that point had gone, had left, correct?
Correct.
So if I hear your testimony correctly, you saw the SUV in position 1.
Yes.
There was a text or something, or 2 maybe. Then you saw it in position 2. You went back to the door and noted that SUV had moved and it was now closer to the flagpole, correct?
We've just asked 2 questions.
It had moved closer to the
The
flagpole.
first question is you said I saw it and I sent a text or 2. I know I just said 1 here.
Okay. Then you saw it a second time
Correct.
and now it's closer to the flagpole.
Yes, correct.
And there's texting going on. I'm not getting down to the minute of the text, but there's texting going on. You're sending texts.
I'm sending, yes.
Then you went back to the door a third time and saw that it had moved beyond the flagpole, correct?
Correct.
Then, according to your testimony last year, you went back to the door at least a 4th time to see that it was gone, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so at bare minimum, based on your testimony today, you were at the door looking out the window at that portion of either the yard directly in front of you and in front of the house or toward the flagpole or beyond the flagpole 4 times, correct?
From last year's testimony, but what I remember today
No,
with
Ms. McCabe, that's not
certainty
my
is
question.
twice.
You need to let her answer the question. Answer your question, please.
Go ahead.
What I remember certainty is looking at it out front at the flagpole and beyond. I don't remember how many times I went up to the door. I was back and forth.
Right. But according to you, you saw the car in 3 different positions, correct?
Correct.
So that's at least 3 times to the door, correct?
Correct.
And you saw the car gone, right?
Correct.
3 plus 1 is 4, correct?
Correct.
So now you're telling us that you went to the door a minimum of 4 times and looked across that yard at the SUV, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You had a clear view of that SUV as you looked out that storm door every time you went to the door, didn't you?
It was dark and snowing, but I could see a vehicle out there, yes.
As a matter of fact, you've indicated that it was a clear view. There was nothing obstructing your vision, correct?
No, there was nothing but the weather conditions.
And you indicated that, and by the way, the blizzard had basically just started. There was a dusting on the ground.
It was snowing. It was accumulating.
Right, but it was early in
Correct.
the storm.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Right. And when asked about whether or not you had a view, well, let me ask it a different way. In terms of your view of the SUV and the distance from the storm door to the SUV to that curb line, there was nothing obstructing your view. You had a clear view of that, a good view of the SUV, correct?
When I looked out the window, I could see the SUV in front of me, yes.
At no time during any of this interaction with the door, meaning going back and forth to the storm door, texting, looking outside, seeing the SUV in position 1, seeing the SUV in position 2, seeing the SUV in position 3, at no time did you hear any noise that was unusual, did you?
No, I didn't.
You didn't hear any screaming?
No,
You didn't hear any yelling?
no,
No loud voices?
no,
No foul language?
no,
You didn't hear a door slam?
no,
You didn't hear a verbal argument or a fight of any kind?
no,
You didn't hear a revving engine?
no,
You didn't hear the squealing of tires or the scraping of tires on the pavement?
no,
You didn't hear a collision take place
no,
or a crash
no,
or screams for help,
no,
moaning, groaning as if someone was in distress?
no.
As you looked at the SUV, the first time, you've already indicated that you had a clear view straight out the door, right? It's right in front of the front door as a crow flies, right? It's not at an angle.
Right there. Correct.
Okay. You also previously indicated that you saw tire tracks in the roadway.
Yes.
In that very, very light dusting of snow, the accumulation that you talked about, you saw tire tracks of some sort.
Yes.
So that's down on the ground, beyond the yard, somewhere in the roadway.
In the street. Correct.
You had a good view of those tire tracks as well, correct?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you were able to describe those as sort of almost a wave, I think you once said.
Yeah. Across the street. I could see it because of the street light that was across the street.
Okay. And that
Wait. She said she couldn't see outside very well because the weather was bad and there was no light and it was dark. Y'all refresh me if I'm not correct about that. Did she or did she not say she could not see outside because it was dark and there's no lights? And now she's saying that she can see across the street because of street lights? And now she had a perfectly clear view? Huh. I wonder if they catch
presented
that.
at least enough illumination based on your view. You could see the tire tracks in the snow.
Yes. Over to the left. Yes.
And you've detailed not just the shape of those tire tracks as being sort of like a wave, but where those tire tracks were, correct?
No, with this. Yeah.
Where did you see them?
I believe over to the left. If I'm looking out straight. Oh, sorry. Straight.
So if you're looking outside at the SUV, I'm just going to turn my back to the jurors for a second. For perspective. If you're looking outside the door, when you say straight out, the SUV is straight outside. When you say to the left,
Over the river and through the
SUV
woods
on the
to
ground,
Jennifer's house
Yes.
we
somebody
go.
might parallel park or something.
Kind of a wave. Yeah. I can't really explain what it was. I just saw it.
You weren't paying special attention. You weren't looking for tire tracks, were you?
No, when I glanced out, I saw it.
You weren't looking for anything in the roadway.
But how do you know that Karen Reed's car made those tracks? It could have been Brian Higgins. It could have been the pickup. It could have been somebody driving down the street. How can you validate those tracks with Karen Reed's vehicle when they didn't take snow impressions or track impressions? They didn't photograph it. There's no evidence. So why is this even allowed to come in?
At that point, you just glanced out. It was something in your peripheral vision, and you made note of it.
Yes.
Loving the over the river and through the woods to Jennifer's house we go.
And the only thing between you and the SUV as you looked out was the lawn.
Correct.
There's no ditches or hills in that lawn. It's a flat lawn, correct?
I wasn't looking at the ground. I was just kind of looking like I am at you
That's
right
not my
now,
question.
straight.
You know that lawn. You've been in that house 100 times, 500 times. There's no ditches or berms or hills or mountains on that lawn. It's just a flat lawn, right?
Right.
I guess you could categorize it as flat. Yeah.
Can
Can you just say yes or no, please?
we take a look?
But Mary, yesterday she said, thank you, Mary, for mentioning me in the comment. Mary, but she said yesterday, there were no lights. It was dark.
Yes.
She couldn't see. Now she can see tire tracks in the middle of a road from the house. And there's a street light. Just the inconsistencies that drive me
Can you
nuts.
take a look at that
Sure.
photograph for a quick second? Tell me if you recognize it.
I do. Yes.
What do you
Oh,
recognize?
Auntie Bev is like, I want to see.
34 Fairview.
That's the same photograph with just a little modification on it that you saw a few minutes ago.
Yes.
When she saw Karen Reed's car after 12:30
Okay.
or 12:20, whatever it was.
Wish to publish?
Not for identification, no.
Your Honor, if I may, if it's marked for identification, I wouldn't object to showing it.
Okay.
Hey, guys,
Is it chalk at this point?
put your recipes in for the banana nut bread. I want to know.
Yes, thank you.
It's in Discord.
Yeah, I approach.
Yes.
Please, we got some good. Angela
Thank you.
made some good chocolate chip.
Mr. Wall, can you make that? There you go. Thank you.
But that's not during the snow
What's depicted in that photograph?
at night.
34 Fairview.
Do you see the front door that you went in?
I do, yes.
Can you
It's
point it out?
front
in
door.
pictures, please?
Sure.
Kitchen door. Front door.
Okay, the one with the brick steps leading up to it.
Kitchen
Yes.
door.
Now, with this perspective, can you
Den door
point out the
Or the
side door?
garage door.
Sure.
That looks like a screen door just to the right of the hedges.
Yes.
Yep.
With that
And then
perspective, can you
garage
point out
door.
the garage door?
Right there.
Or that one. Sorry.
That's just to the right of the window.
What's your
inside that
issue, love?
recess of the home.
Give me your
Yes.
issue.
And does that fairly and accurately depict the lawn?
Cameron and John were together in the vehicle. They'd gone out drinking with everybody. Karen spent the night at John's house when she was in town because she does work in another town, neighboring town. This is, I think they're talking about, she sees Karen Reed's car in front of the house, and Jennifer McCabe is also saw about right here. There would be a white Jeep with a plow on it and all of that kind of stuff. And they're trying to nail her down because she says that she can't see some things because it was so dark. But yet from here, but in the front of the house, she said she could see tire tracks in the street over where John was. And you saw how dark it was with all the lights lighting up from the police car, and it was still dark. How in the hell could she see it with none of that lighting? I'm just saying, I call BS.
Was on January 28th, 29th, other than the fact that it's different weather, the
Right.
shape of the lawn.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let me put that down, Mr. Wall.
But was it a snow
So
blizzard,
what is
Dawn,
that marked as, Madam Court Reporter?
as you saw in the police video?
Your Honor, I would ask to move that in evidence if we
It's
need to,
all the
take a
inconsistencies.
minute on
That's
that.
all I'm
Happy
saying.
to, but that is my
It's
request.
just,
Is there an issue?
it's a
No.
picture that y'all have already. Come on now.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What's a lie, Mary? Everything? I really,
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
I just realized my bun moves. Everything is a struggle with this trial right now because
First time you looked out over that lawn to the SUV, you did not see John O'Keefe, did you?
No, I did not.
He was not outside that SUV.
No.
He was not standing or sitting.
Not that I saw.
He certainly wasn't on the ground, was he?
Not that I saw.
The second time you looked out and saw the SUV, now the SUV is more toward the flagpole, correct?
Yes.
And you had a clear field of view between you standing at that door and the SUV.
if I was a defense, I would have gotten a court order for me to go to the house and stand on the steps of the door. You don't have to go in and take a picture straight out. I would start to the left and go chink, 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 and take pictures. Because I guarantee if she could have seen Karen Reed's vehicle by the flagpole and the ground was dusty white, she would have seen something laying in the ground. She may not have recognized exactly what it was, but there's no way she could have not seen John O'Keefe if he was laying out there at that time. If she could see the freaking tire tracks, how could she not have seen John?
You already described that view, correct?
I can see the SUV, correct.
Correct. And you could see everything in front of the SUV.
That's my point.
I just would go to the door and look at the SUV. I wasn't taking in all the surroundings of.
Right. But just like you weren't taking
Oh,
pictures-
Dawn, I remember that. I was following that on the Storm Chasers. I'm a Storm Chaser.
Right in front of you,
Glad
so
you're okay. Ugh.
you know the tire track.
Yes, and that's lighted where around the SUV was very dark.
I haven't asked you outlining yet. We'll get to that.
I'm
You know
sorry.
the tire tracks, even though you weren't looking for tire tracks, right?
Yes, I
You know,
did.
Something stood out to you in your peripheral vision. Just looking out. There they are.
Yes, absolutely. Hmm.
That second time you looked directly at the SUV with no obstruction between you and the SUV, you did not see John O'Keefe standing outside the SUV.
No,
He wasn't sitting down.
no,
He wasn't lying down.
no,
You certainly did not see his body in the snow toward that flagpole.
no.
And you would have been looking directly toward that flagpole, correct? Directly.
I was looking at the vehicle.
Directly toward the flagpole, Ms. McCabe.
I was looking in the direction of the flagpole
Right.
at the vehicle. Yes.
Right. And you saw no body in the snow, did you?
I didn't look for a body in the snow.
I didn't ask you if you looked for one. You weren't looking for tire tracks either, were you? But you saw those.
I did see those, yes.
And you did not see a body in the snow.
No, I did not.
John O'Keefe, 6'2", 216 pounds, brawny guy.
Wait a minute. Listen.
I don't think I'd refer to him as a big boy, but he was tall, yes.
All right. You certainly didn't see him prostrate in the snow the way you found him the next morning, correct? Later that morning,
I didn't see anything on the ground, no.
correct?
Okay, Gerald, honey boo, just need to let you know he did not have a jacket on. He had a thin hoodie, t-shirt type thing on. The EMT driver said in the first trial, and then they tried to fix it in this trial, that he had a puffy jacket on and he cut it off when John O'Keefe didn't have a puffy jacket on. As per seen in the videos
The
and
third
what was
time
taken off in
you
the
looked out
hospital.
toward that SUV, it's still in the direction of the flagpole, but a little further up, a little deeper to the right, correct?
Yes.
Again, looking directly in the direction, at least, of the flagpole and that area of the yard, you were looking beyond that to the SUV, correct?
Yes.
You did not see John O'Keefe standing outside the vehicle.
I did not, no.
He was not sitting outside the vehicle,
No.
and he certainly wasn't lying on the ground, was he?
I didn't see him.
And the last time you looked out, Miss McCabe, this is now 12:45 or so. The last time you looked out, the SUV was gone. Is that right?
Yes.
But you were still looking in that direction because that's the last place you saw the SUV. Is that right?
I looked out the window like this. I wasn't searching anywhere, but just glanced out the window, and I didn't see it.
I'm just asking you a direction, not whether or not you were searching. I know you didn't sit down search party. That's not my question. My question is, were you looking toward the area where you last saw the SUV around 12:45 a.m.?
Yes.
That would be directly across the lawn, directly past the flagpole, and directly into the street where you last saw the SUV, correct?
I glanced out. Yes, correct.
And the same way you glanced out at the SUV, to use your words, glanced out and saw the tire tracks, right?
Correct. Yes.
But you did not see John O'Keefe standing on the lawn.
No.
You did not see him sitting on the lawn.
No.
And you certainly did not see his body lying on the lawn, did you?
No. No, I did not.
Where was John? He wasn't in the car because,
Ultimately, you left the
remember, he wasn't in the car because when the pickup pulled away, because it was, this is sign language. This is for car and sign language. You got Karen Reed, then you got a little further back, you have the Jeep with the plow front, and behind that one, you got a pickup. When that pickup drove past her car, they said all they could see in the vehicle was a woman, the light was on, and there was no male in the vehicle.
the location that night, the gathering at 34 Fairview.
That is true.
Is that right? You didn't spend the night there?
When arrived,
No,
when they
I
were
went
leaving,
home.
it was getting bad. I believe.
About what time was it that you left the location?
Approximately, it was after 1:30. Approximately 1:30, 1:45.
So this is maybe an hour later, later than what we've just been discussing.
Yes.
Seeing the SUV. Who did you leave with?
I left with my husband, Matt, and Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson.
Who was driving?
Sorry, my husband, Matt, was driving.
And where was Sarah Levinson and Julie Nagel sitting in that SUV?
They were in the back seat.
By the way, what kind of SUV were you in that night?
A Yukon. Big-
Four-door,
yeah, big-
extended seating?
Yes.
When the SUV pulled out of the driveway,
How
it was
much?
in the driveway?
Yes.
When the SUV backed out of the driveway, doing a 3-point turn, backed out of the driveway, did it go toward Chapman or did it go toward Cedar Crest?
It went towards Chapman.
So as you backed out of the driveway, you
You're
would have been
wasting
heading
so much money.
up toward the flagpole side of the property rather than back toward the driveway side of the property, correct?
Correct.
You would have driven directly adjacent to the area where John O'Keefe's body was later discovered at 6:04, 6:03 a.m., correct?
Yes, correct.
You were seated in the passenger seat of the vehicle, not the driver's seat.
Correct.
You were seated in the front of the vehicle, not the back seat.
Correct.
And you were facing away from the
You would have been
vehicle.
closest to the yard as y'all drove past, correct?
Correct.
How convenient you were turned away.
That's a newer model Yukon. I'm assuming that the headlights automatically turn on at night.
Yes.
So the headlights were illuminated.
Yes.
Did your husband, Matt, did he turn on the brights or did he leave the beams on low? Or do you know?
I don't know.
But certainly the area in front of that SUV, that Yukon, was well lit.
The lights were on. Yes.
You did not see anything out of the ordinary as you drove right by that location, did you?
I was looking in the back seat when we were driving.
Did you see anything out of the ordinary on that lawn as you drove by in that SUV?
No, because I wasn't looking at the lawn.
You certainly did not see John O'Keefe dressed in dark clothing laying prostrate in the lawn.
No, I did not.
You said that you were turned around talking to the other young ladies in the SUV, Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson. Is that right?
Yes.
I can't get these out of here. I got it.
You indicated that you were engaged with them about a conversation having to do with bread and maybe peanut butter or something.
Yes.
You didn't, as you passed by that location adjacent to where John's body was later discovered, you didn't hear Julie Nagel say anything out of the ordinary about having seen something.
No.
You didn't hear Sarah Levinson say anything out of the ordinary about having seen something.
No.
And according to you, you were turned around, directly engaged with both these young ladies as you passed by that area where John's body was later discovered. Is that right?
When we pulled out, I turned around and I was talking to them about the bread and the peanut butter. I'm not sure exactly where we were driving, but it was when we pulled out. Yes.
You certainly never heard anybody say anything like, what was that? Or anything close to that.
No, I didn't.
Liar, liar, pants on fire.
I'd like to turn your attention to your arrival back at 34 Fairview just after 6 a.m. the next morning. You indicate that the visibility was relatively poor and that you could not see John O'Keefe on that lawn from your perspective, correct?
The visibility was extremely poor, and no, I could not see him.
But you could see the tire tracks on the
You were
road
in the
from
front
across
seat,
the yard.
Passenger side.
Yes, I was.
It was Karen Reed who actually saw Mr. O'Keefe, jumped out of the car, and began attending to him immediately, correct?
Karen got out of the car and ran to John O'Keefe.
And you stayed by the car, and Miss Roberts ran over to assist Miss Reed in giving first aid to, at least initially, to Mr. O'Keefe. Is that right?
No, that is not. Carrie got out and walked over, and then I got out and walked over.
That's what he said.
You indicated that
Gerald, this.
well, let me ask a different question. Yesterday, you testified in pretty significant detail that when you got out of the car, you could not see anything even close to the flagpole, correct?
Visibility was very bad, yes.
Matter of fact, you used the word whiteout conditions. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
Whiteout conditions, you basically can't see your hand in front of your face.
I wouldn't say that extreme, but I used whiteout as there's just snow coming at you.
You were specifically asked by Mr. Brennan, how close did you have to get before you could actually see anything of note where Miss Reed had gone? Is that right?
Yes.
You testified yesterday that you could see just merely shadowy figures of Miss Reed and Carrie Roberts, and it wasn't until you got very close over to them that you could see John, in your words.
Correct.
As a matter of fact, you followed that up by saying that that was the first moment, once you got basically on top of them, that was the first moment that you realized that it was John, that there was a body on the ground, correct?
I said as I got close to them, I don't think on top of them.
Fair enough. It's my words, not yours. You did say, quote, very close to them, correct?
I'd have to see it, but
Well, you just
It was
testified to
on-
it yesterday. If you remember saying, I'd get very close to them.
I know I said I had got very close to them or close to them, something like that.
Okay.
Yes. Mhm.
Tomato, tomato, potato, potato. Move on.
Last year, you testified to something very different than that, though, didn't you?
No.
Isn't it true that last year you testified that you got out on the passenger side of the vehicle, which is, we'll agree, the furthest side from the lawn, as Ms. Roberts was driving from Chapman toward Crestview?
It is a huge vehicle.
Cedar Crest, correct?
Yes.
You testified that you were on the passenger side, and as you got out of the vehicle, you noted that Karen Reed was already at John. Is that right?
As I got out and walked around the back of the vehicle, the shadowy figure of Karen had already gotten onto something.
You further testified that as you got out of the vehicle, you noted that she straddled John, lifted up his shirt, lifted up her shirt, and went to lay on him. And Miss Roberts went over and said started removing snow from John's face. Correct?
I have the page and line number.
Where are you,
Sure.
Mr. Jackson?
May 17, 2024, RT 114, lines 14 to bottom onto 115, line 4. Is that how you testified last year?
I'm sorry, would you mind just repeating it?
Sure.
Thank you.
You testified in substance that you were on the passenger side of the vehicle, and as you got out, quote, as I got out, end quote, she, Miss Reed, was already at John. You indicated that you saw her straddle him, lift up his shirt, lift up her shirt, and lay on top of him while Miss Roberts went over and removed snow from his face. That's how you testified last year, correct?
Yeah. You said that
Is that how you testified?
was last year. Show her the transcript.
I'm not sure. I know
You did not remove the snow from his face by her or Carrie's testimony last year.
I don't think looking at it would refresh my memory. I know I might have used different words, but the bottom line is I got out of the car, went behind the car, went over, and Karen had done that.
Ms. McCabe, I'm asking, do you think it would refresh you? If you don't have a good recollection of how you testified last year on your own, sitting on that witness stand, I'm asking, do you think it would refresh your recollection to see your transcript from last year?
I don't need to see my transcript. I know what I know and I know what I remember. So
That's not my question.
That's not the question.
I'm asking how you testified a year ago, ma'am.
whether I said it was as we're fighting over silly words, whether I said as I got out of the car.
No, ma'am. Silly. Oh. Code red. Biatch, please. And I'm getting mad because fighting over silly words, your silly words, anybody's words are vitally important in a case. It's nothing silly about this. You're getting your butt impeached because I brought this up earlier when she said, I took the snow off his face. No, you didn't, boo. Because Carrie and you both testified last year that Carrie took the snow off the face. It may be a little thing. It may be a little thing. It doesn't matter in the end who took the snow off his face. No. But what does it draw? Does it impeach? Heck yeah, it's impeachable. And right now, you're getting your butt impeached and you don't like it. So just take the medicine.
Words matter. They matter a lot.
Okay, so remember, Mr. Jackson, no comments. Ms.
Do you remember exactly how it is that you testified last year?
I do not know.
Hear the siren winding down? She's going down. It's a long siren, but I like the going down part. Is your memory better this year now than what it was back then? Yes, it's on the bingo card. That's true, Haley Mouse. Well, and see, that's why I tried in the first trial to give a little bit of grace towards her because it is true. MS affects the brain, it affects the memory, it affects a lot of things. I am shocked that the prosecution doesn't get up there and say, is it true that MS affects your memory? So it's really hard for you 3 years later to really remember everything. And yet I would, if I was a prosecution, I'd be nailing the MS to the wall, how it affects your memory, to cover this up and try to salvage it. What do you think about it? Would it piss me off that they're using MS as an excuse for her? Yeah, it would. Do I believe that it can affect your memory? Yes, I know it can. But what she's doing is playing with words, and I don't like that. Saying I don't remember anymore, sorry, I would accept. Playing with words, I don't.
Ms. McCabe, does
And if
that
you
refresh your
disagree with
recollection
me,
as to how you
let me know.
testified
I'm
in
happy to hear
substance
it.
last year?
I see what it says, I said, but it's a little bit different than what you stated.
Okay, then let's walk through that. Did you indicate last year that as you got out of the vehicle, that's when you could see what Miss Reed was doing with John O'Keefe, down to the detail of pulling her shirt up and pulling his shirt up to try to go skin to skin?
I object. And
Why don't I see it sidebar? Why don't you bring it with you, Mr. Jackson, please?
Bye, Bob. Hattie Mouse, I hears what you're saying. I had menopause in 33 because I had a surgical menopause, which really sucked. But I respect someone to say, guys, you know what? My memory's just not as good as it used to be. I'm just going to have to stand on my testimony last year on this point. On this point, I stand on last year's testimony, right or wrong. But for her to fight it and mince these words, that's manipulative. And that's where I'm struggling. Well, they have to because, ooh, camera. Thank you. They have to because Auntie Bev would not allow Karen Reed to have headphones at the table, so she would not have to go up. But she didn't go up last time, and the court said, her defense team said, yeah, she will go up. This is her case to defend too. Clients can go up.
Ms. McCabe, is it true that you had the following colloquy last year on this subject? Answer, I was on the passenger side, so as I got out, she was already at John. Question, so she gets out and essentially makes a beeline over to where John was. Answer, correct. Question, and you're getting out of the passenger side, and by the time you come around the car, she's already there. Answer, yes. Question, and when she gets over there, what, if anything, could you see at that point? Answer, she straddles John and lifts up his shirt. And then she lifted up her shirt and went to lay on it. And Miss Roberts went over and she was removing the snow from his face. Is that how you testified last year?
Yes, that's how I answered the questions.
Okay. Clearly, you didn't indicate last year that it was whiteout conditions. You could see nothing of the kind, and you had to get, quote unquote, very close to him before you could see anything, correct?
objection.
Sustained. It's the first word that's problematic, Mr. Johnson.
Yesterday, you testified that it was whiteout conditions. You had to leave the car, walk all the way over and get, quote unquote, very close to John before you recognized that it was even a body. Is that right?
Yes.
And that's fine.
Last
I
year,
respect
you
that.
testified You were still at the car when you noted the detail of Karen basically giving life-saving aid to John. You could see that clearly all the way from the car, correct?
Objection.
Is that what you said, Ms. McCabe?
No.
Is there a reason, Ms. McCabe, that you might wish to improve your testimony this year than last year, over last year, with regard to the distance that you could see Ms. Reed engaged with Mr. O'Keefe?
No,
Are you trying to suggest or improve your testimony to suggest that you had no idea that there was a body there and nobody reasonably could have even seen the body there as you drove up?
Objection.
Is that what you're trying to say, Ms. Reed?
Miss Reed.
Ms. McCabe.
Okay.
Oh.
can you repeat the question, please?
That rattled her. Did you? This is not the first time Auntie Bev has called somebody by the wrong name. Oh my gosh! Did you see that? I loved it. I'm sorry. I'm being very vindictive, but I thought that was absolutely priceless, y'all. Priceless. Oh, she's doing it. She did. Oops. She did it again. Maybe what you ought to put on a bingo card is wrong name. Call someone by the wrong name. That'll be a good one. Wrong name. But I gotta. Oh, look at that look. Look at that look. Oh, look at that side eye. Here we
There's a
go.
body there and nobody reasonably could have even seen the
Sorry,
body
I got to do it.
as you drove up.
It was good.
Is that what you're trying to say, Ms. Reed?
Ms. McCabe.
Okay.
Can you
She's
repeat
all
the
like,
question, please?
Not sure. I'll give it a shot.
I'm sorry.
the judge threw me off.
Your testimony this year over last year to suggest that reasonably nobody could have seen where John was from the car.
I'm not trying to improve my testimony now.
Yeah, you are, dude. We're seeing through it.
You claimed on direct examination today, as a matter of fact, that Miss Reed looked at you at the scene.
Okay, I know I'm interrupting again, but I want to touch this up with News Junkie. Yes, it's very possible she may not have seen him. The thing is there's a difference between couldn't and didn't. And it, based on the way she's testified here and in the first trial, I think the way she was saying it was too dark. She couldn't, if he was, that's my impression. She didn't. That's what she said. That's fine because he wasn't there. Nobody else saw him either.
And said,
But you're right.
The phrase, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. She said it 3 times very distinctly,
You're right.
according to your testimony, correct?
She did, yes.
That was so impactful that it had the effect of putting you in some sort of shock and horror. Is that right?
Yep.
I was in shock the whole morning, but that statement definitely was a lot.
And that's an incredibly memorable statement for you to have heard and now recount to us in this trial, correct?
Correct.
Something that you wouldn't easily forget or overlook. Is that right?
Something I wouldn't.
Something you would not easily
Correct.
forget or overlook. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
Matter of fact, some might say it's the centerpiece of
Ingrained.
your testimony.
Yep.
Sustained.
Oh, come on, Annie Bev. Let us have one. That body language right there is very much disgust. The glaring over there. Why are you glaring over there?
Ms. McCabe, you testified at a grand jury in April of 2022, did you not?
I did, yes.
She's getting tired and I'm
Before
loving
you
it.
testified, you took an oath, very much like the oath that you took before you testified in this case, correct?
Correct.
You swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, correct?
Correct.
And that
God
included
help her.
the whole truth at the state grand jury, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
That was only weeks, several weeks, but weeks after this incident, right? April 26th versus January 29th.
Where's he
2022.
going? He's going somewhere
Is
and
that
I want to
right?
know where.
Correct, yes.
Things were much fresher in your mind then than they are now.
Move the bus
I
faster.
wouldn't necessarily say that.
Especially something as momentous as an admission from my client that she hit him. Would you agree?
Would I agree that she said that?
Would you agree that that would be fresh in your mind? Something as momentous as that. You wouldn't forget that.
I will never forget it.
You wouldn't overlook that.
I will never forget it.
You would not overlook that either, would you, Ms. McCabe?
I answer the questions I'm asked.
No,
answered the
you are
question
not.
that I just asked you, not answer my question. Would you overlook that?
No.
And the reason you wouldn't overlook it is because it was so impactful on you, having heard that. Not once, not twice, 3 times. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Is that right?
Yes.
Recross is going to be fun, yo. Her breathing is picked up. Well, it's not this minute, but I've been watching her breathing. It's been interesting.
May I approach?
Yes.
Oh, impeachment. We're all here for it. We're all here for the impeachment.
Thank you.
Take a look at that document and tell me if you recognize it.
Yes, I see it.
Is that a transcript of your entire testimony at the grand jury in April of 2022?
I believe so, yes.
You've reviewed it in the past?
I have read it about a year ago, yes.
You read it in anticipation of your testimony a year ago, correct?
Yes, I reviewed it.
Have you reviewed it in preparation for your testimony today?
No, I haven't.
Yesterday. Ms. McCabe, turn to the page or pages in that transcript where you recount to the grand jurors that my client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
This is over 227 pages.
Take your time.
Oh,
How long did you say it was, Ms. McCabe?
227?
I'm not going to let her read 200.
You reviewed it before.
I reviewed it a year ago, yes.
You read the whole thing cover to cover, didn't you?
I skimmed through it.
One of the most important points in your testimony.
it's not in there, folks. It's not in there.
Counting these jurors, the phrase, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Is that right?
Objection.
To the form of that, I'm sustaining it.
Was it important to you to tell these jurors that you heard my client say, I hit him 3 times?
I answered the questions and I'm telling the jurors what I know.
Was it important to you?
Oh, we can't speak to the jurors.
That you recount to these jurors the phrase, I hit him, coming out of my client's mouth?
Your client said she hit him, yes.
That's not my question. Listen to my question, Ms. McCabe.
I'm sorry.
Was it important to you, before you testified, to tell these jurors under oath that my client said,
I gained it, but be
I hit him
prepared for her
3
voice.
times?
As a juror, as a witness, it's important to tell the truth and to answer the question you were asked.
And in
You're not answering.
In your entire grand jury testimony, you never said, my client said the words, I hit him, did you?
Again, it's 227 pages.
Ms. McCabe, you were there. They're your words.
Yo,
I'm not asking you to rehearse something. You were there. Did you tell the grand jurors that my client said I hit him?
I have testified a number of times, but I was there the morning of January 29th when your client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
But it wasn't in the
Tell that
grand
to
jury.
grand jurors?
No.
I'm not sure.
Because you didn't, did you?
Again, I'm not sure.
Ms. McCabe, you were asked
There's nowhere in that transcript.
no fewer than 12 times, 12 separate times, you were asked to repeat words that my client said both before, going to, and at the scene at 34th Avenue that morning. Correct?
Objection.
Do you know the answer to that?
No.
You were all asked multiple times.
I loved it. I'm so here for
what
it.
my client's words were that you heard her say going to and at the scene. correct?
I was correct.
And you recounted those words truthfully and honestly at that time, correct?
Correct.
Because you were under the same oath that you're under today.
Correct.
And things were much fresher in your mind then than they are now 3.5 years later. Would you agree with that?
Oh,
I hit
Thank
him. I hit him. I hit him. It's
you.
just as fresh today as it was 3 years ago.
Turn to
oh,
page
please.
190, if you wouldn't mind,
Thank you, Aaron. Thank you so very much, babe.
for court and counsel lines
Appreciate
10
it.
and 11.
Thank you. By the way, if y'all get extra entries to the end of the month drawing for every super chat you enter, give us, no matter what the amount is.
Which lines? I'm sorry.
10 and 11.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
You recounted what Ms. Reed said to you over the phone to the grand jurors, correct?
Correct.
And what she said at 4:53 a.m. was, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? She didn't say it. She asked it, correct?
She didn't say that at 4:53.
Don't impeach yourself,
Did you
woman.
testify that what Ms. Reed said to you that morning over the phone was, could I have hit him? Did I hit him?
Yes, I did.
Yes.
That is hugely different from I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Could I? Did I? It was snowing. It was heavy. We'd been in. I mean, I could understand that. I might even have thought the same thing. And again, thank you, Aaron. If I was in her shoes, but that's what you said at the grand jury. Nowhere at the grand jury did you say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Just wanted to
So-
verify page number, Your Honor. May I approach?
Yes. Why don't you tell Mr. Brown?
I will.
I know some of y'all don't like my excitement over this. I know. I apologize, but I am who I am. I don't care. I'm not saying I'm against or for anybody. Well, I kind of have my own opinions because we've heard this all before, but I will tell you, I love it. I love this banter. I love this banter. I am here for the banter.
With each one. If you turn to page 192. Line 4. What did you tell the grand jurors my client said in that answer?
Oh, why are you looking?
Foundation.
Oh, there's an objection.
What are we talking about?
I'll ask it a different way. Did you answer a question on page 192, line 4, concerning my client's statement?
Yes.
Did I answer a question?
You were answering a question, correct?
Oh, yes. Yes.
All right.
I'm sorry.
And the answer that you gave to the grand jurors was, she said, could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes, that's part of the answer I gave.
Turn to page 193.
I'd object.
Why are you objecting?
So I don't want to have to see it sidebar. We need context in order for this to be admissible, Mr. Jackson. I have no idea what that said.
Your Honor, everyone,
The answer.
I can make an offer of proof at sidebar if you
Okay,
wish.
why don't you come to sidebar?
Sure.
And bring them.
Oh, Aaron, thank you. Oh my gosh, you were so kind. It would be foolish for the state to focus on MS affecting memory as it hurts Ms. McCabe as a witness. It does. None of her testimony is reliable if that is the case. It does. I agree with you 100%, my dear. And again, thank you so much for gifting us that. Yes, you are so right about that. And I don't disagree with you at all. Montego Bay, Jamaica. I have a friend who's an interpreter for cruise ships. God, I'd love that job. Me would love that job, and I would want to work with her only. Excuse me. I apologize. Here comes another one, I think. I hate that. Yeah. So look at the family. That is not a confident look on those people. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you.
May I approve the witness?
Yes. Do you have an extra copy for yourself,
I have
Mr.
notes.
Justin?
I have
Okay,
notes.
thank
I
you.
think my notes is. On page 192, line 4,
I'm trying to get better at stopping it like I just did. I'm sorry. I'm learning.
for context, were you talking about a statement that was made in Karen's car on that morning before you got to the scene?
192.
192, line 4.
Yes, that was a comment she made in the car.
And she said the phrase, you recounted that she said the phrase, could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes, that was part of my answer.
Take a look at page 193, line 1 through 2.
She's got a nice wedding set on her hand. Dang, that's nice. Almost too big for my taste.
This was also in the context of a conversation that was in Karen's car, correct?
Yes.
And the phrase that you attributed to my client was, could I have hit him? The question, correct?
Yes.
Page 193, line 23. In the context of being in John's driveway at One Meadows,
Yes.
and you attributed the statement, and she's asking if she could have hit him, correct?
Yes, when she showed me her taillight.
Page 201, lines 23 and 24. This is driving to Fairview. She asked, what if I hit him? Could I have hit him? Correct?
Can you tell me the lines?
I'm sorry, lines 23 and 24. Page 201.
Okay, sorry. Okay, I've read it.
She stated, according to you, what if I hit him? Could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes, she did.
Page 202, top of the page, line 1 and 2. Again, in context, this is driving to Fairview before you arrived at Fairview. And she again asked, quote, according to you and your testimony in front of the grand jury, could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes, I see that here as part of my answer.
Then turn to page 208, lines 24 and 25.
It actually looks like when I saw it, there's a diamond for every child and a bunch of
I'm
little
sorry,
diamonds.
Lines 24 and 25.
Lines 24 and 25, let me know when you've
I've read them. Thank
reviewed
you.
those.
Ah,
For context, this is at
Nippy.
the scene outside Fairview.
Yes.
And you told those grand jurors under oath, she asked, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes.
On page 208,
yeah.
lines 24 and 20, I'm sorry, 208 and 209, going on to page 209, lines 1 through 3. You actually recounted to the grand jurors a conversation that you said my client had with a female EMT standing right there, exactly as you testified to today. Female EMT. You see that?
I do. Yes.
And what did you say my client's statements were in front of that female EMT?
In this, I say that she said, could I have hit him? Is he dead?
It's actually, did I hit him?
Oh, sorry, I missed that part. I apologize. Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead?
And that was at the scene in front of the female EMT, exactly the scene that you're describing. You attributed the 3 statements to my client to death, correct?
There was many different times when we were talking to different EMTs, the female EMT, the men, the police officers.
May I approach?
Yes.
I got you there, Haley. I fully understand. That's why I want to get a metal detector. It's just a good excuse to get one. I know several people have lost their diamond rings, and I want to go find them for them. I know where they know where about.
Ms. McCabe, your full statement at page 208, starting at lines 22 through 25, going on to page 209,
No.
down to line 4, was, quote, so there are different, police officers getting statements from us. And at one point, I'm standing with Miss Reed, and she's saying, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? And there was, I believe, an EMT, a female, standing right next to me, listening to her yelling, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? It was pretty much nonstop. That was your testimony in front of the grand jurors, correct?
Yes, it was.
And that was April 26th,
Impeached.
2022, correct?
Correct.
She knows she's gotten nailed. Okay, guys, if you were on the jury and you were in this place, would you now feel that the I hit him comment may be something you shouldn't pay attention to? How do you feel about this? Do you feel she's being impeached? Do you feel that this is ooky? How does this feel to you? I really want to hear from those who have not seen the original trial. You know who you are. I really want to know. How does this part of the testimony make you feel? Comment.
Not one
below.
time, Ms. McCabe, did you utter the phrase, I hit him, as it relates to my client in front of that grand jury on April 26th, 2022. Did you? Not once.
I'd have to read through the 227 pages to see.
As you sit here today, do you remember ever saying to those grand jurors,
She's not going to admit it.
I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, in front of a female EMT?
I've spoken to in a few grand juries. What I said specifically at different ones, I don't recall at this moment, but I do know that morning your client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him 3 times, and there was a female EMT there.
You can sit here and you can. She can say this all she wants, but that grand jury testimony is evidence, and it contradicts what you're saying now.
You spoke with Trooper Proctor
I can accept that.
the same day, right? January 29th.
Yes.
Trooper Proctor was taking notes
Yes.
about your conversation.
Yes, he was.
Hey, Mary Higgins.
I didn't review his notes. I think I've seen a report at one point or another.
On that very day, January 29th, 2022, when you were asked to recount what happened at the scene, who was doing what and who said what, you never told Trooper Proctor that my client said, I hit him either, did you?
Oh, I told him. Yes, I did.
He just leave that out of his report?
I'm not responsible for his report.
No, you're not. But you have read his report.
So again, no comments, Mr. Jackson.
Well, she's not answering the question.
I have seen it before, yes.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Thank you.
You looked at that report for another particular this morning, you still recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Can you review that report, scan it, and let me know when you're done?
Okay, is there something specific I should be looking for?
I don't think you're going to find it, Ms. McCabe. I
All
hit
right,
him.
so again, jurors disregard the comments. So it's question answer format only.
My question is, do you see the phrase, I hit him, as it's attributable to my client in that report?
Objection.
System.
Oh, what the hell? She has the look of fear, and then now she's trying to compose herself. In my
Do you
humble opinion,
recall telling Trooper Proctor that my client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him?
Objection.
Do you recall that?
Yes, I told him.
He was taking notes at the time.
He was taking notes, correct?
Those notes ended up being memorialized in a formal report.
I'm assuming he,
whoa, 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 whoa. Did he just say federal court?
Said, I hit him, I hit him. I
Did
hit
he
him.
just say federal? Oh, this is going to
Do you
open up
recall
a
that?
can of whoop butt.
yes, I told him.
He was taking notes at the time.
He was taking notes.
I'm getting
correct?
loud, guys.
Those notes ended up being memorialized in a formal report.
He did.
I'm assuming he,
The report that you're holding.
I object.
Sidebar. Okay.
Does that appear to be a report of the January 29th, 11:35 or so a.m. interview that you did with Trooper Proctor?
yes, it does.
You said you reviewed that report in the past,
Yes, in the past.
and you're aware in no place in that report does the phrase "I didn't show up" anywhere, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Can I approach you?
Yes.
That's okay. It's in the ears of the jury, even though it was objected.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm being vague. I was just grabbing the report back. Sorry.
Sure. Okay, in general, in all honesty, guys, I'm on button 3 out of 15, and I have the courts on button 1, 2, 3, 4, 11 on 15. I am gaining this court up like crazy. I will try to bring my voice down a little bit. If I gain myself down much more, it's going to get garbled. So I will try to keep my voice soft. Hey, 80s music man, 80s music man, 80s music man, impeached.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
So is that better? Right now they're screaming in my ears. I have get my own stuff up at 100%. Is this a better volume for you guys? And everybody who's new here or everybody that doesn't realize this, I'm totally deaf without my hearing aids. And so if my volume is kind of off, I'm too loud, they're too soft, they're too loud, I'm too soft, it is okay for you to communicate with me. However, I seem very loud. Okay. It also can be controlled somewhat on your end, but if it can't, let me know. I seem very loud. Okay. Yeah, I'm here. While we're doing this, let me show you. See this right slider right here? That brings me up, down. I have been sitting right here all day and I have lowered my own voice. This is where I was talking normally. No, I was right there. So that's 1, 2, 3 gains. These are half clicks. This court feed, as you can see, that's 100% has been sitting right there all day. So thank you for letting me know. I'm just explaining so people understand. But if I go much lower, I'm going to be nothing but grrr. So I'll try to keep my voice lower.
I want to draw your attention to the very early morning hours of January 29th, around 4:53 a.m. when you indicated
Is that too loud for y'all? Because he's on the
you
mic.
received that phone call from Kaylee's phone. Do you have that time and date in mind?
And I'm in the
Yes,
red
I
on
do.
y'all.
My client told you that John had not come home, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that Miss Reed at that point was awake and looking for John.
I didn't know what, I just knew that she was awake and screaming.
Right, because she was worried about where John was.
Sustained.
You've been asked who you communicated with first thing that morning after you received that first call from Miss Reed. Is that right?
Yes.
You were asked by Trooper Prince in her formal interview. Trooper Prince interviewed you on February 1st, about 3 days after the incident, correct?
I've met with a lot. I don't really remember specific
Do
days.
you remember a female trooper
Yes, I do actually.
in your house?
Yes.
Or I should say at your house?
Yes.
That was around 3 days after the incident?
Was it Tuesday maybe? Yeah.
I don't know. I wasn't there.
I think so. Yes. If
Okay.
it's the one I'm thinking.
You were also asked at the same grand jury who you communicated with on the morning of January 29th.
Okay.
Remember that?
Not specifically.
Would it refresh your recollection if we were to take a look at that, a specific page of that grand jury transcript?
Sure.
Yeah, I'd like to be on a ship doing the Coco Cabana. I've never been on a cruise. I have no idea. Never been on a cruise. So I think one of the things I'd like to do after I finish my college degree is take a cruise with my friend who does interpreting so I can see what it's like and see if maybe I can do some part-time interpreting on cruises whenever I want to
Do
go
you
on a
need a
cruise.
couple of minutes, Mr. Jackson?
I do, Your Honor.
So, juries, why don't you stand up and stretch, okay?
We're on a stretch break. My kids, when I go stretch, they go stretch.
The school is in session. Please be seated.
That's funny. Everybody's standing to be stretched and they have to put it back in session.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, I want to draw your attention back to the morning, later in the morning, after you're back at 34 Fairview, after the police have already cleared the scene and you're back with your friends and family inside the home at 34 Fairview. We've already talked about the fact that the witnesses were not sequestered in any way. They were not separated in any way by the police. Is that right?
We were just sitting together with friends
Right.
and family. So yeah, no.
Everybody was free. All the friends and family that were in there were free to talk amongst themselves, which you did do, correct?
Yes.
All right. Everybody had the opportunity to say their piece and to listen to others say their piece as well.
We had conversations. It wasn't really nothing more than that.
At some point you did, I think you mentioned this on direct examination, you did reach out to Mike Lank. Is that right?
Yes.
Remind us who Mike Lank is in your world, in addition to being a Canton police officer, police sergeant, I think he was at the time.
Forgot.
Who is he in your world?
He was just a local guy that I, knew was friendly with.
And had gone to high school with?
No.
Was he ahead of you in high school?
We weren't in high school at the same time.
Got it. He was
What
about
kind
5
of
years ahead
friendly?
you.
Yes.
Okay. But you'd known him or known of him from basically childhood or young adulthood.
Yeah, just knew him from around town.
At some point, you decided that you were going to call Sergeant Lank back to the scene because there was a piece of information that you wanted to provide him again. Provide him so he needed to come back again.
Yes,
Ultimately, you called him on his cell phone, right?
I did. Yes.
So you were close enough that you had his cell phone number. He had your cell phone number.
No, I didn't have his cell phone number.
Where'd you get that number?
I asked Julie Albert for that number.
So Julie had his cell phone number,
Yes, she did.
and Julie is
So I would be upset if I got a call from somebody that I did not personally hand them my cell phone number. I don't like people giving out my personal information without my consent.
Is Chris's wife?
Yes.
She was
Boundaries.
at the location.
Yes.
When I say the location, 34 Fairview that morning,
Yes.
as was Chris.
He came at some point. I don't know if he was there when I called Officer Lank or not.
As was Brian Higgins, correct?
Yes, he was.
He came back over to the location as well.
Yes, he did.
As a matter of fact, it was Brian Higgins who suggested that you reach out to Officer Lank.
I'm not sure if it was him who suggested it.
Someone suggested to you that you reach out to Officer Lank. Is that right?
As I was sitting there remembering things, I believe, I can't say who did or didn't.
So as you were sitting there,
You won't say. You will not say who did or didn't. You almost said.
remembering things, you weren't just remembering things, you were remembering things and then telling others things that you remembered.
Oh, absolutely.
So
Yes.
others were absorbing whatever information you were providing to them and vice versa.
No one was really providing me any information because they didn't know what happened.
So you were, sorry, go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was just sitting there trying to recount what had transpired since I got that 4:53 phone call.
And one of the things that you decided you wanted to tell Sergeant Lank was a statement by my client.
Yes.
So you call Sergeant Lank on his cell phone, and you're able to get a hold of him, correct?
Yes.
Whatever he's doing, I'm guessing he was busy at the time.
I don't know what he was doing.
He was the first responder on a death of a police officer case that was just hours old. So he had to be busy.
I would assume. I, again, don't know what he was doing.
But in fact, after you got your phone call, you dropped everything and headed back to 34 Fairview, correct?
Assisting.
Did you come back to 34 Fairview quickly?
He was there fairly quickly, yes, I would say.
After your request?
Yes, I called him and asked him to come back.
Because you told him that you had information that was important enough that he needed to get over there so you could tell him in person what this new information was.
I called him and told him that I was remembering things and asked if he could come back.
And he didn't just say, "Guys, just tell me what it is over the phone." He literally said, "Okay, I'm going to get in my car, drive in a blizzard." It was still a blizzard, right?
Yes, it was.
I'm going to get all my gear on, drive in a blizzard back over to 34 Fairview, get out of my cruiser, come into the house, and get ready for this new information that you're going to give me, correct?
He did not say all that, no.
No, that's what he did.
I have no idea what he did. I called him and then he came.
Well, he didn't walk over. I mean, he came over in his car, right?
I would assume so, yes.
Right. So he had to get in his car, drive over to Blizzard, get out of the car, walk through the Blizzard, go to the front door, and get ready for this new meeting that he's going to have, correct?
Yes, that seems like steps one would take.
And whatever it was that you wanted to tell him, you let him know it was important enough to have a special additional meeting. It wasn't something that you were just going to sit on. You wanted to give him this information immediately without hesitation, correct?
He said if I remembered anything to give him a call, so I did.
So when he came back over, he obviously had a notepad and a pen in his hand, correct?
I believe he was taking notes.
And you told him, you testified this morning that what you told him was Karen Reed said, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him," right?
Correct.
But when he wrote this report, you said, she said, "I hope I didn't hit him." Correct?
I don't have his report in front of me.
Yeah, just one minute.
Yes.
Y'all, impeachment number 2, 4, 10. I don't know. I've lost count. I think we've lost some people. News Junkie, I hope you're still
Orange
here.
tab. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
Okay, and you've had a chance to read it?
Just the highlighted.
Okay.
Hi.
May I approach?
Yes.
Aaron, oh my gosh, again.
In fact,
Oh my gosh, you're so
what you told Officer
sweet.
Lank was something to the effect of, I hope I didn't hit him. Correct?
Incorrect. I told him that she said I hit him.
He wrote in his report, that you just read, something to the effect of,
Sustained.
I hope I didn't hit him.
Sustained.
Is this another example of an officer getting a report wrong?
Objection.
Is that report right?
Your Honor.
Sustained. Move on, Mr. Jackson.
But I don't wanna. I like where I am.
I hope I didn't hit him.
He's uncomfortable.
Or something to the effect of, I hope I didn't hit him. Sounds an awful lot like, did I hit him? Did I hit him? Did you hear that?
Sorry, I turned my voice back down.
It does sound similar,
it.
yeah.
That was a dumb question. I agree. Well, he can ask, is this report reflective of what you said? There's nothing wrong with asking that, but I think the way he went about it was wrong. Because I've had to testify and they hand me police reports and they said, okay, read this. Is this consistent with what you said? Does this reflect what you said? Does this reflect what happened? I've done that in court and that's fine.
Testified yesterday that during that first phone call, that first phone conversation with Ms. Reed at 4:53 a.m., she told you, according to your testimony, that in that phone call, in that very first phone call, Ms. Reed said she had gotten into a fight. Her taillight was cracked. And she asked, could I have hit him or did I hit him? Correct?
Incorrect.
Tell me where I'm wrong.
In the first phone call, she had said we got into a fight and he didn't come home and I left him at the waterfall. In the second phone call, once I told her that I saw her outside of my sister's house on Fairview, that is when she said, could she have hit him, and talked about her taillight.
So
That you did.
2 hours after,
Whoa, wait a minute. We really need to go back and nail down those taillight conversations because it sounds, if my memory is correct, which it may not be correct, she just contradicted herself.
Ms. Reed found John O'Keefe and began giving him CPR. You were interviewed by Sergeant Sean Good, correct?
Objection.
Ask the question differently, Mr. Jackson.
2 hours after Ms. Reed found Mr. O'Keefe, about 2 hours later, say 8 o'clock, 8:30 in the morning, after the scene was cleared, you were interviewed by Sean Good, were you not?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sidebar. Is the volume better now? By the way, police are informing people of small cameras hidden in people's yards, in the leaves, in the trees that are not supposed to be there. Burglars are starting to hide little, what they call bush cameras, to stake out neighborhoods for theft. So when you are trimming your hedges, watering or whatever, bang them around a little bit and make sure there's not a camera in them, especially if you've got a lot of them. Just saying. Just saying. Y'all, this is, he's gone. Whoever was there was gone. I find it interesting that Paul and his wife are now in the back seat. Is this volume better for y'all? Because right now I have no sound in my ears. I can hear Court, but I can't hear me. So let me know if this is a good volume for everybody. Just give me a thumbs up. If I need to be louder, give me a thumbs down. And here we come back. Sidebod's over.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. While you were at the scene,
I'm still loud. I turned it down.
after Miss Reed had been giving CPR, Sean Good interviewed you, correct?
I don't remember a formal interview with Sean Good.
Do you remember talking to him?
When he arrived at the scene, I do remember briefly talking to him after all three of us gave John CPR.
And he asked you certain questions about what you'd seen, what you'd heard, what had happened, correct?
I have to tell you that I remember seeing him there and I remember talking to him, but I do not remember specifics of any conversation or any questions that he asked me.
Do you remember him do you remember him asking you about any initial calls you had and you telling him about that 4:53 call and the early morning calls thereafter, the initial calls before you met up with Miss Reed?
I don't recall.
Did you tell Sergeant Good, by the way, he was a sergeant at the time. Sean Good was a sergeant, not an officer.
I'm not sure.
Okay. By the way, you knew Sergeant Good, did you not?
I didn't know him. I knew of him, like I knew his name, but that was it.
How'd you know of him before that day?
Because his sister is a year or two younger than me, and I knew she had a brother that was younger, that was a Canton cop, just through the town, but I didn't know him.
Okay, friendly but not friends.
I wouldn't even say I was friendly with him.
Okay.
Is this better, Mary?
You actually told Sergeant Good at the time when he asked about those first phone calls that when Miss Reed called you, she was inquiring about John's whereabouts, correct?
Again, I don't recall my conversations with Sean Good.
You certainly never mentioned to Sergeant Good the incessant screaming and hysteria that you've described here in court.
Okay, thank you.
Did you ever mention anything about an argument or a fight to Sean Good?
Objection.
Sustained, Mr. Jackson. She said she didn't remember. Next question.
I have to go through the series of machinations. I don't know what she remembers and doesn't remember.
Good point.
Question, Mr. Jackson.
Did you mention anything about a cracked taillight to Sergeant Good?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you have no memory at all about what you talked to Sergeant Good about?
There were many officers there.
Right.
And like I said, I know I talked to Sergeant Good, but I do not remember the specifics of my conversation during that chaotic scene.
Okay.
I'm
Well,
sorry.
Let me ask a different question.
Thank
There
you.
were many officers there and many officers were asking you questions, correct?
Correct.
Did you tell any officer while at the scene that during those first few phone calls, first couple of phone calls with Miss Reed, that there was incessant screaming and hysteria?
Again, there were many officers asking me questions. Most of them were regarding who John was, if he had medical issues or concerns, things like that.
Right.
It
How
was a
would you
chaotic
know?
Scene. I don't
How would you know?
remember any specific questions about phone calls. I apologize.
But you did tell at least one officer about the initial phone call that you received indicating that John may be missing, correct?
I possibly said I got a phone call and that's why I'm here. We all came out to look for him. I apologize for not remembering specifics.
Did you tell any officer at the scene anything about an argument or fighting that Miss Reed said occurred on that first couple of phone calls?
Again, the conversations were very brief and they were with a lot of different officers. There wasn't
yes or no?
in-depth conversations.
yes or no?
Let her answer the question.
It's a yes
Do
or
you
no, Your
recall? That is a
Honor.
yes or no question. Do you recall telling any officer about a conversation in the initial couple of phone calls that you had with Miss Reed about fighting or being in an argument? Do you recall that?
I cannot answer yes or no.
Well, you either do or you don't. If you
I
don't,
said
just say
there
you
was
don't.
many different conversations. I am not sure.
So you don't recall.
I'm not sure on specific conversations about that. I apologize.
Is there a reason why you're not telling us that you simply don't recall making that statement?
Sustained.
Do you recall telling any officer about a cracked taillight that came up in one of those first two phone calls
At the scene,
at the scene?
Again, I think all the conversations were about what was happening in the present time.
And literally, this was a couple of hours after this incident, correct? When everything was freshest in your mind.
These conversations were at the scene when Miss Reed was running around screaming.
Were you also interviewed by Officer Mullaney?
Again, there were many officers there that I spoke to.
Ms. McCabe, do you understand my question? Did you understand the last question I asked you?
If I spoke to an officer Mullaney,
Correct.
again, I could have. I am not sure. I don't remember every officer. It was a chaotic scene. I had just found my friend on the ground.
So the answer is, I don't remember.
I
Correct?
don't remember speaking to him. No, sorry.
How hard was that? My dear, how hard was that?
Later that morning, you did have a conversation with Officer Lank that you actually do remember, correct?
Yes, correct.
What you told Officer Lank or Sergeant Lank was that you received a phone call from Kaylee's phone and that Karen Reed was distraught because John never came home, correct?
I told him she was, I don't remember the exact words, but I told him something like she was hysterical and screaming and said John never came home.
You never mentioned that she said anything about a fight during that initial phone call, correct?
Again, I'm not sure what exactly was said during that initial phone call.
You never mentioned that she said something about a cracked taillight in that initial phone call or those two phone calls, correct?
Are these phone calls with who? Who are these phone calls? Who am I speaking
The
to at this
initial
point?
phone calls that
Mhm.
you had with Miss Reed,
Yes.
you never mentioned to Officer Lank or Sergeant Lank that Miss Reed mentioned anything about a fight
It
or
is.
an argument.
It
correct?
is.
I don't remember.
You never mentioned anything about having Miss Reed saying anything about a cracked taillight in one of those two initial phone calls, correct?
Again, I don't remember all the things that I told Officer Lank.
And you certainly never mentioned that Miss Reed said anything about could I have hit him in either of those initial phone calls, correct?
Again, I don't remember my specific conversation with Officer Lank.
So you don't remember the conversation that you had with Officer Lank when it was the clear light of day. You had a chance to take a beat and a breath, catch your breath, because it's now 11:30, 11 o'clock in the morning. You don't remember anything about that conversation. But according to your testimony, you remember in detail what my client said, waking you out of a dead sleep.
It's a good point.
Correct?
So I didn't speak to him at 11:30. It was earlier in the morning when he came back to Fairview.
Let's call it 9 o'clock. Whatever.
Okay.
Whatever. It wasn't the same chaos as my client screaming into the phone that John never came home, waking you out of a dead sleep, correct?
Correct.
But when you recounted that conversation or those conversations to Sergeant Lank, you didn't say a thing about Miss Reed saying that there had been an argument, did you?
I'm saying I don't remember the specifics of my conversation with Officer Lank. I'm also saying that I was woken up out of a dead sleep. Karen showed up at my house screaming. I went out to help her look for John. And then we found one of my closest friends on the front lawn. And she was saying crazy things and acting crazy and
Ms. McCabe,
acting
that's not my
erratic.
question.
And so every
Ms. McCabe,
police
that is
officer
not
that
my
I
question.
spoke
Let her
to,
finish.
every
Objection.
police officer that I spoke to, I tried to answer their questions the best
Why is she allowed to do freaking narratives when nobody else can do one? Auntie Bev.
I could. It took me hours and in some cases days to remember all the things that Miss Reed had said. My mind, I was in a state of shock. But the minute I remembered, she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. I called Officer Lank.
And your memory is getting better even as we sit here today, correct?
Non-responsive.
There are certain things I will never forget, Mr. Jackson.
Including the fact that you never, ever, ever said, she said the words I hit him to a grand jury when you were asked about it 3 months after the incident. Correct?
She said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit
You
him.
never told that to the grand jury, did you?
I don't remember specifically that every grand jury and everything I said, but I can tell you with 100% accuracy, she screamed, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
You never said that to the grand jury.
I don't recall if I
You were
did.
there to get the truth, correct?
The truth is, she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
All right, Jackson, you're going to need to let this go because you're going to lose the jury.
That specific question at the grand jury. What did she say?
Exactly.
At the scene?
She just contradicted herself again because he asked her over 40 minutes ago, is it true? It was so impactful that you've never forgotten it. Yeah, never forgotten it. So now you're saying you forgot it and then you remembered it? Yeah.
In front of the female EMT. And you know what your answer was? You do, because you just read it.
I wasn't asked what she was said
What
at the
was
scene.
answer to that question?
I'm objecting.
The objection sustained. Ask one more clear question, Mr. Jackson.
What
Oh,
was the
you
answer
can't tell him
gave
to stop
in,
questions.
In answer to the question.
Well, it's 4
about
o'clock.
what was
That's
said
why.
by Ms. Reed to the EMT, the female EMT at the scene. What did you say she said?
I don't know if I was asked specifically what she said to a female EMT.
All right, we're going to end this now.
Your Honor, I have one
Oh.
more question.
Go ahead.
I can't end it like this. You said,
Okay,
she
jurors,
said.
ignore the comments. Ask one question, Mr. Jackson.
You said that she said, could I have hit him? Did I hit him in the presence of the female EMT? That's what you testified to under oath at the grand jury, isn't it?
Yes, because she also said that.
All right. So, folks, we are done for today.
Oh, there's going to be some discussions.
Remember, tomorrow is the day that we're not in session. So we will see you Friday. Friday is a full day.
What's tomorrow? Someone fill me in. What do you mean we don't have a session tomorrow? What's tomorrow?
And I have to give you those questions. You can stay and file out after the jurors. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read about the case, please disregard it and let us know, and be very careful with your social media. Have a great night, a good day off tomorrow. We'll see you on Friday.
Y'all.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. So long, farewell. We hate to say goodbye. What do we have happening tomorrow? Is there no court at all? Or are we going to be having more voir dire? I'm waiting to see. I don't know why. I don't know what's happening tomorrow. Okay. Wowza. Let's do a review. You want me to do a review on this? Oh my gosh. I didn't even take notes because I have note takers. I need my notes, but we'll come back. Yes, we'll do a quick review. She's
Mr.
going to
Jackson,
admonish
I'm
him.
not rushing you in any way. I just want to know, how much longer do you think you'll be?
I appreciate that, Your Honor. 10 seconds to end the question.
Sure, take your time.
Sure, take your time. I want to know now.
Respect that I haven't. I would say an hour and a half to 2 hours.
Okay. Mr. Brennan, do you have any idea how much longer you will be?
With Mrs. McCabe,
Yes.
it depends on how the rest goes, but
Right.
certainly at this point, 20 minutes or less.
What?
All right. So that will hopefully take us to the luncheon recess, maybe, the
I think that's-
morning recess or the luncheon recess at most. You have witnesses lined up for Friday afternoon?
I do have a number of witnesses ready for the next 3-4 days, and I've
Okay.
given notice to them, and I will try to tighten the order tomorrow morning, and I'll let the court and the defense know.
Great. All right. And nothing you need to see me about right now?
Not for the Commonwealth.
All right. All right. We'll see you on Friday.
Okay. Nothing. I guess they have something to do tomorrow. Oh my gosh, y'all. Oh my gosh, y'all. Should I get my Texas draw up? Should I get my Texas draw going? Or my Southern draw? I respectfully disagree with you, Jen. I think Jackson was. He can't do much about her testifying differently. No, he cannot. Okay. Today was strictly fire. We got a lot of fire back and forth. For me, what I caught out of this, there was a lot. Oh, May 1st. That's why. Some people have holidays on May 1st. Y'all, do me a favor. This is our conversation. So please put up, and I'm asking you to participate. What were your takeaways? Your top 3 points. I thought Jen started out this morning very calm and cool and collect. Definitely a different personality than what we saw in the first trial. She was very, very calm and cool and collect is what I guess I can say. Then as the day went on, she became a little more aggressive, a little more wordplay. I don't know what, May 1st? I don't know. A lot of wordplay and a lot of, I felt she was manipulating a lot of her testimonies, manipulating words, impeachment kind of as soon as prosecution rested, defense came up. The thing for me in the testimony that's bothering me, even it's hard because I've heard it before. So I'm going to try and approach this as if I hadn't heard it before. If I'm sitting there and I'm taking notes, there's a lot of inconsistencies with who said what, when, where, and how. A lot of inconsistencies. I find it interesting that you can remember she first of all, the first thing, let's talk about when she first walked up on scene. When she first walked up on scene, what bothered me was she said that she wiped the snow off of John's face. Well, pertinent to other people's testimony, and it's kind of hard to forget the old testimony last year, but it was brought in by Brennan, so we can talk about it. In her previous testimony, she said that it was Carrie, and Carrie said she removed, and Karen Reed. So we've got a conflict there. Then it was said that she helped with CPR, but she said she took over CPR compressions when Carrie asked her to. Well, the problem with that is that means she would have been doing the compressions when the police car drove up. When the police testified, and we'll see this. Oh, okay. The thing is when the police arrived and on video, you did not see her doing any compressions. It's very evident if you're doing it. Mouth to mouth was done definitely by Karen Reed. And then Karen Reed was up and down and running and going crazy. Obviously, Karen Reed cannot handle that kind of world, and not everybody can. The thing that really stood out also was at one point she said the street was dark. When she looked out, she could see the Karen Reed's car directly in front of the door, her SUV. And then she saw it again, it had moved down to the right. And behind that, in front of the mailbox, behind her in front of the mailbox was Brian Higgins' white Jeep with the snow plow on it, although she doesn't remember that. And then there was a pickup behind it. And then later, she said she couldn't see anything really clearly other than lights because it was so dark. There was no, it was snowing. It was bad weather. It was really dark outside. And then later, she says from the house or just outside the door, I never got a clear picture of where she was standing. Maybe y'all can answer me for that. I may have gone to the comfort break. Where was she standing when she saw the skid marks or the tire tracks on the road? Now, when you look at the video of the police car, you can see that even with all the EMS cars, it's lighting up that street. So I can't imagine her seeing anything from that house if those first response vehicles weren't there. The other thing that bothers me is when she said that she went into the house. There was no dog. She did not see a dog. That is unusual. That was when she looked out and she saw the tracks in the snow. I call BS on that. I do. There's no way. And the problem is she can't say that was Karen's car because you had Karen's car, Brian Higgins had left, the truck behind Brian Higgins had pulled around and left, and you'll hear in testimony how when they passed, the dome light was on in the car, and they saw Karen Reed sitting there with her hands on the steering wheel. No man was in the vehicle. They didn't see a man outside the vehicle. They did not see another man. And if you remember in her last testimony, she accidentally let it in that John was in the house. And then, she started crying on the stand to break away from it. She let it slip. So that to me is a fraudulent slip that will not happen in this trial, but did in the last one. Jen said our grand jury testimony is not correct. It's not a good look for her. I'm getting to that one. One of the things that we were talking about was the fact that she said she saw blood roll out of his facial cavities. That's not going to happen if he had been out there for more than a couple of hours, maybe even more than an hour. The blood is going to settle in the back of the head and then sinuses, if that's where it is. And it's going to get pretty thick. Not thick as coagulated, but your body starts to freeze. Your nose, your ears, your fingers, your feet will freeze first. But anything closer to the skin, such as the sinuses, can start freezing. We're getting real technical here, but I question what she's talking about, the blood flowing out. That would be something I'd want to know more about because if I understand it correct, if he really been laying there from 12:45-ish in the morning till almost 6, well, till about 6, we're going to go 12:45 to 6, he would be a literal popsicle, arms, legs, all of it would be stiff. Yeah. If there's any kind of blood near the surface, around the mouth, on the teeth, or whatever, that's going to freeze. So, her going into the house really bothered me because even comparing to her last testimony, it was different. She said, and it was brought up in cross, that's why I'm bringing it up here, that when she testified last time and she came in, she said she burst into the room, and this time she said she gently went in and did not want to give them a heart attack. She was asked when she burst into the room last time if the dog had barked, and she goes, there was no dog. The dog had a bed in that room. The dog normally slept in that room per other information. And tomorrow, if we have no court tomorrow, I'm taking tomorrow off. I got a lot of homework to do. With deep snow, there would be no tracks in the snow. It snowed the entire night. That's correct. Mary, the other Mary, she said she peeled ice cubes from his face. So if his skin and all that is getting that cold, yeah, boo. I don't believe he's been out there for more than an hour or two. I mean, I think he probably was placed out there closer to 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning after everybody left, I think is when they potentially placed him, or the women left. I don't know. But my thing is that she said when she looked out of the front door and she saw her car, Karen Reed's vehicle in front of her, and then she saw it to the right by the flagpole, even with just a dusting, and it was only a dusting, maybe about a half an inch of snow or less, I think they said at some point. I could be wrong. But it wasn't like it was at 6 a.m. when it was like this. She still would have seen a body laying there if it was between her field of view and her car. Now, if the flagpole and the hedges were hiding him from that angle, meaning there was something obstructing her view, I can accept that. I can respect that. I'm not going to get mad over that. But when they drove past, she said she was looking back. But in previous testimony of somebody you will see, she did testify last time that she saw something. She goes, hey guys, what's that in the yard? And not a clear answer as to what happened after that, other than they kept driving. moving forward, why were they all sequestered by themselves in the home where the victim was and getting their stories together? Back up. She obviously said there's some problems here. You have an EMT said while he's bagging the victim, could hear from his peripheral hearing a woman, i.e., Karen Reed, saying, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Right? Now they're saying by her testimony, it wasn't there. It's when she's standing between the cop car and the Carrie Richards vehicle with a female police officer that she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. So you got one witness putting them with the video standing after John O'Keefe's body has been removed and all of that. And Carrie Richards is putting her blanket back in her car. So she's not standing right there. It was Karen Reed, Jennifer, a male and female police officer. And at that time is when she said she told that she heard Karen say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And she's like, what are you saying? So I think that there's a lot of inconsistencies with the I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. A ton of inconsistencies with that. Even more, I think, now than in the first trial. I think I'm more confused than I was in the first trial over the I hit him, I hit him. I think that if anything was said, could I have hit him? You know, I mean, I could see that. And I have seen that before. Not exactly those words, but I have been on accident scenes where an accident has happened that someone questioned if they could have possibly done something to unknowingly harm somebody. But and once again, Karen Reed is hysterical. Put yourself in her shoes. Not everybody can handle those situations as well as she can, or well as other people can. I get it. It is a possibility. I would say a good possibility. You did. I told you I got them. I just haven't had a chance to go and look at them. I saw it come up. So what's happened is that everything in the grand jury, everything from grand jury up to a certain point, it was, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? It wasn't, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. After everybody gets together and has this big powwow over at 34 Fairview, that is when some of the stuff started popping up. I personally think the EMT overheard a conversation between Jen and Karen when she was asked if she could have, and because of through weather and chaos on the scene, misheard her. I'm going to disagree with that from the first trial because once again, the EMT to this trial was very adamant. I heard, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Okay. And it was, and they are so adamant that they argued over how many times was it said and cross. Because the EMTs are friends, are very close to EMT, firefighter, and PD, especially in a small town like that, are very close. They're all friends. They hang out together. Everybody in this case was a first responder. Not everybody. Can't say that. A lot of the first responders in general, not just PD, fire, and EMS, parts of all of those are connected either by family or friends. Once she told the other EMTs what she heard, everyone has changed their story. You don't buy that? Well, here's the thing. We got a lot of EMTs and police and all that still to hear. We haven't heard from the numbers we heard last time. I really don't believe that particular EMT could have personally heard the details that he said he heard, because when you're looking at the video, and they played the video, when the EMT arrives and they're working on John, Karen Reed does not go back over. He said, while I'm bagging and was it not Button or whatever, was doing the chest compressions, I'm bagging. Karen Reed is standing, pointing like behind him, and he heard this conversation. When they played the video, Karen Reed, once they started bagging and CPR on John O'Keefe, never went back over close to those people. She was more in the street going back and forth. She didn't go stand within earshot of that guy. Yes, you're right. There you go. Thank you. I haven't looked. That's right. Katie McLaughlin, EMT, who's the female person, EMT, is super close to the family. Well, and that's fine. We need people like you to think that way. But it is a very possible. I'm not saying it's plausible. It's not necessarily that she is, but it is too inconsistent with Jennifer McCabe at this point. No proof. But once again, there's no proof she hit him. And in the end, in this trial, no matter what theories we all are throwing out there, because it's easy. We're sitting here. We have no skin in the game. In the end, the point remains. Number one, did anybody see it? Number two, what evidence shows that she actually hit him? Right now, that taillight is not proof because she did back up and hit his car. Number two, they have to prove beyond reasonable doubt, and there's a lot of reasonable doubt. Because he beat the living hell out of him in the basement and put him out there because the snowplows were coming through, and snowplows have hit people and run over them before. And that is why snowplows have to be very careful. And it was reported a man was down on Fairview Lane. And that's another point right there. There's so much hearsay in this thing. So much. Because what you have not heard, my dear, yet, and I'll let you in a little bit. I won't spill all the beans. At one point, Karen Reed and Brian Higgins have a kiss. Now, having Brian Higgins tell it, she hit on him. But after the kiss, Brian Higgins and her had a few flirty texts, and she stopped it. She stopped it. John found out about that kiss or the text somehow, and they went at it. That is what blew this up, and it went too far. It is in alleged. Okay, we're just throwing theories out. Say they got in a fight down in the weight room. It got too far. Somebody picked up a dumbbell and knocked him out. Butt of a gun knocked him out and caused a head concussion. Or they pushed him into the weights. That kind of a hit will cause the brain damage that John O'Keefe had. That is all the theory. I understand. I'm just saying, if you want possibilities, but nobody's proven that. So I get it. But what I'm saying is that what are they doing to prove that Karen Reed actually did this, other than a taillight that was broken, that when she backed out of the house at 4 or 5 in the morning, whatever it was, and she backed into the tail end of John O'Keefe's vehicle. When she drove off, you can see the broken taillight. Now, it was snowing, and at the quality of that camera, the lens pieces could have fallen down. Who knows? Could not. I don't know. I'm not getting into all that yet. But for today's purposes, right now, how believable is Jennifer McCabe as a witness? That's where I want to go. Well, that's reasonable doubt, isn't it? That meets reasonable doubt? it's better to not convict somebody who's guilty if there's reasonable doubt than it is to send somebody away who is not guilty. That is where I'm at. There's some answers that I've never had, and I would love to have, and we never will. But my frustration is that I believe both sides are trying this case on premises that shouldn't be tried. Okay? I feel that both sides are focusing on things that are not as important as they're making it out to be. Now, Jennifer is all over the place. Yeah, I think she is. I'm not saying MS doesn't affect her memory. Chemo, I have chemo fog. I have chemo brain. Turtle Boy will be scheduled to return to court. He walked out of court today. Do you want to catch us up on that, Ronnie? While we're doing that, I'll see if I can find out what's going on. I don't know what Aiden Carney's talking about with this. I'm going to click on his page and see if he clicked anything. April 16th, 5 hours ago, 5 hours ago, 20. Okay, so they haven't come out. I don't know. So the big thing about today's hearing with Jennifer McCabe is at least she only did the Jen once and not 30,000 freaking times. That was, you want to talk about raking your nerves. We got away from that. But the big thing is that she got impeached quite a bit when it was concerning. We just left the court. Well, he left the courtroom. That means they did not revoke his bail. It frustrated me with Bev. That I loved when he handed her 227 pages and said, "Have you read this?" "Yeah, I read through it a year ago." "Have you read it before?" "No." "Can you tell me where it says I hit him, I hit him, I hit him?" It's a grand jury transcript. And she goes, "I can. It's 227 pages. And Bev goes, "And you wanted?" He goes, "Yeah." She goes, "No." I believe that that was a battle because Auntie Bev wouldn't allow him to get questions in because of the objections. But I do believe it left an impression on the jury because of the way the questioning went. The judge should say the Commonwealth that the bail revocation and decision will come down soon. The upcoming hearing is about the motion to compel. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Hilda, for liking. Good day. Well, wait a minute. Let's go ahead and do this. I'm going to set up the drawings and try to get that going because, one's already going on its own. I mean, the bingo. The bingo winner is, let me present screen. Sorry, I have to share screen. The bingo winner is Aaron. You won the bingo. You get an extra entry. I don't know if it hurt his case, but I do know it was frustrating. We'll see. Okay, here we go. Aaron, you won again. We'll draw one more. June. Okay, let me get it over here. This is the I like. So those were the I subs. This is the I likes. Addie, woohoo! You won for the I likes. That way everybody know who won. Okay. That's possible. But I just think that, yes, I think Jackson may have hammered a little too much. He's passionate. I can forgive that. But there were things that I felt should have come in that Auntie Bear was like, nope, we're not going to say this. I got to go see that. Okay, here's the bingo card for the bingo cards. We've done the bingo. We did all that. Okay, congratulations to everybody. I'm resetting my card. I am deleting my card, putting that on the Facebook panel. Okay, so congratulations, everybody. Tracy, I could have. Hank has done that kind of stuff before, so we'll see how it goes. There's going to be things we like and don't like with every witness, every phase of it, whether it's a prosecution, defense, it doesn't matter. It's going to be things that we agree to disagree on, and I'm good with that. But my thing is I guess my biggest takeaway from today was unfortunate. Well, I felt that Jen started out good. I don't think she ended as well as she would want. I'm glad they did not use the MS, a part of trial, as an excuse. That would have upset me quite a bit. I think that she was playing with words too much, where she could have answered yes and no. I think I would have rather heard her answer yes and it be a little negative towards her. Yep, I did. I'm sorry, I forgot about it. I didn't remember versus the play that she did. I think that's what was upsetting Jackson. It would upset me tremendously is if you were sitting here playing the word games with me. You know English, you know what I'm asking you. You don't need to play these word games. And she was. So that's why I think that was part of the banter problem. I felt, though, that overall it was a good day, and overall it was one of those days that I think will move the jury one way or the other, but we'll see which way they're moving. Tomorrow, we're going to have a day off. Everybody's off tomorrow. I will get my homework done, get everything turned in. So now when I go into Friday, I don't be stressing. And then Friday we'll have trial. Then Sunday we'll have Sunday Night Live. I'm trying to line somebody up. It's just so hard on Sundays. I may have to change it to Saturday Night Live because I want to get RA on, and I'm going to see if he can come on the Saturday night. I know he does a Friday. Does he do Saturday night thing? I will be graduating this December with a degree in criminal justice. I am on the fence about going to law school. If I don't go to law school, I will get a master's, and I would love to get a PhD in law or criminal justice PhD. One of the two, law or PhD. I don't know which, but we're going to go for it. I don't know if I want to do law because I am 54 years old, and that will be a little, how do I put it? I don't know if I can keep up with the young people. Law is very difficult and intense, and I just need to weigh out what's going on in my life. I do know that Gerald and I are looking at getting married. I do know that engagement is coming at some point. We're trying to take care of things before, you know how it is. I will get things noted tomorrow. I want to see how much I remember the same as last one. You may get 10 pages. I welcome it. And I do in bed read over them. Please put them in the Karen Read notes. That is a wonderful place for y'all to put those. I saw, Ronnie, where you said your laptop was frozen. It's okay. When you get them, you get them. Appreciate everything that my mods are doing. I want to give a great shout out and applause to both June for the bingo cards. Yay! Bingo cards. You did great. And also for Ronnie and June for taking notes for me. For those of you who don't know, I am excessively dyslexic. It is nearly impossible for me to do. I can do the notes, but then for me to go back and read them, it's kind of tough. And I haven't had, my deaf person hasn't been able to hop on because of their job. I do know they're going to try and hop on Friday. So I will be probably signing more on Friday if they're here. If you know anybody who's deaf who likes to watch these, I will interpret all day. And I have another interpreter when she's done with her job for the day because she interprets for colleges and she's my interpreter and school systems. She can hop on. You've seen her, Miss Diane. Well, I don't disagree with you, but I'm also thinking about financial, I do get a tuition waiver for the state of Texas schools, but there is it's also a financial decision. And starting a whole career at the age of 60 roughly. Yes, I agree. And congratulations, June. That was a huge accomplishment. That is a huge accomplishment. And we congratulate you and we celebrate you. You are amazing and you are a good role model. But I guess what I'm trying to say is that I need to look at what my family life is like at that point, and is the investment in time, money, and all of that away from a new marriage worth it? Also, but also, what am I going to do with it? I know I can do a lot more with a PhD, and a law degree will kind of pigeonhole me. Now, I can graduate at law school and have a law degree, but I cannot be I will not be an esquire unless I pass the bar. And that's the other thing. Those kind of tests scare the hell out of me because of the dyslexia and all that stuff. So it's something that I just want to get past this phase right now and graduate in December and celebrate. And then I will make my decision on what I'm going to do. I am going to go to San Antonio sometime this summer. I want to see if I can visit with Judge Boyd. She's really good about doing those kind of things. So I'm going to try and set up an appointment with her. And because one of the things is I'd like to work in the criminal justice system here in Central Texas, dealing with people with disabilities because they are some of the least represented people. Yeah, you're as old as your youngest child. Well, my youngest child's turning 21 this June. Oh, my oldest is 25. So there you go. All right, guys, we will be back here on Friday. Have a good day off. Anything pops tomorrow, I'll hop in. In the meantime, y'all get some rest, take care of each other, love on each other, go love on other people's chats. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. Thank you much, June, for your gifted memberships. Thank you, Erin, so much. Thank you, Elena. 1 month membership, 1 month being a member. And she also gave us a super chat. And then we had more from Erin. Erin, you have blessed me so much today. Thank you so very much. As most of y'all know, this does not come free. And this channel is not a supported channel financially. And any kind of super chat or donation really helps keep our internet and our electric bill going. That's what my goal is at this point. We'll see everybody in Discord. Facebook family. Oh my gosh, my Facebook family. I'm growing you. And thank you both, Marys, so much for watching. Mary Higgins and the other Mary. I'm sorry. I'm not the best with last names. Mary and Mary. I can't say that. Ula? I can't say it. I don't know how to say it. It's a Spanish name I can't pronounce. And so, I think it's Spanish. But anyway, thank you guys, both of you, for joining us from Facebook, X, Twitter, Twitch, all of the social medias. Hold on. I am on call. All social medias. Thank you so much for being here. By the way, this is a fire radio. I am a firefighter, first responder, volunteer, and a chaplain. And this is what I have to listen to.
PD for the attention of medic 1, respondo 123, 123, drive, general sick call 33.
Sick call. Usually it's something like COVID or something like that. So anyway, y'all be blessed. Have a good night. Get some rest. I will be back here refreshed. I get to sleep in tomorrow. And we will be ready for more Jennifer McCabe Friday morning. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.